maybe 13.5, 13.5, 13.6, somewhere around there. And then in the day, it's coming down. Okay. This thing is coming down overall. This is a head and shoulders. All right. So this thing is coming down to 10. I'd say like 11 cents to like 11 to 10 cents, maybe 10.5. Somewhere down here is where it's going to drop. I'm thinking right there. 10.14. 10.36. EMA ribbons are crossing on what? Arrow? Oh, on Link? I don't use those, man, because they throw you off. But we can look at them. Just because they're not crossing. I don't see them crossing. In what time frame? Maybe in like the low time frame, like the 5 minute. What time frame for the EMAs? Because I'm in the 1 day. Maybe you're mistaken. All right, do we have any more? Hold up, TV just glitched, had to restart. No worries. Yeah, this is chain link. Yeah, it looks like a bit of an inverted head and shoulders. But I think in the 1 day overall, it's coming down. It's a head and shoulders right here, bringing it down. You see it? Do you see the head and shoulders? Okay, it's right here. Boom. All right, I think I got time for one more. Who's going to give me the last one? And don't forget, TA classes. If you want to learn how to do technical analysis and learn how to read the charts like I do, okay, I'm very quick with my TA. Chris Durkee wants to do Tron, but he's not a subscriber. So I'll tell you what, Chris Durkee, I will give you either you can become a deluxe subscriber or you can send a money gun. But I'll tell you what, with the deluxe subscriber, you get one-on-one coaching with me. But you got 1 minute to send the money gun, or otherwise we're going to call it a night. Justin Kelly wants AKT. You got it. Last one. Unless Chris Durkee subscribes. If Chris Durkee subscribes, I'll do one more. A cash network? No worries, bro. I'll tell you this right now, though, that deluxe subscription pays for itself. All right. On the 1 hour, I'd say this is kind of a diamond bottom. It's a bit wonky, but it kind of feels like maybe a diamond bottom thing going on here. You see it? That's bullish. That would send it to, I'd say, 0.184, or excuse me, 1.184. But in the day, looks like it had a head and shoulders. It played out. It may be going into reversal, but I would say this is a descending, broadening wedge. Let me double check on that one. That's bullish. Yeah, this one looks like it's about to take off in the day and the hour. AKT, whoever called that one's about to do something. Let's see if this takes off. That would send it to 166, or excuse me, 165 would be your first profit taking zone. 175, 180, 195, $2, and then 260. I don't think it'll go higher than that. It could, but there's just not enough data to tell. But let's say this is a double bottom here now, right? And it does that. That would send it to 230 to 240. I'm leaning more towards this right here, actually. I would say probably 216 to 220. This one looks bullish as hell. All time frames look good on this one. I might buy some of this. The problem is, here's why I won't buy it. It's only been out since March 19th. There's not enough data for it to really be accurately charted. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter how bullish it looks. One bad thing can just this thing. So be careful on this one. I'm glad I took a look at how long it's been out. That's usually one of the last things I check, just to be sure, because this could do just like what SXT did, and it looked bullish as hell, and it just, all right. Be careful on this one. But Justin Kelly, I would say that more than likely it's going to be somewhat bullish. But be careful. Be careful. Yeah, it's like render. Man, who was it that bought render? And I told him, I was like, bro, like, he was like saying all this stuff about render, and I was like, yeah, but I didn't see, you know, I from my TA, you know, and he didn't take my advice, and he lost a lot of money, and then he canceled his subscription. Which I would think you'd do the opposite, right? Why would, if somebody gave you good advice and you didn't follow it, and then so you cancel your subscription with them, it's like, it's not my fault you lost. You know what I mean? I tried to give you the tools. But that's more about PTC, kind of SXT, no? What do you mean? You mean it's about what Bitcoin does? Yeah. Here's the thing is I was pretty convinced that SXT found its bottom and then the world just went to shit. Nobody could have predicted that. And that's why we do the news for the show, is because we have to kind of gauge that. But I tell you what right now, the markets are rocky, whether you're in crypto or you're in the stock market. Everything is rocky right now. All right. Be careful. Not financial advice. Okay. This is just what I see. I tend to be right. But mind you, I'm only 90 to 95% accurate. So I like SXT though. I don't think it's shit. I think it's an awesome coin. I think it's just we're too early. Too early. I'm always too early to everything, but I'm okay with that because I see the potential for SXT doing dollars, like $5, $10 to $25 in the next 5 or 10 years. So I'm okay with it. I'm accumulating it for long-term storage. Oh yeah, SXT is going to be massive. Like people don't even know. Like we're so early on that. Everybody that's holding SXT, yeah, in due time. I agree, buddy. That's one it's in accumulation, baby. Every time it goes down, I'm like, oh, thank God. Like I can buy more. And I'm not throwing my whole bag at it right away. I'm putting a little bit into it every time it goes down, every time it goes down. I'm not really DCAing it. I'm just accumulating it as it goes down. I'm like, oh yeah, baby, keep on coming down. I'm okay with it. And once it gets down to that low, then I'll throw a fucking massive bag in it. And so what? It takes 5 years for it to do anything? Fine. I did the same thing with XRP and now I'm retired. So once people read it and realize what it is, it's going to boom. Exactly. All the crypto creators, I found this one. Okay. All the crypto creators, I tell them about it and then they're just like, oh, I'm buying this. I'm like, yeah, you're welcome. I'd be like, I will take my pontoon boat in emerald green with gold fringe, please. And I want one that's powered by a Sea-Doo so that we can take chat out on the pontoon boat and we can go ride around on the Sea-Doo and do things and bring it back and dock it in there. So, all right, I'm going to end the live, guys. Thanks for sticking around and all the gifts. Justin, thank you for subscribing. Send me a DM with your email address and I'll get you signed up on the email alert system for free for the rest of the month and you can try that out. I asked Nani Crypto this morning what she thought of it. She didn't know and then she freaked out. I know, right? I am like, let me tell you this. I am known for picking the best ones early, way too early. Yeah, once she did some reading, I know. That has like been my whole thing. I've always picked things that are always end up being the best later on. I'm just good at picking them. They just fall into my lap too. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just manifest it. Who knows? Anyway, Justin, I'm looking forward to hearing from you and yeah, I'll see you around. Like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. All lowercases, no spaces. The #1 live stream on Abstract. Days and days and days in a row. We are just killing it on Abstract. But we're also on YouTube and TikTok and Twitch and X and Facebook and Instagram as well. Saint says I'm going to 1 million likes today. Honestly, I'm happy with 100K likes. Start tapping away. I need all my liking warriors. I need all my chatting warriors. I need you guys in the chat and involved. W's in the chat. Don't forget hashtag crypto, hashtag stand with crypto, hashtag FYP, hashtag let's go.
let's get the algorithm boosted. That's what we're going to do in this. What's the Discord server? The Discord server link is in my bio. Click the link in my bio and you can get it there. If you have trouble joining the Discord, copy it and put it into your browser and it'll take you right in. For some reason, the link sometimes gives people a hard time. If you have like malware, spamware on your phone, it's going to give you a hard time getting in there. So it's easy. Just copy and paste it into your browser. It's going to pop right up and you're going to get right into the Discord. No problem. So join the Discord. We've got the voice channel open on the side. It says lounge and you can pop in there. But please, if you do pop in on the Discord and you want to chat and have the conversation with Stand with Crypto, stay on TikTok as well, so that way we don't lose our viewership and we don't get bumped down in the algorithm, because we do want this message to be heard. You know what? Let's see here. Let's try something. Let's try something here. Let's try this here. Let's see here. Keep smashing that like button, guys. Tristan J. Kelly says, hi, Oz. Stop by to show some support. Appreciate you, brother. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. We're going to have an amazing show today. We have Cali Crypto from Stand with Crypto, not Crypto Cali, okay? Or yeah, Cali Crypto. So he is one of the influencers and people here with well, I am live. I gotta take a picture. Yeah. I get nothing but problems from TikTok, man. 50% of the live goal is completed. Thank you, Seamont, Run Up. Thank you guys. Mother Dragons, MVP, Revolution. Thank you guys. We're halfway through our live goal here, and if you don't want to give anything, no problem, just keep hitting the like button or spam the chat. Put an emoji in the chat, put a W in the chat. If you think that this show is a winner, put a W in the chat. All right, who out there thinks that this show is a winner and should stay on the air? And if you think it shouldn't, put an L in the chat. If you think I should kick rocks, put an L in the chat. Let me know.
No L's.
That's right, no L's. Mother, I see you in the Discord. How are you?
I'm trying to support you, man. I'm in both.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Remember, if you are in the Discord, make sure you stay on the live with TikTok and you continue to engage with TikTok while we're doing the show, because we will open the questions at the end after we have a little interview and a little chat, and you guys will have an opportunity to ask your questions, and I'm sure you're going to develop new questions as we talk and as we engage. And this is how education is done. You have to understand that these people that are coming on here, they are rubbing elbows, having dinners with the most powerful and influential people in the world, in this country, in the crypto space. These are the people that are developing the structure for the laws that will govern us and crypto. So this is your opportunity to have your voices be heard, to come together as a community and state your beef or state your praise. You know, this is your opportunity. You, ladies and gentlemen, have the opportunity to actually have your voices heard in a meaningful manner, not just random, influencers or people that are arguing on this space, but actually someone that has institutional power that can make changes on your behalf. These are the people that want to represent you in this space. They want to hear what you think. They want to hear what you have to say. Let your voices be heard. That is what's beautiful and what's powerful about this show, is we can come together as a community, and we can do so much more than just whine and complain about the markets, whine and complain about legislation. We can actually stand up and do something about it. If we're for something, this platform literally gives you an easy way to onboard you into reaching out to your senators, to your congressmen, to the people that influence you. And even if you are in a different country and you're not in the United States, we still want to hear your voice. You are still part of the crypto community. The crypto sphere is a global community. That's what's the beauty about it is. So I may be the California constituent, but you are adjacent to me because I am in California, even if you're outside of the country. So you hold influence in California through me. So you have an opportunity to step up and have your voices be heard. It's beautiful. It's honestly, I don't know anyone else in the space that's doing it like this. I don't know anybody else that's making moves like this. I see people that are going to events, they're interviewing people. There's people that are having their shows, but like, who's actually trying to make a difference out here? Actually pounding the pavement. I mean, I'm spending my own money to go out here and plug myself in, to put myself in a position to be influential in a way that can be positive towards the community, not just in myself, not just to my bags, but to the overall picture of what crypto is, right? We want crypto to grow and be something beautiful and amazing, and not a tool for control and tracking, right? We want it to be about freedom. And this is the time where we can stand up and we can make it about freedom, or we can make it about pumping our bags, because that's what they want. They want you to focus on pumping your bags and not focus on the legislation, because there is legislation at hand that can be passed, but we don't talk about it. It's unheard of. You haven't even heard it until it came out of my mouth. That's a sad thing, that no one else is really digging into it. They're digging as far as, how is this going to pump my bag? And there's so much more. What's up, brother?
No, like I think you're spot on. We navigate through these live streams often, and nobody really talks about what crypto has to offer. We're still using it like just like traditional finance, So getting our voices out there heard, and understanding like this is our opportunity to use these investment vehicles, this Wall Street that we've recreated, and keep the playing field level that was previously unlevel, like for the last century almost. So
right, this is our one opportunity to actually have control of finance. The control of finance can be in the hands of the people, and the bankers and the investors in Wall Street are starting to get their claws into it, and we got to keep them out of the cookie jar. It's our turn, right? This is for the people.
Definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen,
really understand that yet, and having these kind of streams like this and raising awareness is important.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fighting on the front lines of freedom, okay? The battles that we fight in this new war will be fought on your cell phone, on your computer, on your television screen, and in your mind, okay? And we are fighting on those front lines of freedom. So we need you to show up and show out and hit that like button, send in gifts, get this platform pushed into the algorithm, because today is important. Any other day, slack off. I don't care. You know what I've realized is I'm actually more popular than I realized, because there are dozens and dozens, if not hundreds or thousands, of fake accounts of me that have hundreds of thousands of followers each. And I may not get the credit for it. I don't care. It's about getting the message out there. So today is the day to shine, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the day to be hitting the like button, to be engaged, to stay for the entire show, listen to what we have to say, debate about it, come on to the Discord and have your voice be heard, ask your questions, be involved, and actually make a difference in the space. That's why we're here. We want to make a difference. We want to secure our freedom. Turn off the music while you guys are talking. All right. I should probably turn it off anyway here. All right. It's time to kill the music. So what's up, brother? You wanna do a little prequel back and forth? Let's talk Clarity Act, brother. Where you stand? What are you feeling? What are your thoughts?
I'll be honest, I'm not really 100% sure of the legislation of it. I know people have been talking about that, the Clarity Act. My stance on the whole thing is we need to protect decentralized finance at all costs. There's never been a better investment vehicle for the common man that's ever existed, like in our lifetimes. Like, we have an opportunity here to be our own institution, and I think that needs to be protected. So whatever this legislation is trying to push out there, I think that kind of verbiage needs to be involved in it. The scary thing is most people don't really know about like DeFi like that. They when people trade crypto, they trade on Coinbase. And that's actually how I knew about what's that, the Stand with Cryptos, because I've used them quite a few times on Coinbase, like just to reach out to my local senators and whatnot.
And you're one of the few that do that. Most people, they'll sit here and they'll gripe and they'll complain about, what's going on, what the rules are, what the laws are, but they don't actually do anything about it. They don't get involved. They don't get into politics. They don't let their voices be heard. They don't write letters. They don't write emails. They don't do anything. Stand with Crypto literally makes it easy. They wrote the letter for you. They have
For real.
It's literally like click and it's done for you.
Exactly.
My main concern with the Clarity Act is, and it can be molded, right? It's not set in stone. It's only passed in the House. It's moved into the Senate. And when it's in the Senate, it has the opportunity to evolve and change into something much better, more refined, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the issue that I have with it is it does need refining. And we're going to get into that a little bit later. I'm going to talk more on that. But, we want institutions to come into crypto, right? That's going to pump our bags. That's why everybody wants the Clarity Act, because it's going to basically make it so the SEC doesn't regulate it anymore, and it's the CFTC that regulates it now. That's basically what the Clarity Act does. So that allows institutions to be able to buy things like XRP, right? Well, as of right now, institutions can't buy XRP because the injunction is still in place. Well, once the law changes, and this is something I've been saying all year long, all last year, once the law changes, then that will change, and you will see institutions come into XRP and other projects as well. But a lot of them are hands off right now because There's not enough clarity. There's not enough, set in stone concrete. Should we be getting into this or not? They want to, but these are institutions where if they do something wrong and mess up, they can lose everything, right? They have a lot at stake. So we have to provide an on-ramp for the institutions to come in. So that's like the main focus that everyone's focused on, but everyone's lost sight of, do we want to give up our security and our legitimacy as the holders, as the retail, as the consumer, right?
What security would you be giving up, I guess, would be my question.
Well, we're going to get into that.
Gotcha.
But in a nutshell, basically, Jesse, if you want to come in to the Discord, I would much appreciate if you would come in, because I don't have the Clarity Act pulled up, but she's our fact checker for the show. Jesse, if you're here and you could, I'm not going to be having guests on the TikTok side of things today. It'll all be in the Discord. But I appreciate you sending that in. So, and make sure everybody's smashing that like button, subscribing to the channel, share the show with your friends. Stark says most people don't know what the Clarity Act consists of. Does he have a copy of it? That's one of the questions I'm going to ask him. Has he read it? Does he understand what it means? Like, those are the things we're going to be talking about today. Jesse, Revolution, if you are in the chat, if you could please come on, I would appreciate it. If you can, I understand. It would be, obviously, I'm asking you to donate your time to the cause here. By the way, can you guys hear the fan? I just turned the fan on. Is it annoying or are we good? Anyone? The fan annoying?
No, you're good.
All right, cool. This room gets hot, man. It's all like super soundproofed and everything, and because of that, it's freezing cold, yet this room is warm because of all the equipment that's on. So perfect. So yeah, back to the Clarity Act. The issue is basically it gives companies 4 years. It's like 3 years and some odd time. It's about basically 4 years to where they can operate outside of the SEC under the CFTC. And as long as they meet certain criteria, then they can become, once they prove that they're decentralized and they prove that they're certain, attributes that they have to achieve, right, over this 4-year period. Once they achieve that, then they basically can be ruled as a legitimate company or whatever. See, I can't even begin to understand and explain all of this. This is why we have the experts come on here.
So what you're talking about is the 3-year limit. So literally at 2 years and 30 days, at any time, they can rug pull everybody and be like, you know what, didn't make it as a coin, sorry. And so the Clarity Act is more so to protect the inventors and the government,
and
it does not protect and the institution. It does not protect, however, the investor and the daily consumer. And so the problem with the Clarity Act is that it was not written for people, everyday people. It was written for institutions to protect their money. Now they have, again, 3 years to decide if it's real or not. And the government, they know what, oh, it's real, it's not. And at any point in those 3 years, they can take all your money.
Right. So it gives them less oversight for the 3-year period. Right now, as soon as they hit the market, they're under the SEC, right? So they're under strict guidelines. The CFTC has very loose and laxed guidelines. That's the difference here. Okay, so making the CFTC rule over crypto, as far as institutions go, they're in it and they can pretty much do whatever they want for that 3-year and 30-day period, which can be concerning to the investor, right? You want to get into a project early on, you could easily be rugged within that time frame. So the Boozman Booker draft has language in it that not only gives that same leeway to the institutions to allow them to have the clarity of being able to know where they stand legally in owning and operating in crypto, but also it protects the investor as well and the consumer. So what I would like to see is a blend of the two together, and that's what is done in the Senate, right? So we need to educate the people that are, pushing for the Clarity Act, that like, hey, I'm down for the Clarity Act if they can add these little rewrites in it that are going to be good for us. Why do the institutions get all the good stuff and we get, the crumbs?
And it's to keep them protected, to help the market grow, but not have any legal backlash.
Right. So let's protect both. We are literally writing the framework for the future of finance. Let's get it right, guys. Don't rush something just to make your bags pump. Let's get this legislation right, and let's get the right things passed so that way we can have a strong foundation to build upon. Let's not give our
especially in
power up.
California, because California sets the tone for many other states. And if people can call their local congressmen and Senate, all of that, they all contribute to what's decided once the Senate gets a hold of the bill. And the Senate can make changes at any time. But if we can establish something here in California, make those phone calls, and show up at meetings and push it in the right direction.
And I believe California, aren't the votes, because it is a republic, right? So each state has like a certain number of representatives and senators based upon the amount of people that live there. And yes, California is one of the highest number of votes in the country. So
correct.
So being plugged in here with the people in California that are running the show, we are making a dent here. This is not just, small beans. This is big picture stuff. Jesse, do you mind taking over for a second? I'm gonna message our guest real quick.
Okay. No, I don't think people think the Clarity Act is what it actually is, as I think it's been portrayed as something that, it's going to solve all of crypto's problems when it's really not. It can actually create further problems for investors, and I think people really need to understand that it does need to be fixed, and there needs to be some changes, because like with every I guess company, or take the pharmaceutical company for example, they can't be criminally held. They can't be criminally charged. They can be civilly charged because they are protected, and we don't want to create another market where the big companies are protected, yet the investors and consumers are just left out. And that's just unfortunately how the markets here work, and a lot of other places. And if this is the future of money, then we need to come to an understanding that protects everybody.
Well, I think that's why we need to have more live streams and spaces, whatever we call them, just like this. I mean, I'm learning in real time just hearing you guys talk, and I'm not a newbie to crypto whatsoever. I guess I'm a veteran, 2017, in crypto. That's
Nice.
I got
50
1 year
years,
on you,
right?
brother. I got 1 year on
Well,
you.
crypto, that's 50 years, right? So, but this is something I really haven't paid attention to. And like you said, I've heard people mention briefly how it's gonna, nothing that you guys said whatsoever, but they said something about our taxes and whatnot. And I don't know that this has anything to do with that whatsoever.
Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with taxes. This is basically clarity for institutions, how they can operate their businesses with crypto, right? That's really all the Clarity Act does. And what we want to do is we want to not only have clarity on for institutions, but also clarity for the consumer, for the investor, and protections for them as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's why I don't like that they called it the Clarity Act, because it's not very clear unless you deep dive into it and you actually see what they're trying to say. And they're trying to be like, well, you can't, not exactly, but they want it so you can't legally go after these people, which is why they give you the 3-year cushion, that at any time you can be like, you know what, this isn't going to work, and pull it. And that, to me, is should be concerning to anybody, because 3 years is a long time. 3 years is a long time to, cast a net and pull something in, and then when you pull it in, you just let it all go, and that to me is very worrisome.
So TikTok seller says, so when is it being voted for in the Senate, or is it being worked on? Like, what's happening? Jesse, can you look into that real quick? I believe
It's still been sitting in the Senate. It has not been voted on. It has not been changed. It is just one of the many bills that are sitting on there. Unfortunately, because of the way that America is happening right now and all the weird stuff that's going on and war and economic problems, it hasn't been a priority. And I don't think it will be until other people higher up get enough coins to rug before it's regulated.
it's my understanding that 2027 to 2029 is the predicted timeline for 2027 is when it is predicted to pass, and 2029 is when it's predicted to be implemented.
The problem with that is it's like GTA 6. How long have we been waiting for that damn game to come out, And it's one of those things they're like, we'll deal with it next year. We'll deal with it next year. We'll deal with it next year. And I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. They there's too many problems with it to pass on both sides. And so as long as that lingers, no, they never want to do the work, dude. They're still on vacation, like they don't even like doing their normal job. So for having them to actually sit down, look at this bill, decide, and how it gets implemented, I think we've got more than a few years out.
Yeah, I think this is one thing I've been saying all year long since I started streaming, is that regulation takes time. We know Josh, right? Josh was like, no, it's happening. It's going to happen in July all last year. Remember that? And, here we are. But yeah, these things take time. Laws aren't written overnight. You have to understand, this is the structure for the world's financial institution of money, right? This is not something that we can rush. This is not something that we want to rush. This is something that we want to get it right. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm working on this, and why I'm pushing so hard, and I'm really plugged, because I have a million other leads of guests that I could have come on the show right now. I have stacks and stacks of business cards and stuff, because I've been out pounding the pavement. Y'all have been wondering, oh, Oz, where you been? I took 2 months off. No, I didn't take 2 months off. I've been pounding the pavement and making connections to make this happen, so that way you guys aren't just talking to the same people on the internet over and over and over and hearing the same regurgitated nonsense, to get people who are actually building this technology, actually writing the legislation, actually pushing it in the Senate, right? These are the people that are writing the petitions. They're doing all the real work that's being done, right? I've been making those connections, and I'm pushing for this because the primaries are coming up. And I do believe that they are going to use the primaries as a way to push this legislation through, because they know that a lot of people want crypto, especially the Trump side of people. They want crypto. And what's great about Stand With Crypto is they are bipartisan. They're one of the things they say is that you don't have to hate crypto just because you're a Democrat, and you don't have to love crypto just because you're a Republican. It doesn't have to be a bifurcated thing. It's something that we can all come together and realize that our money system is broken. It needs to be fixed. These are the rails in which we can fix it, but let's make sure we do it right, chat. Mother, I see you in there. What's going on, Mom? Just lurking in the background? All right. Everybody, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We're going to set a goal right now. Well, you know, we need one more heart me. Let's meet this goal first. We need one heart me. When we reach these goals, it boosts us into the algorithm. One person with a heart me is going to make a big difference right now. Anyone that hasn't sent in a heart me yet, much appreciated to anyone that can do that. How does the Clarity Act affect BAS? Starks, come on to the Discord, buddy, and let's have a chat. And these are the questions you're going to want to ask Callie, you know, and he may not have all the answers. We're going to continually have more people. My plan is to get, you know, the representative to come on here, the congressman, the senators. That is the overall goal here, you know. So like let's dive into those deep questions, and let's make it. Starks, thank you for the heart me, appreciate it. Let's see here. Let's set a new live goal. Let's see here. Let's do, we want to do a big one because that is what's going to really push the algorithm here. And we want to push the algorithm today. We need a galaxy. I know it seems like a lot. If you can, great. If you can't, no big deal. Let me see here. What is going on? I guess it's already up there. Set a new goal. Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with TikTok. It doesn't work anymore. Nothing on TikTok works anymore. I'm getting really sick of it. We love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is amazing. Everybody hit the like button. If you can, send a gift. Every shape or size is great. Galaxies, for some reason, they're like something about them. When you send a galaxy, it is like an algorithm boost. It is like the holy grail of gifts that you can send. I understand it's like $10, guys. So if you can't afford to do it, no big deal. Mother Dragons, thank you so much for the rose hand. I appreciate that.
Is he the BSA? Is he talking about the Bank Secrecy Act? Is that what he's talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So one doesn't really affect the other, especially when it comes to crypto. Like, okay, so the Clarity Act, who is regulated by whom? BSA is what money laundering rules they must follow. So it's not doesn't weaken or override. They're pretty much equal. There wouldn't be a dissident. They're pretty much one exists and then the other exists, just like anything else.
Yeah, I don't think it really one affects the other.
No.
The main concern we have here is the Clarity Act gives institutions all the power and takes all the power from the people. We want to make sure that the power stays in the hands of the people because we have our hands on it, guys. Our hand is in the cookie jar first. this is our opportunity to keep our hand in the cookie jar first before the institutions, and to secure ourselves financially and secure ourselves in investments, because right now crypto is not an investment. Okay, it's a speculative investment, right? We are all speculating that because of A and B, we're going to get C, right? That's where we're at. We don't know. As of right now, it's magic internet money, as far as I'm concerned. So we want to make sure that when we set the guidelines, we do it in a way where we don't lose control, because we will spiral out of control very quickly.
Yeah, that's a real thing, man. Once the institutions jump in, they've taken so long and delayed their entrance, and they've seen other countries, other organizations like jumping in. I guess I could just say America in general has waited so long to come in, and they're used to controlling the system, right? And they don't have control over this. So that's one thing they're going to attempt to do is regain control, right?
Exactly, because right now the crypto space is being controlled by the investors and the consumers, and then that's what they don't want. They don't I don't know why, and this is not just our country because I'm not blind, but but that's their point. They need to have control over it because only they can make money, and you can get maybe some of the sprinkles on the donut, but that's about it. That's about as far as they're going to let you go. And once they have their hand on it, they're never going to take their hand off. So when people don't understand, as far as if you make money now before that passes, you're going to be okay. But if you don't, especially with this bad market, by the time that Clarity Act gets passed, you're going to have very little leeway and what you can and cannot do.
And basically all the risk will fall on us as investors, and none of the risk onto institutions. And that's basically what we have now. When the banks messed up in 2008, who paid for it? Who bailed them out? We did.
Yes.
Do we really want to create another system like that?
Well, I mean, take it a step further. As the GameStop AMC fiasco, right? When a bunch of retail investors got together and pulled a Wall Street on Wall Street, Wall Street put a halt to them. They you know, stopped trading for those assets so they could
Banks are
liquidate
trying
their
to kill
shorts
your
and
crypto reward.
prevent themselves from going out of business. But it happens to the consumer every single day.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And, it's high time we had, because literally that's why we're all gung-ho about crypto, right? We want a new way to do money, right? That's why we're here, right? We see it coming. We have an opportunity to do things in a way that are actually good in the long run. Why do we want crypto? Because it's deflationary, not inflationary. It's literally the opposite of what we have now. So why would we want to create a mirrored system of something we already have? We want to keep the power with the people. Everyone, I need you all to smash that like button right now, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms. But I need you guys right now to share the show out. I need you guys to hit the like button. Viewership is down. We got slapped in the face with a banana yesterday, and because of that, viewership is way down right now. I need you guys to come together. I need my liking warriors. I need my sharing warriors. I need everyone to show up and show out and boost us in the algorithm, guys. I need you guys today because we do have a guest. Any other day, I don't care, but we need this information to get out there. So everybody put a W in the chat on TikTok. Everybody, W's in the chat. Go into TikTok right now. Put a W in the chat. Spam the chat with emojis, whatever you want. Keep that chat rolling. If you don't see something coming up in the chat, pop something in there real quick. Keep it moving, guys. We need to boost this algorithm and get things going. We need everyone to engage simultaneously and work together. I see Cali Crypto in the TikTok right now. Let's boost up this algorithm, get it going. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? So we are on the Discord right now. If you want to join in a little bit early, I know 6:30 is our time frame. We're just trying to get the algorithm rolling on TikTok right now. But Cali Crypto 714, make sure you guys send him a follow. Everyone in the chat, send him a follow. That's our special guest for tonight. We're going to be talking and having a little Q&A. Yeah, dude, share it out. Absolutely. Thank you very much. We got slapped in the face with a banana yesterday. Somebody wanted me to do some TA on Mon and wanted me to say that it was going to go to $100. And I can't do that. I can't lie to you people. And so he flagged us for misinformation. So unfortunately,
Wow.
our algorithm is suffering a little bit today. So we'll get past it. You know, it happens, but unfortunately, that's something we have to deal with here on TikTok is the bad actors. If you're not shilling somebody's project for them, they retaliate against you. And unfortunately, TikTok is the only platform where your haters can retaliate against you as a creator. It's unreal. But unfortunately, it's the platform where the most educated crypto people reside. And so I'm hoping to bring all that community together into the Discord, and but also unfortunately at the same time, TikTok is very addictive and people just do not want to leave the platform. And I wish I hadn't started on this platform because it's kind of been detrimental to growth over the long term because of everything that happened over the last year with TikTok possibly getting shut down and different things. It's definitely been a roller coaster. Yes, because we're fighting for crypto as a whole. We're going to show crypto for everyone. Well, that's the thing is I don't shill, man. I'm here to be the voice of reason when everyone is screaming XRP to 100K. I think there was a guy that literally said 250K XRP by 2030. Those types of people, like, yeah, low information viewers, like, and it's like, I'm not here to clown on the guy. I'm here to let him know, like, hey, like, let's do some math, okay? Let's do a little bit of math. Maybe you skipped that day, but we're going to go over it today and I'm going to teach you. That's what it's about. It's about having the right information so we don't get wrecked. And I think a lot of these bad actors, I think they know better. I think they know that XRP is not going to 250K, but they want to put it out there because they top blasted it at, $3.60 or something like that, and they're down and they're looking to pump their bag as well. And that's one of the biggest issues I have with crypto is everyone is so concerned about pumping their bags and less concerned about the integrity and the infrastructure of crypto itself. And really what they're doing is they're offboarding the new people that are onboarding. All the new people coming into crypto are being pushed away by all the scammers. They're being pushed away by all the fake accounts. They're being pushed away because they're getting burned on some meme coin or some whatever, We need to be helping these people, informing them, welcoming them with open arms, and showing them how to make money in this space, and helping them grow in their education in crypto, and not burning them and then pushing them out of the space. Because if adoption is what you really want, that's not how you achieve it.
Also, if you don't know, ask questions. Never take anyone at face value. And my thing, and I'm going to use XRP as an example, is that, it's going to 1K. Show me. Math your math for me. Show me your data. And do not listen to anyone who says multiplier. If that sentence starts with multiplier, they are lying to you. They show you this weird little graphic bullshit. Sorry, BS, they are lying to you, okay? Do your own research. It's okay to listen to other people and gather information, but please, please look for yourself. Research it. Never trust, not even us, research it. Don't trust anything. You want to look in for yourself because these people will lie and they want you to do what they want you to do so that they can pull out of the market. It has nothing to do with helping you or that they actually believe it, but they need you to waste your money so they can make money.
Yeah, it's a sad
Yeah,
thing. Go ahead.
yeah, you're just they're the new people are just the next person or the last person's exit liquidity, right? And we've seen it for years within blockchain with all the scam coins. We push these coins, and you got a cabal of, I guess we can call them influencers, working together to put something up. What are you doing, Oz? I'm missing something. I don't know.
I'm telling everybody to tap the screen.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Hit the like button, baby.
I thought
I
it was
was
doing
thinking the
something
same
wrong for a
thing.
second, bro. I thought it was doing something wrong for a second.
No, you're good. You're good.
But yeah, you got a cabal of influencers, working together to promote these scam coins, and just I saw somebody make a post on Twitter one day, and I had to laugh because it was actually funny, but it's not funny at the same time. But he said he discovered the infinite money glitch. He says the rug pull. He says every time I rug pull somebody, there's someone new to rug pull. And he was like one of them probably pumped up fun guys, something like that. And
Checks
he's
out.
making a joke, but that's the reality of it. Is
Exactly.
people want to come in and they think they're because they heard a story about they're going to turn $100 into $1 million, and
And those same
practically
people that are doing that are the same people that are whining and complaining that new people aren't onboarding onto it, and that the mass population of people think that crypto is a scam. Well, why do you think that?
well, because 90+% of it is right.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, yeah.
there's at least 1,000 accounts with my name on it, and they've got 100,000 followers, and they're
What are
using
you
my
doing wrong,
content.
bro?
Yeah, they're using my content. I don't know
It's
what
weird.
I'm doing wrong. They're following the wrong person. They follow that content, and then next thing you know, they're talking to a scammer that's saying like, "Hey, you can do this, and you can copy my trades, and I'm going to make you rich," and blah 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 blah. That's not me. I'm never going to message you directly. I'm never going to say, "Hey, how's your trading experience going?" That's not me, guys. But that's part of the problem.
Yeah,
How are we supposed to onboard people into crypto if we're doing that?
I mean, social media has its own problems too because there's so many botted accounts on every platform.
Yeah.
So inevitably, in our space, the crypto space, us using social media as our mediums to promote, I mean, we're gonna attract that element.
Yeah, unfortunately, when money's involved, there's always shady characters. But it's up to us as the community to find the newcomers and take them under our wing, educate them, guide them down the right path, and not use them as exit liquidity. That's the main goal.
Yeah.
Especially as an influencer, as a creator, you have to be upheld by the utmost integrity. It is your job to influence these people in the right direction, and coming out and speaking on things that you're uneducated about is part of the problem. I see a lot of new creators, I call them, because there's a difference between a creator and influencer, right? There's a lot of different people that come into the space and they don't know what they're talking about. They don't even know, and they just got in July of last year. It's their first, and now all of a sudden they're going to teach you how to get into something. Their only concern is onboarding people.
Yeah, I encountered that today actually on online, and I won't name accounts or whatever. But yeah, the individual was promoting new layer one proof of work, claiming all these things. When you start asking like basic crypto questions, like hey, why does if you're saying this is a layer one, why does it have an Ethereum address? You couldn't answer the question. Uh, it was like it was like yeah, it's bad. And then you got new people coming in, and he's telling these people how how they made hundreds of thousands of dollars by mining this coin, and you can do the same thing. I'm not going to show you, but you can do a 15-minute call with us, and I'll get you on. And yeah, you can always tell if you're experienced because you ask basic questions, like it's something you should know about how to navigate through an Explorer, right? And if they can't answer like the basic questions, you're
But the thing is the
yes,
people who don't know, they get fooled. And that's the problem is we want to not push people away. We want to embrace them.
But that's the problem. All this, the we have these people who are shilling these coins, and these poor people who are trying to get into crypto who get really excited, and then they're watching the wrong person. You're right, they're not being educated, they're not getting any of those things, and so what ends up happening is they're like, I don't want any part of this. Either they lose money or they lose interest. Like, my grandmother still writes checks because she doesn't trust credit cards. She still, till this day, writes checks. And what you're creating, what people are creating, whether they realize it or not, by scamming people, is a distrust in crypto, and it's never going to be bigger than that.
Hey, everybody. We've got Cali Crypto in the house. If you want to turn your camera on, that's fine. If not, if you want to do voice, that's cool too, brother. Glad to have you, man.
All right, there you are. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn on the camera. Let me put on my AirPod too, so I can hear you. But what's up, Oz? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, man.
Sean, what's up? Good to see you guys. And
Hey.
Formation, nice to meet you, bro.
Absolutely. And we have a very educated group of people here in crypto. And I want to tell everybody that's in the chat that's watching the live right now, click the Discord link in the bio if you want to come and join the lounge voice chat and let your voice be heard and your thoughts in crypto. Please feel free to come in and join the conversation because we have strength in numbers. When we come together as a community and we work together to get to the bottom of these things and to address the issues that are at hand, we are making a difference.
Spreading information, especially like the correct information, is more important. We're not going to sit here and be like, you need to buy ABC. It's more of, if you're going to take these steps, don't just listen to other people, research yourself, because if not, these other people will shill you a coin that they're just trying to rug.
Absolutely. So don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. You can follow Cali at Cali Crypto 714, I believe it is. He's on X and I believe TikTok as well. There he is, the man of the hour. Let's pull you up here, put you on the big screen.
Can you hear me okay? Am I coming in all right?
Yeah, you sound good,
Yeah,
brother.
All right, appreciate it. You're coming out. I hear you coming from the Mac Mini. The settings. I just accidentally just pressed something right now, but I appreciate you guys having me. It was awesome once again seeing you guys at the Stand With Crypto event in Hollywood. It's always nice seeing friendly faces, familiar faces, and also really great to meet new faces too. So if you guys are anywhere in the United States, there's always events going on in your area. Definitely tap in with Stand With Crypto and hit me up if you wanted to find out who's the president charter of your state too. Hit me up, send me a DM, and then let's get you connected. So then everybody should be involved in these events, whether meeting each other or finding out what we can do to push this forward. Especially with I know the topic's been the Clarity Act. And I will say that I'm just a regular guy. I'm not a professional. I didn't go to college. I've been in crypto since 2021. So I'm very new to crypto still and learn every day. But I do know that we need clarity. We need transparency to set the tone. Because like I was listening to you earlier, Oz. You were saying that it's important. We need to get this right because this is like we're the beginning stages of this being pushed to the masses. Right. Once we get this really honed down to a point where everything's fair on both sides, I think this market can really start moving in a way that we've kind of been waiting and wanting it to.
Absolutely. And I actually, so I've been on the Stand with Crypto website, and I've seen the letter, read the letter and everything, and it's very simple, guys. All you do is go to their website and you type in your name and address and a couple little things, and boom, the letter's pre-set up for you. You can send it out. It's very quick and easy to do. And here's the thing, brother. I haven't sent my letter in yet. I've actually sent in a letter personally on my own. I've actually been pushing on this platform for people to basically write their senators, write their congressmen. We're moving into primaries right now. And it only takes a few handful of people to actually do that to make a difference. So when we come together as a community and we actually let our voices be heard, now is the time to get them heard, because we are going into the primaries right now. And so maybe after, they're not going to listen so much, but right now is the time to be making the moves and make things happen. One question I wanted to have with you, obviously we're speaking about the Clarity Act, and there are some things that I love about the Clarity Act, and there are some things that I somewhat disagree with, and I'm not sure where you stand with that. And maybe you don't even know about it. My whole goal here is to educate people, and you're in the space. You're influencing the most powerful and influential people in politics that are surrounded in this and in the community. And so my main concern is with the Clarity Act is we have, and I'll let Revolution go into this a little bit more. With the Clarity Act, the way it's written now, it gives clarity for financial institutions, which allows them to basically be under the CFTC instead of the SEC, right? That's basically what it does. We can't hear you, brother. I think you're muted.
We got two different agencies that we're talking about right there for banks. So the clarity, and what we need to, the transparency, and one also being able to understand. We just literally had Gary Gensler and the Biden administration that were really against crypto as a whole. A lot of misinformation was being put out there about using it for bad, right? For what are the words I'm looking for?
They were suppressing it.
They were suppressing it, but also, I mean, they say that's for drug dealers to be able to hide their money and wash their money. You can do that now with fiat. You can do that anywhere. There's always going to be bad actors everywhere you go, right? But the one thing that I love about crypto is because it's on the blockchain, right? So if we're hiding money, there's no hiding money when it's on the blockchain. It's completely public. So this is one of the main things I think people need to understand. If you're out here trying to do something shady, you're going to get caught. You hear about scams and people getting their funds stolen. Well, there's a way to track this down, and there are companies out here that can help you for a fee to be able to find where your funds have gone. But going back to the Clarity Act, I mean, we need to define what different digital assets are. Bitcoin, Ethereum, they're different. They're different, right? We have Gold 2.0 with Bitcoin. And then we have altcoins, and then we have meme coins. So we need to get to a place where is a meme coin like a casino? And speaking of casinos, you're in Vegas, so, or what are altcoins as a whole? So are they layer twos? There's so many things out here. Stable coins is another thing that we're talking about. Right now, they're trying, I just made a video and the banks are trying to lobby against us again, trying to sneak something on there to take the rewards, the stable coin rewards away from us.
Yeah, they just
Right
did that
now,
on Coinbase, where basically you have to be a Coinbase member to get the APY for holding stable coins, and it used to be like 5%, and now it's like 2.3%. It's ridiculous.
it's going up and down, and I think we're gonna see a point where we finally get to a clear understanding, hopefully in one and done, right? And I think this is why it's important to be able to let our voices be heard. Now, being able to sign up with Stand with Crypto, and let our voices be heard by sending a email to your legislator, Senate. It's super simple. When you go to standwithcrypto.org, it takes minutes, if that. It's really easy. It's really set up for the user. It's so simple. But it's just all about getting there and putting your email address in there. It'll also, by your email address and your address, it'll locate which senator is in your area, if they're pro or if they're against, pro or con, right? And then you can email them directly. But yeah, no, it's important, especially because we're so early in the stages of getting rules and regulations here with our government. It's very imperative because look, I'm a father. I want things to be fair as we're going on for generations. I want there to be a clear regulation. Isn't it? I think it's unfair that we still have to use VPN in order to get some coins, right? Why is that?
Yeah, and that's because there is no clarity. We don't have
Right.
a way to legislate it here in the United States. Other countries, yeah, no problem. But here, can't get it.
Right. So we have to use VPN, and hypothetically, we do that. But once again, I think once we get all these rules and regulations done, and we're consistent and fair, we're going to be able to start building again here in the United States. That's something else that we had to deal with, Oz. People leaving the United States because they were strongholding us. They were holding us down. So they're like, you know what? Let's go to El Salvador.
Yeah,
Let's go to
Puerto
Brazil.
Rico and Dubai. And honestly, when I was at Rare Evo, because I just, I made a ton of money this year or last year in crypto. And they're like, oh, well, are you moving out of the country yet or what? And I'm just like, well, no, I like it here. And they're like, well, you're going to have to deal with the taxes because of this and that. And they're telling me like, hey, man, you should at least establish a place in Puerto Rico or Dubai or something. And I'm like, man, like, is that really how we want to live, where we're pushing people out of our country because of, legislation issues and tax issues? And Trump said, no tax on crypto, but I haven't seen anything come to fruition on that. And I doubt we get that at all. But it would be nice to, see things progress further. Obviously, we need clarity before we can even get to a tax-free crypto, So one thing I wanted to ask you about is, so I do have some concerns about the Clarity Act, and a lot of my community does as well. It basically shields institutions, but it leaves the investor and the consumer at risk. And this problem has actually been solved. Have you heard of the Boozman-Booker draft?
I have not.
Definitely look into it. So these are senators that are working in the Senate to basically what they've done is they've added everything that we have in the Clarity Act, and they've also added protections for the individuals. And this is our opportunity. Usually when something gets passed in the House, it moves to the Senate, and then it gets rewritten a little bit. It gets changed a little bit. It never stays exactly the same, right? And I think it's very important that we let our senators and representatives know that we want clarity. We want institutions to have that clarity, but we also want security for investors at the same time. And right now, that's the one thing that the Clarity Act is lacking. So definitely look into the Boozman-Booker draft. That is if we can get that put into the Clarity Act, it's got my full backing. Right now, I'm 50-50 with, you know what I mean? But I think it's very important that we don't just push something because it's going to pump our bags and it's going to get institutions into it, right? We also we want to make sure that as an investor, and the consumer, we're secured as well. And you see yourself as a consumer. You said you have a family, and so we want to make sure we get this right. We want to make sure that we push forward the legislation that is not only going to move us in the right direction, but also secure ourselves as the individual. Because the way the Clarity Act is written right now, it basically is mirroring the way the banks operated in 2008, right? And they were sending out loans and doing shady shit. And who got bailed out? The banks did. And who paid for it? The people did. And right now, that's paving the way for this new financial institution to be operated in, to where the institutions are covered, but the people are not. And so we want to make sure that when it goes into the Senate, it is written in a way that it also protects us, the investor. And, it's, for me, I find it kind of, I wouldn't say disheartening, but it kind of breaks my spirit a little bit to see, and don't take this in the wrong way at all, okay? But to see people of your stature and your influence not even knowing about the Boozman-Booker draft, when it's literally, obviously it's a bit new, right? It hasn't been around as long as the Clarity Act, and the Clarity Act's very new as well. But you being in the position you're in, and Miss Nifty being in the position she's in, and you guys knowing about this and understanding it, you have an opportunity to stand up and be the voice for the people to actually get the right legislation pushed in and passed.
Right now, can you hear me okay? Because I don't think I was coming in through the AirPods at all.
I hear you just fine, brother.
Okay. So right now, the bottom line is the Clarity Act isn't just legal talk. It's what crypto is, right? It's also what crypto rewards look like right now. Whether users can continue earning, okay? Also, innovation here in the United States, or is it going to need to be moved elsewhere? Right now, we have what we call a market structure. What's being trying to be pushed so we can protect our earning rewards, our yield. Right now is where we need to really band together, and we may have different positions and perspectives, but right now what's really being on the table right now is this market structure. We need to go ahead and send that email in so we can protect our stable coin rewards on also earning yield. Right now it's somewhere sitting between like 3 to 5%. That's a lot better than 0.01% that you can get in the savings account with Chase. I'll tell you that right now. And I think we can all agree with that right now. So right now, that is the main objective. I think one step at a time is where we need to go. One battle at a time as they be coming up. And you do have a great point, Oz. You do have a great point. But we do need to once again let our voices be heard. And I think with going to these events, talking to people with like Miss Nifty, myself, so we can also put our perspectives in them and say, hey, what about this? Because not one person can think of all of it, right? We all got to come together and be able to help one another out. And this is why we're doing spaces and lives just like this with you, Oz. And I love how you're running the show right now at the moment. I'm going to be coming more here because I like what I see and I like what I hear. And I like how you're trying to educate because, man, we need a lot more educators out there, not only for the people that have been here for years, but for the people that are just getting started. My kids are getting started. They've been hearing me talk about crypto a long time. But you know what? Since I haven't made it big and they haven't seen the Lambo yet, they're not so much bought into it. They have crypto, don't get me wrong, because I have forced them to download some hot wallets and I've sent some crypto over to them and they do hold. But sooner or later, once this Clarity Act gets passed, once things get hopefully fair for everybody, not just the 1%, maybe we can start seeing crypto days like we did back in 2021 and pass and in the past, bro. Because right now, I mean, we're all holding. I hope all of us are holding. I hope we're all, just staying positive because this market is unruly, bro. This market does not care whether you're holding or not holding. So you just, man, keep working, guys. Keep building and don't give up because we are really in the forefront of this right now. And it's I mean, the adoption curve, we're not even at the top of the adoption curve right now, Oz. This is how early we are, bro. And I feel like I came late to the game in 2021, but no, we are still in those early stages, bro.
So early. When I was at Rare Evo, the developers of this technology kept saying, we're 5 to 10 years out minimum before even the first real stages of adoption. And, one thing I've been telling my community is like, we're not going to get, it's going to take years for legislation. Everyone was like, oh yeah, we're going to get the Clarity Act in July. It's going to happen. I'm like, no, bro, like it's going to take years. I'm thinking 2027. Is when we'll actually have a vote on the Clarity Act. And I think it's a good thing, though, that we're not rushing it. And we have Boozman and Booker, two senators in the Senate that are, redrafting the Clarity Act. And, that's how it works, right? It passes in the House, it goes to the Senate redrafts it, and then it gets voted on and passed from there, right? They get in the aisles and they argue back and forth. So like, I'm for the Clarity Act. I'm just for the reversion of it, if
Right.
you get what I'm saying, right? And I think it's important for people like you, me, the community, everyone around us to know those changes that can be made and are on the table, and to make sure that we're here, we're educated in it. And so when we do go to our senators, when we are clicking that button and sending out those letters, it has that information in there as well. Because this is our opportunity. Like we said, we want to make sure we get it right. This is the foundation of everything that we're trying to build here. And without a foundation, a house will crumble.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And it's funny that you said 2027 because Europe is going to be pushing for more regulations in 2027. And who are they looking at, Oz, when they're going to be doing their thing over there? Us.
California
So,
really is. California,
Right.
New York,
Right.
Texas, Florida are running the show here, right?
We set the tone for the rest of the country.
Absolutely.
We absolutely do.
And that's
So it's
Revolution right
important.
there. Revolution. You met her at the
Sure do.
little get together. How you doing, Revolution?
Yeah, it was really nice of you guys to come down from Nevada. Not a lot of people will make that trip, but you guys definitely did, and I really appreciate that. It was really nice seeing you guys again. Is that where we met at Rare Evo? This last one that just happened last year?
So we met at Rare Evo, and then we linked back up in San Diego, and then I saw you again in LA.
Hollywood.
So we've actually had a few run-ins together. Rare Evo, I was a little bit more focused on content creation and building my brand and whatnot. And then that's why, and once I was able to link into new connections, that's where I was down in San Diego again. I'm always traveling, bro. If you're going to be in Chicago and you got something coming up, call me. I might be there. You know what I mean? That's how I live.
Chicago too.
Yeah.
Are you in Chicago a lot?
Not yet, but sometimes it depends. I've been to Chicago like 9 times or so. I go around. I do a lot of different things. I've toured the country 7 times. And in a different state every day, kind of traveling, bro. Like, so I get around.
Bro, you have no kids, right?
No, I have kids. I have
You have
kids.
kids.
Yeah, and I do
Oh.
less of it now. Like Crypto Rap wanted me. He was with me in San Diego when we were there. He wanted me to come with him to Dubai, and it was just like last minute, and like I had like basically 2 days. I was like, bro, I got like a family and shit. Like I can't do that. I'm like, maybe I can do Denver in February, but like we'll see. You know.
Oh my gosh, man, I know my 10-year-old kind of holds me back a little bit. Not gonna lie, but at the end of the day, Oz, we have to be present parents. It's very
Absolutely.
important, especially as men, that we be present because kids need their dads as much as they need their moms. They need their dads too. But yeah, especially. But yeah, no, keep grinding, bro. I love it. Are you gonna go to the I'm sorry, the SCES over there going down on the 9th, right? In a couple days.
Where's it at?
Over there in Vegas. There's an event going on over there.
Oh.
CES events. It's an electronics event.
Oh yeah, people have been talking about that. Is it like crypto related though? It's just electronics though, right? It's kind of like the NAM show, right?
It's Consumer Technology Association. It's from the 6th to the 9th, actually from today until the 9th.
Yeah, everyone's been talking about it, but it's not really more or less what I'm involved with. I get it though; it is kind of parallels crypto a little bit, but I'm more interested in like meeting with the people that are already like into crypto and stuff, and like meeting people like you to come on the show and we can talk and we can I can push back a little bit. Obviously, yes, I want the Clarity Act to be pushed, but I also and I want people to reach out to their senators. I want them to reach out to their congressmen. I want them to, be on the phone and writing emails and doing all the different stuff. At the same time, I want people like you to see what I see the world through my eyes, and I want to see the world through your eyes, so that way we can come together as a community and we can talk these things out. Because yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I have a stupid question and then a less stupid question. Okay, so one, how did you get your kids into crypto? Because if I see crypto one more time in front of my kids, I'm almost sure there's going to be a mutiny. And second, second, my I've been reading a lot about this of AI versus crypto and how AI is going to change crypto for everybody, because remember, AI learns on its own. And if you ask like something like ChatGPT about a certain coin, it will start adapting to your questions and then start telling you what you want to hear. And to me, that's a problem, because then it's just regurgitating, oh, wait, they're asking these specific questions. How do I now turn this into what they want to hear within reason? And so that, to me, I've noticed a lot lately. They're like, well, Chat GPT. I'm like, but did you make it conform to what you want to hear? And that, everyone's using it now. And is that going to be a process of spreading misinformation, or is it going to be realistic? Is just my question. Like, how do you see that going down as we move forward?
Well, the kids is definitely and I know they cringe every time they hear, right? they
Yes, yes,
they
they do.
cringe. But yeah, but this is what I do. This is what we do, right? We're learning
Right.
about crypto, we're educating, we're trying to push some really good information that can help people in the long term, not the short term, like, hey, buy this meme coin and write it up and then sell, and then you're gonna buy your Lambo. No, it doesn't. See, these meme coins, it don't work like that anymore for me. Like, if I'm gonna invest in a meme coin, and I'm not in any meme coins right now at all, they gotta be alive at least 3 months, because
Right? Yeah.
no way am I jumping into anything. I like those glasses, Oz. I like them. Oh, I think I have those. Oh, the Cardano glasses. Okay, okay. But then getting to AI, man, that's a rabbit hole that I've seen some people actually go crazy with and hurt some people. But then there's also the good side of it, where you have MLMs, machine language models, where they're actually helping people. My dad's having knee surgery this month, and there's a robot that's going to be performing the surgery, right? But
Oh
then
my gosh.
on the other hand, we have a
That's
company
scary.
right? Isn't it crazy?
Nope, I'm not doing that.
There's robotics. robotics are going to be taking over some of these jobs and nobody wants to do anymore. That's another thing that we need to get ahead of as retail, Web3. I would like to say there's companies out here that where you can fractionalize those robots and take part in ownership of those RWAs, right?
Every time I
Now,
get an Uber driver, I onboard them into crypto and into the space because they're the first ones to go.
which one do you tell them? I got a couple I told them.
Well, I tell them to educate themselves first. I'm not going to shill them on anything. I say, get educated, come watch the show, come talk to me, message me, reach out to me. I'll coach you, I'll help you. But the Uber drivers are going to be the first ones to lose their jobs here. It's already happening.
Yep,
So
right.
I'm there with you. I believe and agree with you 100%.
So that's another D pin right there, decentralized. Oh my God, I already drew a blank. But anyways, Hive Mapper, Natix Network, these companies that you can use your cell phone like Natix to be able just to put it on your dashboard and collect data as you're driving around and be able to get paid in Natix. So things like that, using your phone to be able to collect data, send it off, and get rewarded. That's pretty cool. It's easy. It was very easy to get onboard people into, especially those Uber drivers. They're like, what? I can make money just using my phone, using my car. Like, yeah, stop giving that data away to the big companies and actually make money off of it. So, but going back to the AI, Revo, there's a company out here called Rogue Evolution, Rogue AI Trading. They're making a autonomous trading bot. What is that? This is a bot that learns as it's losing, as it's winning. But all you have to do is hit a start and stop button. This completely removes the human emotion of, oh, it's going higher, or no, it's going to turn around and it's going to come back up right now. The AI does it for you. So we're at a pinnacle point, revolution, where I believe that AI, if it's put to good use, it can help a lot of us in a lot of different ways in doing things that none of us had ever thought we can do. I'm actually running a demo on that bot that I'm telling you right now. I've been running it since I've been on a space talking about it a little bit earlier today. I want to say right after I got done modding for Wendio, that would have been around 11 o'clock. This bot has, let's see, since then, it evaluates over 200,000 coins at once. And this is the demo, okay? Because the bot hasn't went live yet, so there is a demo available. But it's made $1,100. How many trades has it done? I'm looking right now, see if it can tell me. But it's done over. I can't find the number, but earlier I think I saw that it was over like 40 trades.
What are the fees on that bot?
0.0797, I believe it is. Very small fee.
That's not bad.
Okay, no, see, here's my problem. And if anyone in the space understands, and you're about to right now, I don't trust computers. I don't trust AI. I don't trust any of those things because I feel like, yes, I understand how helpful they can be, but when they pass regulation that legislation that you cannot regulate AI for 10 years, that is dangerous. That is very, very dangerous because you cannot put it in the right direction or the wrong direction. And
right,
what if it
the
starts?
big beautiful bill,
starting,
right? The big
right.
beautiful
So
bill
now,
says no regulation on AI whatsoever for the next 10 years.
Oh, wow.
So that is my issue because I don't have a problem with it if it's regulated. That makes sense to me. Like here's the bounds. Don't go outside this bounds. But now it's illegal to regulate AI for 10 years. 10 years. Do you have any idea what AI could do in 10 years? It could topple an economy. It can make it the richest it's ever been. It can do so many different things. So that when I say AI against crypto, that's a real problem because what if the government decides, hey, feed it this information and it's going to feed it to everyone else? Let's pump this and rug it. Let's pump that and rug it. And unfortunately, that's a real possibility. And I know I'm negative. I don't mean to be negative, but that's my job is to look at every possible scenario, just not the one that makes everyone happy.
Oh, it can't be regulated for 10 years.
Yes.
Yes.
Holy moly. That is wild, bro. Because, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, what AI can do in a day, let alone 10 years, Very crazy. And I'm reading on this right now. But let's see. But truthful lack of regulation for 10 years, very unlikely. Some AI rules are already being written for safety and transparency, bias, data usage, accountability, AI in critical systems.
So basically, what it is the companies are allowed to regulate themselves, but the state or the federal government can't step in and tell a company what they can or can't do. That's the difference of what it is. So obviously, there's companies that are going to have some sort of maybe we shouldn't do this, but there's always that Skynet company out there that is
Always.
willing to push the
Always.
boundaries.
on Bach.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the concern. What company is not? And obviously AI probably gave you that response too. So how do we even trust that?
Yeah.
Like, so like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a very
It's like they're
dangerous.
lying.
Yeah, I don't believe anything AI tells me anymore. Like, I would rather
I
dig
read
into it. That's
I
why
read
we
the
have.
big beautiful bill.
Yeah, that's why we
I
have
had to
Revolution because
no.
I had an AI and we were doing it, and the AI was sending me down rabbit holes and stuff. And I was like, we need to hire somebody to be a fact checker that goes and digs into things without AI and actually does the old school looking through stuff, and not just Google. Like, she's looking through, multiple search engines and things, and we're finding out deep stuff here. And so it was one of the best investments I ever made, was bringing her onto the show.
Well, let me give her a round of applause because you know what? That takes a lot of work. And we used to do that just short of 10 years ago.
Right?
But man, no, you're right. You're absolutely right, and I love that you have her. And man, if you love doing that revolution, man, kudos to you, girl. Because yeah, somebody needs to be out here fact checking AI as well. I
First of
1000%
all,
agree on that.
I'm Latina. I'm gonna get to the bottom of anything. So let's be very clear about that. I'm gonna find the truth. You can hide it, but I'm gonna find it. Okay.
Oh my goodness, you sound like the last two Latinas I was with for a few years. Love it though. I love it, girl. No, and you're right. I love your heart because you want to know the truth, and that's something that. And let me talk directly in the camera. When you guys are looking up things up online, AI, okay, you need to fact check it. Don't take it verbatim. Don't take it for gospel. Don't take it for the Bible. That's what it is, and that's what it is. You need to look at a lot of different angles. There's a lot of different sources out here where you can look up into crypto, into all kinds of stuff. We all have the technology on the palm of our hands, right? So if there's something that you're not understanding about crypto or RWAs or D pins, you have the power right there, right in front of you.
Absolutely. Revolution, did you have anything more? Any more questions? All right.
No, my AI thing is my problem.
All right. Let's open up the floor to anyone that wants to ask any questions. If you're in the chat right now and you want to come on and ask a question, join my Discord, hop into the lounge for the voice chat, and come on and have a conversation with us. Let's get to the bottom of this stuff, right? So let's Black XX.
What's up, guys?
How's it going, brother?
Yo.
Yeah, I've been kind of like sitting back observing. My journey in crypto is probably similar to everybody else's, but my path has strayed from what most people are doing. When you were talking earlier about the rewards in crypto being slashed, that's one of my main concerns. Is we need to protect that, like with our dying breath, I guess, because that's like what makes crypto, in my eyes, more appealing. Decentralized finance, right? These vehicles that have been created create yields that we've never seen, and now we're figuring out like how Wall Street actually works because we're actually the institution at our own level, and we're finding out how much money they're actually making. And looking at that, like the investment vehicles we have as retail investors, like a 401k. It's the biggest ripoff that's ever existed because we provide the liquidity for the institution. They charge us to use our money, and then they make money off our money, and then we hope that we can make money off our money. And if we lose, it's like that's just how it is, you know. And diving into like decentralized finance, liquidity provision, borrowing and lending protocols, we're realizing how much money they're actually making from collecting fees, arbitrage, etc. I think these are the things that we really need to protect. And I don't know. I was gonna send a letter. I kind of didn't. I felt weird about messaging like you guys. I was on Oz's last thing when I had Stamp Crypto on here. But I want to voice my concerns on that as well.
For sure, X, for sure. And you should. You have a perspective, you have a voice, you have an opinion, and it matters, bro. I'm glad you're up here. It's nice to meet you as well. And where are you located at?
I'm in the Chicago area.
Okay, okay. Have you guys met up already?
No, I was gonna when he was talking, I was just trying to be polite, but yeah, if you guys are ever out here, man, you should hit me out, man. We could definitely link up.
Definitely, bro. Definitely. And you know what? I like those rewards because when I barely started learning about crypto, what was I doing? I was on Coinbase and I was doing those learning trading courses where you can earn some crypto at the end of it. And that's exactly what we're protecting here. I've had friends that did this years ago and never gotten rid of that crypto and still holding it till this day. And they're like, yeah, I'm not touching it. I'm holding it still. I'm like, damn, like that's pretty dope, and it's actually worth some money now. So it's super cool. And you took the what is it, the red pill? I love it, bro. I love it because we're in the rat race. I mean, we're all in the rat race, but it's up to us to learn how to get out of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, definitely we got to learn how to get out of it. But I want to take it a step further because when you talk about like collecting rewards on centralized exchanges, that's like the complete opposite of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about completely decentralized, being the custodian of your funds, being able to generate revenue independently of centralized institutions, whether it's via DEXs, borrowing and lending protocols, all the bells and whistles that DeFi has to offer. And we're realizing that, it's pretty common to make 120% return a year on kind of like uh, safer investment vehicles, right? And if you want to really get conservative, it's like really nothing, absolutely nothing to make like 40 to 60% return. So yeah, these are the kind of things that we need to protect, like the decentralized aspect of it. And I know Coinbase and crypto.com, these centralized exchanges, they have a place, and there's value in them. If you don't want to be the custodian, there's cons to it as well. If you lose your money, you're SOL. If someone drains your wallet, it's on you. You don't have FDIC and decentralized finance and whatnot. But having the ability and the option for us retail investors is probably the most important thing for me because I've lost all respect and have a complete distrust for the stock market and things like that. And I haven't fully dove into decentralized finance. I put all my funds in there, and I still do have quite a bit of money in the traditional market. But uh, yeah, just seeing how the rewards work and everything on decentralized finance is what I feel is the most important thing in my eyes we need to protect.
Yeah, I think losing uh, the APY on our stable coins would be one of the worst things to happen in crypto, right? That and also, you know, passing legislation that puts all the risk onto the consumer and none onto the institution. That's probably the second thing. Obviously, we want our bags to pump, right? And we want to earn our APY, but at what cost at the end of the day, right? We want to make sure that this legislation is written properly, and we want to make sure that it's passed too. And the whole stand with crypto thing and the Clarity Act, like if we can come together as a community and while it's in the Senate, reshape it into a way that's good for everyone, it's going to onboard not only the people, the institutions, and the lawmakers, but the rest of the people as well, because everyone that's here that's on this platform, I'm in hundreds of panels, you know, all day long, listening to all these different conversations. We're all talking about all kinds of different things, and this is one of the issues that comes up, is the Clarity Act. Is there are provisions in it currently that hurt the consumer, hurt the everyday person. And really it all boils down to, we're the people. We elect our leaders to represent us. So I feel like it's very important for us as the people to make sure that those who are in charge that really don't know anything about this stuff, that are passing the legislation, know where we stand as the community. Because where we're at right now is, this is the educated community in crypto. This is the top 1% of educated people in crypto.
That's scary too. That's actually really scary.
And most of the people that watch my show are other influencers, other creators. So, like, I'm not saying I'm the king of kings, but I do I do influence a lot of other influencers through this channel, because the people that watch my stuff, they have massive communities. Mine's brand new. I'm just getting started. It will be massive one day. I know it, but it's a spider web, you know, it's a spider web, and all the people in here are massive on multiple platforms. And you know, we have all been saying the same thing. We are worried about the Clarity Act getting pushed through because we want our bags to pump. We want it to get pushed through because it's worded properly. And so I'm hoping that through you and Stand with Crypto, we can actually get that legislation written in the way we as the consumer would want it to be. Right. And that's why I brought you on here, is I wanted to educate you about the Boozman Booker draft. You know, you hadn't even heard of it until you came here. And don't feel bad. No one heard about it until I brought it up, you know, and now the community's starting to do this, right? Because we're talking about it and we're bringing it to light. And I'm hoping that as a community, us coming together, and with your influence in the Stand with Crypto and with Miss Nifty's influence, we can actually make a dent. Because like I said earlier, the primaries are coming up. And this is our time to shine, baby. This is when our voices are actually going to be heard. And I hope and I pray that we get it right, because we're at a crossroads right now. And if we start stumbling down the wrong path, it's going to spiral us into a world of control and manipulation of our money. Because crypto can be one or the other. It can be absolute financial freedom in the hands of the people, and it can be total control by the people in power. And the power lines are shifting right now in the world because of crypto, because of technology, because of AI, because of all these different things. The entire world is resetting. So we have an opportunity to make sure the most important part of this reset that is happening is reset in the proper way and putting the power in the hands of the people. Because as we all know, anyone here in crypto understands finance to some point and understands how things have been run in the past, right? Institutions have always had power. There's always been some kind of overlord, and it always stems down to wealth. Whoever has control of the wealth has control of the people, right? And this is the first time in history where the people have control of the wealth. And we need to make sure that it stays that way. That's why I'm so passionate about this. This is why I'm knocking on your guys' door more than anybody else. I have a stack of leads of people to bring on this show, and I've just been focused on Stand with Crypto because you guys are in the space where you guys are really making the difference. And I want to make sure that you guys have the education. I want to make sure that you guys know what's at stake and what is on the table, that there are options, especially with the Clarity Act. It'll still be called the Clarity Act. It'll just be written differently. And this is common practice when things go from the House to the Senate. So this is our opportunity to let our voices be heard, to come together as a community, to stand with crypto firmly and say, this is how it has to be. We cannot allow the powers that have been in control for centuries to continue the way they have. This is our time to shine, baby.
I feel like people who aren't going to live in the future shouldn't get to vote what happens in the future. And I think that's why we're at a stalemate right now. I'm not trying to be mean. We're at a stalemate right now because these older boomers and old Gen Xers are just like, no, I don't like it and I don't want it. I'm like, well, you're not even going to be alive in 10 years. So I don't think you should get to decide what laws are passed if that doesn't make any sense. And I feel like if that was implemented, this stuff would have already been done. This would have just, I'm sorry, millennials, younger Gen Xers, even the, Gen Z, they get it. They get it. They're on board. They're like, fine, I can learn that. But the problem is we're getting held back by people who don't know what it is, who have zero idea what anybody's talking about, and they're not even going to be there when it gets implemented. That's all I'm saying. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, less confusion, fewer surprises, more trust. That's what we need with this Clarity Act. This is for the everyday people, like you were saying, Oz, not just the institutions. I mean, this is to protect the developers that are innovating, the users' rewards. We need to limit the banks from rewriting to benefit their pockets as well, because they do that a lot, and we've seen it. I mean, oh my God, let's not even get into the California, because there a lot of shady stuff's been going on over here with Gavin Newsom, and there's people looking into it. But this needs to be about fair rules and no restrictive rules too. And I want the technology to stay here. I don't want to feel like I did last year, where I'm like, shit, I might have to move to El Salvador, and I don't have a problem with anything with El Salvador. I'm Salvadorian, as a matter of fact. So I was like, if I got to go back to the motherland, I'll go back to the motherland. But I want to stay here. This is where my kids are at. This is where my home is at. So
Same.
This is where I want to build my future.
And don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. If you're wanting to get in on the conversation, join the Discord link in my bio and jump up here, and you have an opportunity to ask any questions you may have. We're coming up on the 1 hour point. I don't know how long you can stay, but if you're willing to stick around and answer questions, it's much appreciated. TikTok seller, did you have any questions you wanted to bring up? I see you there in the chat.
What up, seller? Is that a car flipped upside down, bro? Are you okay?
And I see a lot of amazing creators and moderators here on TikTok. I know I haven't been reading your chats out because we are doing the interview right now, and I appreciate all you guys that showed up. And it's a great thing that we have here with this technology, with social media, with TikTok. TikTok is, I hate it. Okay, I hate it so much as a platform. At the same time, it's different. It hits different because we have these panels where we have the most educated people in economics, in finance, in trading, in crypto, in politics, all coming together and having conversations like we're sitting in a room together. And that's what's different. That's what's beautiful about it.
It is
Yeah,
beautiful, bro. There's so many great minds. Go ahead, brother.
no, I was gonna say that it is cool. I just wanted to say too, about as far as what you were talking about making things fair, right? If now I'm for like let's make things fair, even for let's make it fair on our side towards the government. Like if you want us to be accountable for our taxes and whatnot, yeah, let's get the clarity on that. Let's get the 100% uh, the language on everything, so we know what it is that they want and they know what it is that we want. But let's be fair, like you said, and I think at the end of the day, I think it all comes down. If you ask me, it's as simple as that they want the tax revenue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the no
Taxes.
tax on crypto thing's a pipe dream.
It would be awesome, though. I mean, let's call it. It would be awesome. I mean, why does Dubai and other countries have it? Why can't we have it? Wasn't Trump just recently talking about maybe getting rid of taxes?
Well,
He's
that's a
been
whole.
saying it for a while. But I mean, I think he means his taxes. I don't think he means ours. But I mean, he did cut the 1%, cut their taxes. But I don't think that's how it works in this country.
Well, that's actually another rabbit hole, is that taxes are unconstitutional. There's actually, I believe it's the University of Princeton has $1 million reward for anyone that can show the law that says that taxes are legal, because it doesn't exist and no one's been able to collect that reward yet. We're going to be having Dr. Adams come on the show here soon, and he's going to explain to us in legally how we don't have to pay taxes.
Oh,
Bro, all
man,
I'm
that's
saying
scary.
is I'm owed some back pay for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
What do we get charged? What, 10 cents on the dollar of anything we buy in California? 10 cents every dollar. That's freaking wild.
And we get taxed on everything we own, everything we buy, everything we earn, everything we do. Like it's
If you buy a house and you finance it and you pay the house off, you still have to pay taxes on it the rest of your life.
Yep.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Not in other countries, though.
Yeah.
It's clear we got some broken systems here, that needs some work. But I guess we got to focus on the crypto first, right?
And I believe we all can agree that we're in a great reset, right? This is the great reset. And that being said, this is the time to reset things in a way that can be good for us as the people and take the power out of the corrupt and the evil people. Yeah, freedom. Exactly.
Works for the majority, not the minority.
And just like Revolution's name is Revolution Starts Now. This is the revolution. We are fighting on the front lines of freedom right now. The war will not be fought with guns and cannon fodder. It will be fought in your mind. It will be fought on your phone, on your TV screens, on your computer screens. We are literally on the front lines right now.
Absolutely.
We're soldiers, baby.
We have to do it. I mean, we are like that first gen, right? Or maybe second or even the third gen, but we're still this is barely the fourth cycle if we still are in a 4-year cycle.
Yeah.
This is still so brand new that we are in the forefront, like you said, Oz, but it is up to us to sign up with standwithcrypto.org. Okay. Make your voice heard and keep on coming to these spaces and sharing your knowledge and your perspective. It's okay to have a nice little debate that's professional, right? Nothing wrong with that at all.
We don't have to hate each other just because we disagree with each other, because really at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, freedom. I want freedom to use my money how I want to use it. What like XX was saying, wouldn't it be beautiful if we didn't have to do all that DeFi stuff on a VPN and be able to do it freely?
Right? Yes. And to leverage trade without a VPN, open up shorts. It's crazy. Everyone else gets to do everything and we're in trouble. We're on timeout.
Yep.
Well, when you look at it, right, why the agenda was that they were trying to push that crypto is a money laundering scam, right? And it has nothing to do with that. Obviously, the the issue is it's a threat to every institution that's ever existed. You know, like we've recreated our own institution, our own Wall Street, our own everything, where we're independent of them, and we're generating revenue independent of them, and we're seeing how much more or how much they were generating from us, and we're like, oh wow, why do we need you? And that's the threat. It has nothing to do with money laundering and nothing to do with any of that. It's a threat to the
Anytime they can, we find a way to not need the powers that be, they attach the boogeyman to it. And this one was, oh, people are laundering money through it, or they're
fentanyl.
funding awful organizations. Like they attach a boogeyman and they're like, this is why we can't have it. You need us to come in and save
Fentanyl's
you.
coming
And
through the
it's always
Bitcoin
like that.
blockchain.
You know what? I think you hit the nail on the head. It's a threat to their system and their way of doing things. It's time to give that threat some teeth. That's what I'm saying here. With pushing all these things that I've been saying and pushing with the Boozman Booker draft with the Clarity Act together, now we're talking about giving the dog some teeth. That's what it's about. Don't just bark, bite.
TikTok seller says crypto is money laundering and Venezuela was about drugs. I swear it makes sense.
He's being hyperbolic. He's messing with you.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And by the way, guys,
Man,
hit that like button. If you have any questions, join the Discord link in my bio and come up on the panel. What were you saying?
No, I really enjoyed tonight. Thank you for having me. I really do appreciate that, and I look forward to coming back anytime, bro. I had a great time, like I said, and let's keep on educating. Let's keep pushing. I got about another 9 minutes too.
Yeah.
I gotta finish some stuff up around here though.
Absolutely.
But, no, thank you again for having me, and this has been awesome.
Yeah, dude. You're always welcome on the show, man. If you ever pop by on TikTok and we're on a live or whatever, hop in the Discord and send me a message. I'll pop you up anytime randomly. Is cool with me as long as I don't have another guest. I try to schedule them regularly, but not everybody can always make it and stuff, and there's rescheduling and stuff. But yeah, dude, you're always welcome. I'm always down to have this conversation, even if we're just repeating the same conversation we just had. There's going to be a whole new group of people next time listening and watching.
How often do you go live?
Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m.
Okay. You stay busy, my boy.
Yes, sir.
I love it. No, yeah, it's all about it. I'll definitely make sure to tap in some more, and I'll definitely tag you on some stuff. Can I get a screenshot real quick? Is that okay?
Yeah, whatever you want, man.
I want to get a screenshot. All right, everybody say cheese. Oh, say cheese.
Cheese. Goat tribe.
Hey, cheese to my picture, bro.
LF goat.
Yeah. All right, I got it. Perfect. I'll go ahead and I'll post that up. Shout out to TikTok. But yeah, man, because you were saying I hate TikTok. I feel you, bro, because they censor us a lot over here, and that's something else we need to do better here in the United States. The censorship is just wild.
It is.
So, and this is why we need decentralized social platforms.
And that's
So
why we're
if you're
live
out
on
there-
Abstract right now. The #1 live stream on Abstract, 5 days in a row, baby.
Let's go. Yeah, Abstract is doing it too. So shout out to you guys. And
Oh, look at here.
taking it.
Visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Your live is not eligible for recommendations. Restricted search results for 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under the community guidelines. Reasons,
Oh my God.
misinformation that may cause moderate harm.
How dare you
Because we're telling the
inform
truth.
people? Exactly. Every time.
Was that TikTok?
Every live on TikTok. This is why we're on Abstract, we're on Twitch, we're on X, we're on YouTube, we're on Pump Fun, we're on Facebook and Instagram, we're everywhere else. And I'm hoping that y'all will offboard from this tyrannical platform and come over to somewhere where it's serious, because literally I can say anything I want anywhere else. This is the only place where if we talk about anything, somebody's going to hit us with some nonsense.
Yeah, I apologize. I may have led us into that.
It wouldn't have
rabbit
mattered.
hole.
No,
Honestly, bro.
it happens
No,
every
it
life.
doesn't matter.
We're gonna fight back because I'm tapping on the screen right now, and if you guys are on TikTok, tap on that screen so that we get the algorithm going, and so they don't shut us down.
We're toasty for 10 minutes either way. We're on a timeout.
Yeah, he said he hated TikTok earlier, so it was gonna happen.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
misinformation,
I get it.
guys.
Yeah, TikTok is.
We love
It's
TikTok.
What did we
trash.
say?
It's
We
trash.
love TikTok Shop.
We love TikTok.
Everything on TikTok Shop is amazing. I
Yeah.
order there daily. What did we say that was misinformation? What could we have possibly said? They didn't even get us with the AI.
I was waiting for that one. Yeah, I thought it was going to be me
It's
this
probably
time.
the
I
tax
honestly
law.
did.
What happened? What did we do? TikTok, and see, here's the thing: is there's no appeal process for it. There's no one I can call or reach out to. I have an agent, but my agent says, "Well, we can't do anything until after you've put in a an appeal and it's been denied." And there is no appeal available. It's just a 10-minute timeout. You were naughty, so you're on timeout.
Oh my gosh. That's when, remember when I reposted a video and they flagged me and gave me a strike because I reposted a video they didn't want me to repost, but it had been liked and reposted. But yeah, I got a strike and they're like, oh, you cannot appeal this. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? And it was about the news and I reposted it and they like slammed me with the strike. I was like, okay.
I
Has
think
the
it's just
United
crazy.
States on TikTok yet, or whatever happened with that?
Our algorithm is now controlled by the United States. So people who use it in the United States, it's being controlled by TikTok, the TikTok version of the United States.
So it's
if that makes sense.
relearning the algorithm, it's resetting, but at the same time, it's still like
The
learning
censure
right
got
now.
worse.
But you're not allowed to tell people to leave TikTok. I believe that's
Yeah.
what I did. Was we were saying you can't say YT, you can't say Twiller, you can't say
Right.
Switch, you can't say any of those words or immediately.
Ixnay on the other platforms.
Yeah,
Subtract.
pretty much. So
Yeah, seen in the comments here that no, it's controlled by the Oracle. What?
yeah,
Oh my
Oracle,
God.
exactly. I actually went to
Oh my
Oracle's
gosh.
page and blocked them. So Oracle's can't even view my page, but they still.
That is a weird rabbit hole. You guys know that, right? There's no substantiated anything to that. That's just a hysteria. You know that, right? Like I've looked into it. I'm just saying.
I'm willing to try anything at this point. The suppression is real. We tell the truth here, and we don't beat around the bush, and because of that, we're highly censored. Number one censored show in the crypto space on TikTok. So we're doing something right.
Killing it, Oz. You're killing it, bro.
But that's
Good job.
that's why I'm here. I'm preaching to the other creators so that they can have the information, and because the creators show up, the other influencers show up, and they're here regardless, and so the information does get out. It may not go to the little people, but it will eventually. It's a spider web.
It is, and this is why we stream to multi-platforms. And I'm not gonna say the other ones, but yeah, this centralized stuff is crazy, bro. And this is the same thing that's happening with crypto, right? This is why those chokeholds need to be let loose.
Exactly.
Let us be free. Let us do our thing. We're still on your platform.
Right. And these are the changes we're trying to make, you know? Unfortunately, TikTok is so addictive. Anyway, I don't want to take more of your time, brother. It's 7:30 now. We're hit that hour mark. That's usually about as long as it goes for having the guests on, and I want to allow you to go live your life, be with your kids and whatnot. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I'm very grateful to have you on here. Hopefully I didn't hardball you too much. I didn't go easy on Miss Nifty either, so don't feel bad.
No, I
Thank you
have
for being on the show.
no, absolutely. Thank you both. Thank you everybody. XX, it was nice to meet you too, bro. And I look forward to meeting you guys again, and whether online or in person. Hopefully in person. You know, and maybe I'll hit you up if I go to Vegas anytime soon. I think I'm gonna be making a trip out there, so I'll message you if I make any plans. But other than that, guys, let's have a great 2026. Right? We've been working hard all 2025. Let's make this one a better one, and keep grinding, keep building, keep believing, and keep stacking Bitcoin. All right. You guys
Damn
have
right.
take care. Have a great night. Appreciate you.
Hey, thank you,
Likewise.
Right.
brother.
Nice talking with you.
All right. What a great guy. I feel really blessed to have people like that here on my show and to have the reach that we have. It may seem small, but it's a spider web. All of you who are watching and listening and involved, you have the opportunity now to spread the information and move forward. And it's just like multi-level marketing. You know, we tell one person, and that one person tells three people, and that those three people tell three people, and so on and so forth, and then it spreads like wildfire. So we have me. I've come to terms with that. I'm going to be suppressed because I tell the truth, and I'm not going to get recognition for what I do. But what I do know is the content that I do create is stolen by the spammers, and they have way more larger followings than I do. So the information does get out there. I don't care about the credit. I care about the message.
Oz,
I mean,
how
if
old are
we,
you, man?
Shit, how old am I now? 37?
Okay.
37.
You might be a little too young. I don't know if you remember that game, the Oregon Trail, back in school.
Absolutely.
yes,
Of course I do. Come on.
Okay, so the Oregon Trail, right? In reality, the people, you're gonna understand the analogy here in a second. So the Oregon Trail, right? The people who were paving the way never saw the end of it, right? Matter of fact, they dealt with a whole bunch of bullshit. They ate their kids, things like that, and whatnot. Not saying that we're the pioneers, is I guess what I'm getting at, man. You know, we're paving a way when there's no street, there's no structure. Like we are literally learning everything in real time, and that's cool. And it's kind of uh, bittersweet at the same time, you know, because we may not see the promised land. I guess is what I'm saying, but uh, our children may. You know what I mean? So yeah, yeah, we're the pioneers of this. Is all I'm saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And guys, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. If you want to come in and get in on the conversation, click the Discord link in my bio and come in and join. We're going to be sticking around and chatting a little bit longer, and unless no one else has anything else to say, and then I'll rant probably some more. But I'd love to hear from you guys. I would love to hear from the community to talk about these things. You know what? Let's open up the panel on TikTok. The reason why I have everybody come over to Discord for the question and answer is because the way the equipment's set up is Callie wouldn't be able to hear you unless you're in that call. But now that he's not here, we can have the people on TikTok. And same goes for you guys, everyone that's here on Discord. If you're not listening on TikTok, then you won't be able to hear people in the panel. It's an audio issue we haven't been able to solve. I mean, I
So you
could.
kicking us out off?
What's that?
You kicking us out then?
No. You guys can stay. I'm just letting you know. I'm going to open up the panel and see if anybody wants to join here. Wait, it doesn't give me an option anymore. Oh, there it is.
I like what you said though, that we're paving the way, because it's true, and whether we see it or not, hopefully we put it in the direction that will benefit our children and our children's children for the future, and not just for
Hello.
ourselves, like the right now, how they're voting for the right now, that we're voting for the actual future.
Hi, Belle. How you doing?
Fantastic. I was really enjoying the interview. I came late, so I'm going to look forward to the replay and maybe get my notepad and
See,
make
when he
some
opens the
notes.
panel, I don't think he can
But I
hear us
really
anymore.
hope that Callie will
It's something that we
definitely
can't
come
figure out for
visit
some
us
reason.
again sooner than
I wonder
later.
what is he using like
Yeah,
a
he'll
soundboard or-
come and he'll come on again, I'm sure. And if you missed any of this, it's all recorded and uploaded to YT. At the end of the day, the IT guy comes in. All the gifts and everything you send, it all goes towards funding the IT guy to come in and upload all the videos, maintain all the equipment. He cleans all the equipment and vacuums in here and does all the maintenance work for the show. So everything that you guys put forward to that goes to keeping him running. And lately, Revolution has been donating her time. Thank you, Revolution, for donating your time. I don't even think she expected to come up today, but I kind of roped her into it. So thank you, Revolution, for coming on.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just
Yes.
TikTok can't
Okay.
hear you.
Okay.
Wait, Belle, you can hear them?
Yes.
Oh, she can hear you. You guys can hear each other. Wait,
We can hear on TikTok, yeah.
wait, but can Discord hear TikTok?
No, we can't hear Belle. No.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You can't hear-
So they can hear you, but you can't hear them. Where?
It's a little faint, but I can hear them.
Got it.
But I can hear them.
Let me see here. I might be able to fix that. Maybe that fixed
Oh,
it.
I get what you're saying, TikTok seller.
Yeah.
Hold on here. Somebody. My screen froze. All right, we got Starks.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, if you guys want to come over to just onto TikTok and hop on the panel,
Don't
That's-
make me open that app.
do it.
Don't you dare.
You want to close out Discord or?
Because Discord's echoing a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang up Discord, and we'll.
Okay, I'm gonna go get a chocolate chip cookie.
All right. Good night. All right. What's up, fam? All my
Everybody, hey.
TikTokians.
I see Starks is everywhere, man. I don't know. That guy is just
Starks is my boy.
he's on every live stream. He seems like he's on 24/7, man.
What's up, brother?
Does he sleep?
No, I'm all right, bro. I'm just listening to the conversation. I was doing some research in the background as well. But firstly, how's everyone doing? Lovely live.
Thank you.
Doing well, bro.
Yeah, I was just having a look. Let me see if I've still got it up here. Yeah, basically, the Banking Secrecy Act was updated on the 1st of this year. And now they can look and do whatever they want with your account to in terms of seeing what you're doing as an individual. It's a little bit funny because I wasn't expecting it till next year.
Interesting.
But it's funny, we were all talking about the Clarity Act and how the Clarity Act affects retail. This one's gone under the radar. This is the one that actually affects retail. But yeah.
Well, what about like Midnight and SXT and different privacy protocols? Won't that, if you use those, you would have that layer of privacy, right?
Well, the thing is, from what I could read at the moment, yeah, it's like different countries have different volume of trading. For example, if I trade $5,000 in the UK, and all I do is use my crypto to buy $5,000 of BTC, then that exchange has to notify the government that I've done this transaction. That's the level that they've got it to now.
Wow.
And that's been passed?
I believe so on the 1st.
Well, it couldn't have gone
Wow.
to the Senate. It probably passed in the House then.
But let me just have a look. I'm having a look at the Clarity Act of 25 final PDF. But I was looking at that earlier on, and that's why I was looking at this. Let me see if I can go back to this. Global banking standards, the Basel Committee standard for how banks should treat crypto asset exposure and set the implementation by January 1st, 2026. So it's just coming to effect.
Interesting. That's not good. So it's
not good.
implemented then.
Yes.
So that's something that's like outside of crypto. It's a banking legislation.
It's basically the banks can see everything that you're doing in the bank account. So if you do a large transfer in your bank account, they have to notify the government. It's the same thing with the exchanges comply with the same rule.
That was like a year or two ago. They were any transaction over $600 is reported. Yeah, so that's gone through. I mean, I think we already knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
I wonder if crypto is a way to bypass that.
I would say a lot of the major chains, no. But like if you're on a smaller chain, yeah, because they're not really on the radar. If you're on ETH, if you're on a bigger market cap chain, like those are.
So a small chain like the XRP ledger, because no one uses it.
I mean,
that may even affect PayPal and Venmo.
It affects everything. It affects everything.
I think that's why they did it, was because of PayPal and Venmo, because people were doing primary business through there. So,
the thing is, they're treating the exchanges like banks now in terms of security. The exchanges have to follow the same guidelines the banks do now, so that's where the problem is.
God, it looks like we're going to be so overtaxed.
I wonder if it's a ploy to force people into crypto, right?
To
what make them want to adopt it, right?
Hey, you know what the funny thing is? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I found something quite hilarious in this act. The government part of the act, which affects Congress and politicians that can invest in crypto and other stock market assets and stuff and commodities, that's going to come into effect at the end of this year. So Trump can still carry on trading the way he wants at the moment.
Interesting. Hey, I'm gonna let you guys chat for a second. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Don't go nowhere. Keep the thing rolling, right? You guys got me?
No problem, boss. We
All right,
got
thank you.
boss.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
So, what was one of the biggest takeaways from the interview that you guys enjoyed the most?
Well, I thought I had the conversation with the other woman as well. They're pleasant people. They're regular
Miss
people.
Nifty?
Yes. They're down to earth. They're us, they're not
politicians.
They're not politicians, they're not unreasonable, they're not unrelatable, they're not unapproachable, so they're approachable human beings and relatable. So that's what I've gathered.
Well, they need our help, even if we write emails or snail mail letters. We need to be getting involved in this.
I agree. We're at a crossroad right now where, like, Oz is pushing this, but things could go one way or the other. And they're going to go one way or the other. They're not going to stay like neutral. It's not going to be like, hey, we're going to remain in this limbo forever, wherever we're at. So, whatever direction we want it to go, it's up to us to educate the masses and explain to them what crypto really is, I guess is what I would say. What DeFi is, what all these catchphrases that we use, and push them the right direction.
And Jesse, Revolution Starts Now had some justified fears about AI moving forward that I think a lot of us need to be like looking into and like writing a small thesis and mailing it off and emailing it out.
Yeah. I mean, how do we? What can we do? Can we all get like a? I mean, we should like get like a group going with that. Like
Well, AI, we have now Caterpillar now makes the biggest AI tractor bulldozer in the world. It's the biggest robot now in the world. That is something to think about for construction and ag. I wouldn't want that thing malfunctioning and, taking out a row of houses. The
Or
wrong row of
destroying all the
houses.
food. Imagine not having any food because of a robot.
Yeah.
What if the robot just decided, you know what, kill all humans? We'll start with their food.
What was it? We don't need it to do the
what was that?
I don't know. They got
somebody dropped.
They got kicked.
Guys,
well,
I just
we don't need a tractor to do the Y2K and then like take out a whole row of food or something,
I found something else interesting in the Clarity Act.
What'd you find?
You could only take $3,000 of crypto in a wallet abroad.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Internationally on a trip?
Yeah, it's if you go to another country, I think it's $300. If I'm reading this correctly, yeah, I'm still gonna look into it 100%. But from the Clarity Act, from what I'm reading, it looks like they've set a limit.
Send that to me, and I'll have Jesse go through it and myself as well, because that's concerning.
It's not on the Clarity. Have you not got a copy of the Clarity Act?
No, I have. What section is it in? I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Normally, when you fly, you're allowed $10,000 in cash.
But I mean,
a foreign country for immigration purposes.
But I mean, a crypto wallet is not cash, right? It's a bank account, so you're limited on your bank account that you could, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Oh, this is not part of the Clarity Act. My apologies. This is part of the BSA Act. That's just been changed.
Okay.
It used to be $10,000, but now it's come down to $3,000.
By the way, anyone, if you want to read the Clarity Act for yourself, which I propose you all do, I've done it, and if you haven't done it yet, you should. This is where it is: congress.gov/bill/119th -congress/house bill 3633. You can literally just type in Clarity Act, and it's the congress.gov website. It's right here. It's HR 3633, Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025. And the entire bill here is, all the different sections are here. It's long, ladies and gentlemen, but you should know this. Honestly, everything that goes to vote that affects you, you should be reading. And if you're not a strong reader, you're a busy mom or something, you can easily copy and paste it into ChatGPT and ask it to read it to you while you're making dinner or something and put your pods in. It's that simple. Go ahead, guys. You were saying about the BS something act. What is it called?
Yeah, Binance was fined that 3.5 billion. That was in violation for the BSA Act.
Hold on. Do you know what section it states that?
Well, currently I'm looking at enforcement actions, FinCEN. I'm looking at the act and I'm using AI to understand what it says. And over here in enforcement actions, FinCEN actively enforce these rules with significant penalties for non-compliance. For example, in 2023, Finance received a historic 3.4 billion settlement for willful violation the BSA and sanctions laws. So,
Interesting.
you know, we're here worried about the Clarity Act. I think this BSA is a little bit more important.
And this is already passed, though.
Yeah, this was passed on the 1st. That's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
just realized it. That's why I'm telling you.
There's nothing we can do
That's-
about it other than propose new legislation now. Now, was it
Or-
passed in the House or the Senate?
Let me double check.
And here's the thing
I'm not
is,
sure.
if it was passed in the House and the Senate, it can still be vetoed. So
Well, can you check that? Can you check that?
I can.
I'm sorry, I've been looking at the screen here. I'm partially sighted. I can only look at it for a certain amount of time.
Was passed by Congress in 1970.
What the?
No, you need to look at the update. You need to look at the update that was done. There were several updates done: 1970, 1990, 1992, 2001, 2020, and the latest one. The ones.
There is no single comprehensive BSA Act of 2026 that has been passed into law. Instead, several significant updates to the rules existing. Investment.
That's what I'm on about.
Okay. So investment advisor AML role. Let me see if I can get it to read it out. Can you read this out loud for us? Can't read out loud. Shoot. Let's see here. So I'll read it for you guys. A final rule requiring most registered investment advisors to accept reporting advisors to establish anti-money laundering AML programs was officially set to take effect January 1st, 2026. However, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network has since issued a proposed rulemaking to postpone the effective date to January 1st, 2028. So it's not in effect till 2028. The OCC Community Bank examination procedures, new procedures for BSA AML, supervision of community banks, institutions with up to 30 billion in assets become effective for examination starting February 1st, 2026. These procedures provide examiners more discretion to reduce the burden and scope of exams for these institutions. So the institutions get less examination. That's great. Residential real estate reporting postponed. A FinCEN rule requiring certain professionals to report information on non-financial transfers of residential real estate was postponed until March 1st, 2026. The Streamline Act, introduced in October 2025, is proposed Senate bill would increase reporting thresholds for currency transaction reports and suspicious activity. Proposed changes include raising CTR limits from 10,000 to 30,000 and SAR limits. This bill has been enacted but aligns with calls for BSA reform. In summary, the specific rules are being implemented or proposed. There is no single new BSA act. So it looks like they postponed most of them. I don't see anything regarding crypto. Let's look a little bit deeper.
See if you can find anything on global banking standards. Because that's the part that concerns us as crypto investors. It also concerns the exchanges.
Let's see. For 2026 Bank Security Act BSA updates. FinCEN is deploying a new tech for heightened scrutiny targeting MSBs, particularly those involved in U.S.-Mexico transactions, viewing failures as national security threats. Financial institutions must enhance AML, CTF programs, and employee training. Community bank burden reduction. The OCC introduced a BAS-AML exam procedure effective February 1st to ease burdens, allowing more examiner discretion. Other agencies are expected to follow with broader in I gotta zoom in on this a little bit. I can't see. I have contacts in and they're just not as good as my glasses. Let's see here. Interagency BSA reform efforts continuing. Corporate transparency. The CTA requires beneficial ownership reporting. DOI remains a critical tool against financial crime, and the courts upholding constitutionality. A new AML CTF program final rule for certain investment advisors becomes effective January 1st. Regulatory modernization
That's
tech.
the bit that I was concerned with.
The investment advisors one?
Yeah, because that's talking about the exchanges.
All right.
I mean, my English terminology ain't particularly brilliant, but I mean, from what I read there, I think that falls into that category.
Let's see. As of January 1st, expands the bank's Secrecy Act requirement, bringing them under federal anti-money laundering and counting financial and terrorism regulations for the first time, requiring them to establish written AML programs, perform customer due diligence, report suspicious activity, and meet. Okay.
That suspicious activity, by the way, could be like
Anything.
Me sending you $500.
Yeah, exactly. That anything could be deemed suspicious activity. That's very broad language. That is, I mean, obviously, like every law that is written is an inch closer to more control for the powers that be and less for the people, right? That goes without saying, and we just keep inching that way. That's why I've been like so like staunch with stand with crypto and with the Clarity Act, because it's not passed yet. It's new foundation. This is our opportunity to lay a new foundation, because obviously this is written into law. There's nothing we're going to do to bypass this, and all because it's already a law, everything can be changed with executive order. right? They can change the parameters and everything. All it takes is a swipe of a pen. There's no voting on this. There's nothing we can do as the people. And that's the same thing with the Clarity Act, is if we don't lay the groundwork and set it in stone, then that means that a swipe of a pen can come in and send it down another direction very quickly. So
yeah, the problem I'm seeing with that, yeah, is if the underlying problem that we're all going to be facing is going to be on the BSA, right? And we're all fighting to get regulation on the Clarity Act. We can get regulation on the Clarity Act, but if the problem still remains the same, then that law is still going to be enforced. It doesn't matter how much you clarify the Clarity Act to work on your side. If this law still stands, we still have that problem.
well, I would imagine that some of these layers in the blockchain that offer security would probably bypass some of that. They'd need some kind of like warrant or reasoning to access certain information. But yeah, as far as privacy goes, we all know it's all on the ledger. There's nothing private. Obviously, that's why I like Midnight so much, you know.
Let me just say something. In terms of privacy, when we talk about privacy, right, there's two levels of privacy. There's one that we have that we've got at the moment, like where we're buying at the moment, and as long as we trade below a certain amount, we're not going to get noticed. But then there's another level of privacy, which is like you can't buy on the exchanges. If these people are offering privacy coins, then they should have their own website that they're selling them from. We don't have that. And the only other option is using the dark web onion sites so you can go and purchase your stuff, but that's not feasible either.
Right. Just like we were talking about using a VPN and stuff like that. Like that's what we're trying to get around. Honestly, I think what we need to do is we need to start writing letters to our congressmen and senators. We can't rely on Stand With Crypto to write every letter for us, right?
And that's what I said when you were excusing yourself for a few minutes.
Yeah. If anyone wants to know how to find their congressman, it's as easy as Google. How do I find my state
and federal representatives? You got to just bombard everybody.
Right, everyone. And it's right here. It's findyourrep.legislature.ca.gov or whatever state it is, and you can type in your address and it'll find it. It'll find it anywhere. It'll give you their phone number, email, anything, and we can all get those numbers and those emails and come together and write an email. If anyone wants to help with that project, I'm willing to help with it too, to write a letter that we can all send out. Starks, if you're willing to work on that with me, I'd love to put a letter together that we can send out, and we can use this tool on the internet to get it out. Also, do not underestimate the power of a phone call. Mind you, I said this earlier, we are the most educated in the crypto space here. The people here in these panels that are doing all this, that are here, we eat, sleep, live, and breathe this stuff. And when you pick up that phone call and you have the conversation we're having right now with your congressman, that's really what's going to make it happen. The email is probably going to go to a secretary. But if you pick up that phone and you're like, hey, I want to talk to this guy, you're going to get through to him. Especially now with the primaries coming up. This is your opportunity.
Especially if we have a cryptid letter we can read to them over the phone very fast.
Exactly. We can read a letter, say, we've come together as a community and we've written this letter and we'd like to explain it to you and how we feel. And you can talk to your reps. You know, getting in politics is as easy as that. That's where it starts, is letting your voice be heard. It's not hard, guys. It's literally as simple as Googling, putting this information in. I don't want to put in my address here on whatever and pull up, you know, the information.
What are you saying? We should be spamming them with an old cell phone bots or something?
No, that's TikTok seller being silly.
He's funny.
Yeah, using AI. But I mean, I don't see why you couldn't use a chat bot to elocute what you're trying to convey. You can write up something and have it, you know, so you can say, hey, like, this is what we put together, and to save you the trouble from reading it, here is it, or we can read it back to them, whatever. Like, there's lots of options, but it takes you Googling it. It takes you getting that information, taking that next step. Then I wouldn't just email. I wouldn't just call. I do all the above. Any option that they give you, I would go down that avenue. I have, you know, like you reach out and I'd bug them. I'd call once a week. I'd call twice, 3 times a week, man. I'm telling you, rarely, most people are asleep. Okay? They don't care. They will bitch and moan, whine and gripe about whatever is in the news or in politics or whatever, but no one ever does this part. They never go to the website and follow through with anything. So really, it only takes 1 or 2 people to actually make a difference. Nobody really does this stuff. The only kind of people that really do this stuff are like little old ladies and old men who are, you know, bored and have nothing to do and no one to talk to. They're sitting in a retirement home watching, you know, CNN and Fox News all day long. Those are really the only kind of people. And being in this space with crypto, there's not a lot of young people doing it. So when you come forward and you're younger, right? And you reach out to your congressman or senator, they're going to listen to you because no one your age is doing it, right? Especially when you say, yeah, I'm an influencer on social media, blah, 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 blah. They're going to sit up straight in their chair and they're going to listen to you because you're an influencer, because you have say, because you have pull.
If you're serious about this, yeah, and you want to get a proper letter done, you need to highlight the critical points of the BSA legislation that has been changed. Yeah, point it out to the Senate that this isn't right. This is what it's doing. Right? You need to point it out in a way that Congress understands, because like you said, they don't understand crypto. So we need to point everything out and put all the facts in that one letter so there's no discrepancy in what we are actually saying on that letter. Now, I'm from the UK, but I mean, you've got the Clarity Act there, get the BSA Act and stuff, you know, the laws and legislations for that. Have a look at it. Look at what I just said, the banking. I haven't got it in front of me. What I just mentioned to you to look up earlier on, have a look at that, have an in-depth look on that, and use that as a guideline for your letter.
Yeah, I think we should draft a letter, man. Sorry, I got Crypto Rap in the house making faces. What's up, brah?
What's good? Hey, Starks, pleasure to hear from you again, bro. You're a legend, bro, and have so much valuable insight. Oz is a pleasure as well, as always.
Absolutely.
Legend.
Thank you, bro. Nice to meet you again.
Let's see where Crypto Rap, you were saying something about staying with crypto. I figured maybe you want to elaborate.
Oh yeah, I was just going through the Coinbase app earlier today, like just kind of as a random. I was actually taking screenshots. I was setting up my Coinbase Commerce account for the first time, and I noticed in the other section of the Coinbase app they actually have Stand with Crypto as a literal clickable section of the other section. It's one of like 3 things in that section. It's a really prominent placement in what is no doubt one of the most popular crypto apps in the United States. So I thought that was really cool. It makes sense because I'm pretty sure Coinbase bankrolls Stand with Crypto. But I just thought that was dope. I just noticed that today.
Yeah, and to have the people that are running Stand with Crypto on my show is like I never would have imagined that I would have such high profile people and rub elbows with the people that I have been lately. And
we met them together, bro.
Yeah, we did.
Met them together out there at the conference.
I actually met them at Rare Evo, but we reconnected.
I met them for the first time,
yes.
but yeah. That's dope. Leave it to Oz. He's well connected.
I stay well connected. You see how I hustle at these events and stuff.
You're a mover, bro. You're a networker for sure.
Exactly. I do better in person than I do on the internet. I get most of the work done.
I totally believe that, hustler.
You have no idea. Wait till you see me in action. Like, it's ridiculous.
He's a machine. He's person to person, bouncing around the conference like a ping pong ball. He's in there talking to everybody, hooking up those meetings, high profile guests on his show, the works. Nobody hustles like Oz does.
Everybody gets 5 minutes.
Sell anyone a car too? No.
You know, I probably could. I used to sell cars privately, you know, but like
he had that nice Corvette pulled up, so yeah, he would.
Yeah, people were coming to me. They're like, "Who's this guy?" Like, I show up, you know, like to Rare Evo. I'm in a suit. I've got private security. I've got a professional drone pilot following me around with a drone. They're like, "Who is this guy?" You know, you got to dress for the job you want, not the one you have, right? And you know. Amen. At the same time, I'm you know, I'm out there, I'm making moves. We're putting together solid content. You know, we made it into the Rare Evo official videos. Like, not even videos I put it together. Like, we made it in there because we're out there networking. We're pounding the pavement. Like I said, I took 2 months off from this app, but I didn't stop working. You know, I just went out and touched some grass. I got to meet Crypto Rap. We got to hang out. We got lit, had a blast.
Got too lit, bro.
I know. I had to go get a hotel room because like I could not drive, bro. And it was like raining like crazy.
It was crazy that night, bro. Yeah. Now we got some more, bro. We got some more. This year is gonna be good. Hey, you know where we should go is a Consensus in Miami, bro, in May. That's gonna be a move. Yeah. Consensus in Miami in May. Obviously, Breakpoint in London in November. There's probably a couple Vegas conferences happening.
I think Rare Evo's in May.
Okay, bet. I might do both, bro. I might fly Vegas to Miami.
Maybe. We shall see. Like I said,
do you
I got
have
kids
anything
and stuff,
in San Francisco or San Jose?
There should be, honestly. I wish there was more crypto representation for such a tech-oriented city. But honestly, there's no high-profile conferences. What I'm thinking is Solana Accelerate happens in the United States at random cities. They did it in New York because there's an central office called Skyline in New York. Their only other central office is in San Francisco. So I'm thinking maybe they'll do it in San Francisco this year.
Yeah, the issue is with San Francisco is it's hard to get in and out of there. Parking's a pain in the ass. I don't know anybody who's ever been to Frisco. It is a pain in the butt. And there's literally poop on the floor when you walk around. They have the poop police out there. It's not really catered to convention style stuff, whereas like LA, San Diego, Vegas, it's very
stay in
easy.
A different town and you ride the BART.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's how we do in New York, right? Like but I see what Oz is saying too, though. Like, if someone pulls up with the Lamborghini in the Bay, they're getting their window cracked and their ledger stolen.
Exactly.
Well, this cowgirl drives a full-size truck, you know?
Like, I can pull up in San Diego in the whip and leave it right there on the street, and I know it's good. Like, it ain't going nowhere. It's different.
Like the Bay, though, is a beautiful city to be in and also a great place to visit. So we'll see what they do.
Yeah, I'm excited to do more conferences and keep networking. Dude, I have a stack of leads right here on my desk from everybody that I've been meeting over the last year. And it's more than I can keep up with. I actually, since the beginning of the year, there was a lot of people I reached out to last year that didn't get back to me until after the first. And they're all just like, once they saw like Stand with Crypto coming on the show and they saw that flyer, the tone kind of changed in the space for sure. So I props to them. They opened up a lot of doors and windows and secret hideouts for sure. So much appreciation to Stand with Crypto. And I didn't mean, by the way, I didn't mean to drill them so hard. Obviously we want the Clarity Act to pass, but let's have it pass. We have an opportunity to make changes to it to be more beneficial for us. Why not fight for it? That's all I'm saying.
Why not? That's
Why
real.
not?
Hey, I got to dip out though, but thanks for the great stream,
thank
bro.
you,
It's been a pleasure. Everyone keep tuning in. Hit that like button. Everybody drop a comment for the good boy Oz. Send a gift if you can. He's a legend. Let's get his algorithm placement back. I want to see this man in triple-digit viewership.
We need 4 more heart me's.
Thank you, brother. Man, we need like a dozen galaxies. That's what we need. You know what I hate about this app is they care about money. If I had it my way, I wouldn't have any gifts come in whatsoever, and I just continue paying the staff out of pocket. But unfortunately, the algorithm needs revenue in order for it to process. The tapping only goes so far, the follows only go so far, the sharing only goes so far. It really comes down to dollars and cents with TikTok. That's what I don't like about it, is that you got to hound your people for money in order to succeed. And I don't want to be about that. I don't know if you noticed, like when I first started, man, I had 300 people viewing some of my lives when I first started, and I had over 250 subscribers, and I pushed the payment aspect of it because I understood that's how it went. And once I actually started to get to know the people in the community and what was going on, I was like, I don't want to hound these people for money. Like, I don't want it to be about money. I want it to be about the message and what we're trying to say and do here. And once I stopped doing that, though, everything dropped. And we've been stuck in the $20 or whatever. Honestly, I have to pay TikTok to get my viewership up. That's the only way that it'll work, is so either you pay or I pay. So I've been paying, and honestly, TikTok won't even approve promotion for me anymore because I get hit with so many guidelines all the time. I'm not even allowed to use paid promotion. So unfortunately it's stuck on you guys. And if you don't believe me, I can show you the screenshots. Like, I've had to basically fight TikTok to get my money back because they would
Oz,
take my money and
take that screenshot and make it your background paper.
I could do
for
that.
Real.
Like,
for real.
I paid like $100 for promotion and it didn't even get approved. But they kept the money, and I had to basically go through my credit card company, and it took 6 months before it could even be resolved. It's ridiculous. TikTok is a scam. That's really all they care about, is the money, and it's sad because
what good is this new agency?
They don't do anything. The agency doesn't even do anything. When I get hit with a guideline or whatever, they say, oh, well, you have to submit an appeal. And then if the appeal doesn't get approved, then they'll try to expedite it. But I still get stuck in three days of waiting for a response, and nothing fixes anything. The agency thing is nonsense, if you ask me. And like, they're supposed to come in and, put stuff in the chat and boost your algorithm, and like, they show up once in a blue moon, and they might send a rose or a heart me. They really don't do much, and they make money. They get a percentage of everything
do.
that TikTok's making 60%. They're making 30% of my revenue. I'm making like 25% of my revenue. So they're making more than I do.
Do you need a different agency?
They're all the same.
Oh.
They're all the same. No one's going to do anything for you. It just is what it is. TikTok is broken. That's what it comes down to.
All right, we're gonna write more letters about TikTok being broken too.
Really, what it
send those to the House and the Senate.
For the company, it's working perfectly fine because they're getting people to pay and they don't have to give the viewership and whatnot, and they can put restrictions on people to stop them going too far, and they can keep them at bay.
Right. And, they want to suppress the truth. And unfortunately, this is a show based on truth. So we suffer for it. So we're pushing a boulder uphill trying to grow this show. Whereas I could easily change my whole outlook and just say XRP is going to 11D and scream it at the top of my lungs, and I would blow up. But because I refuse to do that, I'm fighting an uphill battle. So, and I'm okay with it. Like I said, I don't need the recognition because I know that my content is stolen by bots that have hundreds of thousands of followers under my name, and they get paid for it, but I don't care because the message gets out there. It's not about me making money doing this. It's about getting the message out there. And that was one realization that actually brought me back into the space on TikTok and got me doing it again, was when I realized that I'm a lot bigger than I realize. It's just I'm not big on paper on this platform.
Question: have things gotten a lot worse for you in TikTok over the last 4 months?
Yeah. It's just as bad as it ever was.
No, I mean, have they gotten worse for you, or are they bad as what they've always been?
It's what it's always been. Nothing's changed.
You just started seeing some of our videos, right, on your feed?
Yeah, but that's only on the Down the Rabbit Hole show. And my channel is completely banned from TikTok Shop. So, like, I cannot sell any products.
No tappers, huh?
Yeah, because I've received too many guidelines, things and stuff like that. So, but it doesn't matter. Like, to me, I really don't care about the money. I don't care about the recognition. What I care about is getting the message out. That's why I'm back.
And they're not letting you do that either.
Well, I am. They're just not seeing it live. Anything that I record and create and I post gets stolen by a bot, and then it gets out to hundreds of thousands of people.
I haven't been on your profile. I mean, I've been following you for a long time, but I haven't been on your profile for a long time. But, I mean, what sort of viewings are you getting on your videos?
200.
See, I'm in the 200 video jail too.
But
so am I.
But the same videos on a bot's profile, 20, 50, 100,000 views. So I'm okay with that.
I'll tell you one thing though. One thing I'm noticing, and I posted a few videos to track this as well. A lot of these 200 views that we're getting, they're not real views.
Right.
They're completely bogus views. I mean, on my videos, on some of them, when I first started, I knew how many people watch my videos. So I was testing it because I was so small. I could test it, and I tested it, and it turns out that only about 10% of the views are yours. The rest is like AI generated up to like 200, 300.
Yeah, this is part of why I started pounding the pavement, going to these conferences and meeting with people face to face, is because I realized that if I continued down the road here on TikTok and through social media, my destiny is in the hands of a robot, a computer, right? And I'm not going to have that. So I'm in person making connections with other people, and I'm hoping that through networking and connection, I can provide a wonderful product for you guys, the viewer, and at the same time grow adjacent to these other creators and other influencers. And that's my plan for now. And if I don't make it that way, I'm okay with it, because technically I am making it, because people are seeing it. I'm just not getting the credit for it, and I'm okay with it.
I found 3 things that seem to be working a little bit. I tried one of these viral trends where you make a video that's 10 seconds or less, and that seems to push out to like 400 plus. And then I do some with only the FYP, and then I do a few that say, crypto chat, or, the content I'm making. And I've been experimenting at random, changing.
I hate that it
You
comes
know what
down
it
to that.
is?
You have to manipulate a robot
Yes.
in order to succeed. You can't
Yes.
just create good
Yeah.
content. That's what I love about Abstract so much. Yes, it's very new, but if you know anything about becoming an influencer, the people that get onto platforms first and grow their communities end up being the biggest on those platforms, right? And Abstract still being in beta, we've been the #1 live show on Abstract day after day after day, and we continue to grow there. The followers and the viewers are real people from all around the world, so it's real engagement, it's real viewership. There's no bots whatsoever. So the way I see it is, I'm looking at it long term. That's where I want to put my eggs, in that basket, because it has the most potential to grow. And we're a crypto show. Why wouldn't we want to be live streaming on the blockchain, where there's no algorithm and everything is there forever because it's on the blockchain?
Yeah, I got a question for you. You were supposed to send me the address, not the address, the link to dollar from.
Oh, my apologies. I'll do that tonight. I'm sorry, man. I'm very busy, man. I will take care of that.
I'm sending them an email, but they're not responding, bro. And it's been like 2 months now, and I'm like, bugger this. I'm gonna find another one now.
Dude, it took me 6 months to get in there, bros. Be patient. And you also have to meet criteria. So another thing that they're looking for is people that have established viewership already. You know what I mean? Large following. I was able to weasel my way in with my incredible networking skills. So because I met with them, bypassing the email, bypassing everything, I met with them face to face. So that's how I was able to do it, was by being there in person, them seeing me, my personality, and what I have to offer, and bypassing the robot.
You got lucky, bro. I see some of the people on there. I go on there sometimes and I check out the live streams, and you've got some people playing games, you got some people talking crypto and whatnot, but it's very, very new. In fact, one might say it's too new still.
Yeah, it's very new. It's in beta still.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 5 years down the road with this one, but we have a consistent viewership between 5 and 10 people, which is not bad. There's only 14 people watching on TikTok right now, and I'm sure half of them are bots. So the way I see it is it's more real and it's more opportunity. It's just going to take time, and I'm okay with that. I realized one day that I'm in this for the long haul, and I'm just stacking up content daily by doing this, recording it, uploading it to YouTube. And I I think with consistency over time, it'll be fine. And if not, I'm okay with it because I've made amazing relationships with people all over the world and connections. And I've been exposed to new projects that have helped me to gain revenue and continue doing what I'm doing. So it just is what it is, you know, and like I said, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that, you know, a lot of people are getting annoyed with this system here that we got. So I think over the next 12 months, a lot of people are going to be looking for other platforms, and they're going to be looking for stuff that's not so controlled.
Yeah, I
think
that's what I love
that
about
platform's
Abstract.
perfect.
No AI, no algorithm. It's based off
That's what I'm saying.
performance. So the more you're performing, the higher up you are on the ladder.
Mm. That's what drew me to that as well. But unfortunately, I'm still waiting to get approved. But we'll see what happens.
Give it time, man. Just be patient. I had to be patient too. And you have to understand, they only allow so many creators to join on there every so often. I think they've allowed 2 bundles of creators over the last year. Okay, I just happened to catch the second wave.
Do they have like a launch date for those batches?
It just launched in January of last year. It was like January or February last year. That's how long it's been up and running. So it's very new. So I would say be patient, keep plugging in. I show up on X every day. Even now I still do it, but before I would show up on X every day on Abstract and Dahlia's platform, and I would like every video and I'd comment on every video like, hey, I want to get in, and I'd leave my wallet address. Until one day Dahlia posted, hey, we're accepting new creators. Drop your wallet address if you want to join. I dropped it. I sent her like a dozen messages. I spammed that thing for days. I think it took like a week of spamming that comment to finally get in there. So it wasn't like, you know, as easy as I make it sound. It was difficult. It was very difficult.
Right. I got you, bro. Okay.
But, you know, obviously because we had met face to face, and I was like, hey, remember me from Rare Evo and blah, 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 blah. And I'm sending them my drone footage from Rare Evo and pictures of me with Dahlia on her page and everything. And like that, you know, anything I could do to get noticed, you know, and I pushed.
Right. I got you. Yeah, that little leg in the door already.
Right.
So it was a bit, just push the door open a bit.
And like, now that I've established that connection, they see me on Abstract. I'm going live all the time. I'm up high on the ladder on Abstract. You know, I will do my best to, you know, put the word out there for you, but you have to understand they've got 100,000 people messaging them the same thing that you and I are, you know. So it's
okay.
It's about being the tallest weed, you know. the squeakiest wheel. And so,
well, I was just thinking about Queens of the Chain. You know, maybe we should have a show on there.
Absolutely, I think it would do well too, because
it would be a female novelty act, you know, too. You know,
if you've been on there, there's not much.
No, there's not
much. It's very new. There's a handful of people doing it, and I feel very blessed to be there amongst that handful. But if you can get on there and you've got something of quality, a good podcast, it's going to do well. Because the majority of it is people playing Pudgy Penguins games.
I build and sell computers. That's what I wanted to do on there. You know, some tech reviews on computer components and stuff. But hey, we'll see what happens now.
I say just keep plugging in, bro. I literally 5 to 10 times a day am liking everything on there anything that has to do with abstract on any platform, I was on there, and I was trying to stick out. That's what I would recommend for you to do. And I would recommend to find out where abstract is going to be at an event and show up. Be there face to face and say, hey, I've heard of your platform. One of my friends live streams on there, and tell them who I am or whatever, and give them my freaking name. I'll message them and give you a good word, you know. I'll do whatever I can, but what I would say is touch grass. Go out there and meet them in person. And you might be able...
I'm in the UK now, that's the problem.
They're coming to London. I told you this.
Yeah.
So, you know, and that's coming up. So, you know, make it happen, Captain. You know, that's the best I can say. But I'll tell you, I probably would have got in sooner because they were shilling me while I was there. They were trying to get me to sign up, and I was like, yeah, whatever, right with it. And it wasn't until after the whole thing's done, I start researching and looking into all my leads that I get. Like I said, I got a stack of leads right here of just everything. And I start looking into these projects and doing research and stuff. And then once I did, I was like, oh man, I messed up. I should have been on top of that. Well, then I had, if I had been right there and been like, yeah, sign me up, I bet you she would have approved me right then and there. And I wouldn't have had to go through all that. So, but now you're at least a head start ahead of me. You know, when you go there, what you want.
Yeah.
I stumbled into it.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that tonight. I'm going to put that on the venue list, and I'm going to go down to that event.
That's what I would do. And if anything, you're going to have a good time. And you're going to make some good content. Guarantee it.
Yeah,
I wish I could attend
as well.
Yeah, I wish I could attend. I would be on that.
Hey, maybe something comes up when you can attend.
Yeah, you never know. For me, I have to have like a lot of advance. Like Rare Evo, I booked that like months and months and months advanced, you know, because I have, you know, kids and planning and the show, and there's just everything that I'm doing all the time. Like it's hard for me to do stuff. Like in order to line up all this Stand with Crypto and everything that I've had done, I had to take 2 months off from the show, which has not been helping my algorithm at all. So like it's a give and a take thing. Like I have to find the balance. When is what happening, JFM?
Anyway.
When is what happening? People, when you're in the chat, you have to be more descriptive. You have to
probably Rare Evo.
Probably. I'm guessing. The event in London, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I know it's coming up though. Let's see here. Anybody else want to come up here? Let's invite a few people. I'm hanging out. We got like 30 more minutes for the show or whatever, so we'll give some people an opportunity to come up. What's up, Scotty?
What's going on, Oz? How are you?
Hey, glad to have you, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Did you catch the first act?
I'm good, thank you.
What's that, Oz?
Did you catch the first act? The guest.
I did not.
Oh, brother, make sure you go and you watch it on YouTube. Anyone that missed the beginning of this, make sure you go to YouTube. One of the best interviews we've had on this show by far.
Was it?
Yeah, him and Miss Nifty, the two people from Stand with Crypto. Great shows, especially this one, because we really got into it. Because as time progresses, I'm digging in a little bit deeper into things, and the wheels are turning more, and so like I'm having the opportunity to ask more and more deeper questions. So it was definitely powerful.
I'll check it out, brother, on YouTube.
So what's up with you, brother? You doing the live things again? You back to?
I'm doing it a little bit, not every week because it's been the holidays and all that, but yeah, I'm doing it a little, man. Honestly, it's I'm not really playing in crypto much. I'm in metals right now, hardcore, so it's
Absolutely.
taking a lot of my time.
Dude, I've been in metals for like the last 9 months before all this happened.
Yeah, I made the move in September. I shifted out of my crypto bags and into metals, and I don't
Nice.
regret not one day since then.
Good for you, bro.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we've been talking about buying silver since, gosh, April. I think maybe even before that, March.
I've been in silver for 18 years, man.
Oh yeah, same here. I buy hard silver.
It's been my forever.
Yeah, I go to the thrift stores and the swap meets and stuff, yard sales, and I buy stuff that people don't know what they have, and I buy it for pennies on the dollar. I have a nice little collection of spoons and forks and decanter things and all kinds of stuff, vases. I bought 5 ounces of silver, and it's not silver plated, it's silver, and it's a what is it? It's like a mixer for drinks or whatever. And it, on top of what it being in silver, it's also an antique from like the 1920s.
Oh, it's a shaker.
Yeah.
Strainer.
Yeah, and I bought that thing for $2 at a yard sale.
Have fun with that.
Yeah. But I'm not going to sell it. I'm just going to sit on it, you know. I'm sitting on a silver mine. I own a silver mine here. But it's going to take 20 years to even open that thing up. Turn it into something.
Yeah, that's a journey of love for sure. Doesn't happen quick.
I'm hoping to offload it, though. I've been trying to get offers on the silver mine because I figured now would be the time maybe people are starting to think about mining again in the future because the price is going up.
Too much money to bring it up to OSHA code standards.
Yeah, but as the price goes up in value over the next 20 years, someone will be looking to buy now because the property value is going to go up over time. The mine's going to go up in value over time. The metals are going to go up in value over time. So if someone was looking to open a silver mine, the time to buy the land and the minerals is now.
Yeah, mining's always a fickle thing. You need those values up for it to be more cost effective.
Yeah, and that's the issue I'm having right now is getting the price I want for it.
I was in gold country up in Butte County up north. And I had a mine that ran underneath my house. So we got to hear from the old timers how expensive it was to re-timber an old abandoned mine.
Come on, I have to say it. You're literally sitting on a gold mine. I had to say that. Sorry.
Yeah, I was.
Well, with supply shock now in silver, right? So we have supply shock, and that's going to drive the price up. Eventually, with such a supply shock and the price going up so high, you don't understand. Like gold, we use gold, right, for computer chips, but it's a finite amount. Silver's in everything. It's in medicine. It's in chemtrails. It's in deodorant. It's in everything. Like, so silver, when it hits a supply
to copper now.
Right, but what I'm saying is the silver, as the price goes up and supply shock the way it is right now, it's going to skyrocket to crazy prices to where it's going to have to be mined because they need it. They need it to produce the products that we use. So, and it takes 20 years to start mining. So, that being said, that's why
they're talking about mining asteroids too.
Yeah, but that's more than 20 years out.
The thing with copper, guys, is it's not exactly comparable. It's got good conductivity, but its thermal qualities can't match silver. There's a lot of applications where copper won't be used.
And
Well, I got to hear the NVIDIA speak today on Crypto Never Sleeps Live. And boy, they're using a lot of copper for that. And they weren't talking about any other precious metals.
but can
They
you
did
kill
not mention
vampires with
silver at
copper?
all. They have a new cooling system for the giant supercomputers.
Did you hear Oz, though? You can't kill vampires with copper.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Hey guys, since you're talking about investments and you're looking at potential investments, I'm looking at computer chips myself at the moment. Specifically storage devices, M.2 storage and graphics cards. They're going to shoot up by about 200-300% in the next 12 months.
Interesting you say that, because my IT guy says, hey, you need more hard drive storage and you need more solid state storage.
Better do it now.
Yeah, I better buy it now.
Well, 2 months ago, less than 2 months ago, I bought a 2 terabyte storage drive for $115. Today, if I was to buy the same storage drive, it'll cost me $175. So the prices have already started rising, but they're going to rise slowly over the next 12 months. And then the next thing, while this is going on, the next part is we're going to face a silica shortage, which is going to drive the prices up even further.
That was my next statement.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is?
And palladium.
I built this studio, right, last year. We started building it in, I think, February or March. And I started just buying everything I could, the building materials, the computers, the electronics, and everything for it. It's already at its used value, doubled in value from what I spent from it. It's crazy. The GPU in my computer is worth almost 3 times what I paid for it. Like,
what one you got?
I think it's like 4090 something. I don't know. It's the IT guy knows all that stuff. He put all this together for me. He's like, this is what you need to buy for what you want to do. And that's why we're able to multi-stream on all platforms simultaneously. The only thing slowing down this live stream is the internet, because we're Starlink out here. So we can push as much as Starlink can handle.
What's that? 42 megabits?
No, it's a lot more than that, bro.
Yeah, a lot more than that.
We're running 2 Starlinks simultaneously.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. We're pushing a lot, and we're running 4K on multiple platforms. So it's quite a bit.
What about the helium systems?
You'd have to ask the IT guy. I just told him, I said, hey, make a shopping list and here's a credit card. Make it so.
Helium mining as well.
Yeah. I could probably mine crypto with this whole setup here. I don't see why not. I could probably handle it.
It's not worth it.
Yeah,
Trust me.
I know.
I'm a former miner.
I used to mine too back in the day. Like I spent more money on the equipment than I got in return. It was a waste.
Oh man, my story's the complete opposite, bro.
Really? Oh, lucky for you.
I had one graphics card and I used to play this game called MCV, and one of the guys on there says, oh, your graphics card's really good for mining, you'll get you $5 a day. And I go, well, what's that gonna do? And I added it up and I thought, hold on, that's a nice amount, yeah? So I started mining on it. And then I went and bought another one and another one and another one. Then I had a full mining rig mining. Then I had 2 mining rigs mining. And basically I spent in total about 3.5 or 4 grand on equipment. And the total return was over 10.
Nice. That's not bad.
And the funny part is, And the funny part is, right? Here's the crazy part. With the graphics cards going up again, I've still got 2-3 of them graphics cards, the 3060 Ti's.
Yeah.
And right now, they're valued at about £200, and I paid £500 each at that time. But in about 7 months' time, I'm going to get a full return on them as well. I'm going to get my
Nice.
£500 back on them.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here with all this equipment. I'm like, man, even if I decide I'm not going to do social media anymore and just quit doing this, I could sell everything used and double my money now.
Yeah, hey, you'll get a lot more in about 12 months.
That's what I'm thinking, but I'm not going to quit. Guys, you already saw, like, you thought I quit there for a while, didn't you? A couple months there, you thought I quit.
Yeah.
Nope, I was just out networking, just making, and the proof's in the pudding from having Stand with Crypto up here, you know, and so like I'm still pushing. I just realized that I was not gonna bring anything of value to the space by interviewing and talking to the same creators that are all talking to each other all the time. It's always the same regurgitated nonsense on here, the same speculation, nothing new added to the space. And I was like, we need to bring new information here. We need to reach out and actually make a difference, make a change. And so that's why I went out and did what I did.
Oh, fair dues, bro. It was a lovely live.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Because like I can get up here and scream about XRP is not going to 10K only so much. You know what I mean? It's time to graduate.
Well, and I want to thank Scotty for his anti-TikTok bullying show that he did that one evening. I mean, that was really needed at the time, and I really want to thank him for caring enough to do that.
That's awesome, man. You want to elaborate on that, Scotty?
Well, I mean, I've always taken the position that it doesn't matter what we're on here for, what our want is on the platform, and it still comes down to how you treat people. And if you want me to listen to you or take knowledge from you, it starts first with me making a decision on how you treat people. And bullies don't get my attention in a good way; they get them in a bad way.
Absolutely.
And I wish there wasn't such an environment on this platform where people are afraid to speak up and call people out in the moment. It's far too much after the fact in other lives and behind the scenes. If people would call out that type of crap when it happens in the moment, then these people wouldn't get to benefit from treating other humans like pieces of garbage.
I
just
did.
Because they want more followers.
I agree.
I went after David.
You know, I saw it happening, and that's part of the reason why I stepped away when I did, because I didn't want to be caught up in it, and I didn't want my name to be one of the names that's named in it. You know what I mean? So that's part of why I went out and touched grass, because I saw it coming. You know, I knew, especially when the markets weren't doing well and it was going down, everyone was screaming to the moon. I was pretty much one of the only people on here saying that it ain't going down like that. And it put everybody at each other's throats. I didn't want to be a part of it. And you know, there were other creators that were sending me, I'm not going to name any names, but they were sending me videos of their back and forths with these other creators, making fun of each other and doing different stuff. And I told them, I said, hey man, you're better than that. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is wrong. And they're like, oh, well, they started it first and they've been saying that. And I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't mean you stoop to their level. You're way beyond that. You can do so much better. You don't have to embellish in that kind of behavior. I'm like, and I noticed after I had said that, they made a change and they became more positive and quit doing that, and kudos to them. But yeah, it's a really big problem here in this space, and thank you for doing that. I honestly, if you want to do more of that, I'd love to get in on that with you.
Yeah, for sure. We can talk. I mean, I'm no different on here than I am in person. There's certain things I can't talk about on here that I do for business side, but I'm a consultant. I'm dealing with corporations on a daily basis. That's my bread and butter. So when we talk about what are these larger entities up to, I always tell people, look at me as a reference. I'll tell you what they're doing because I'm in the boardrooms with them. I'm the one that sees their P&Ls. I'm the one that helps them build their budgets, do their CapExes. I'm that guy. So if you want to know what they're doing with their money, I know. Can I tell the company that I'm dealing with? Absolutely not. I'm under NDAs right now, 4 of them. But I can tell you what different industries are doing and where they're putting their money.
Likewise. I have several NDAs. I actually broke one of them, but kind of fudged the line a little bit. Didn't name the company, but said what they were doing. But yeah, I know what you mean, man.
It's so hard.
It's so hard, especially.
I want to name company names so badly on here sometimes because sometimes just saying a name gets people to give their head a shake and understand that you're not full of shit.
Right.
But it's out of respect. This is how I feed my family and create a future for my children. So unfortunately, I love you all, but you're not worth the risk.
Yeah. See,
No.
my career is over. I'm retired. I'm done. This is my career now. So there's a part of me that's like, maybe I'd just say it. But then also it's like, okay, what legal issues am I going to deal with now? Am I going to get shut down because of it? Am I going to, end up owing a bunch of money and having to go back to work because of it? And then no one wanted to take me, kind of thing. So I'm sticking to it. I only got a few years left on my NDAs, and then I'm going to freaking blow the lid off this crap.
And I see TikTok seller in the chat about everyone about the NDAs. It's a really good topic that I don't think anyone has actually dug into on what NDAs truly mean. There's different NDAs. For me, because I'm a consultant, the NDAs are more of a non-compete and unable to divulge financial information. So if you're a company and you give me access to your financials, you surely don't want me going around town sharing that.
Absolutely.
My uncle was research and development in Silicon Valley for like Maxim.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
GE,
I know it wasn't a shot.
Intel, a bunch of those places, So when he died, the men in black literally showed up to his house and they took every hard drive, every computer, every piece of paper, napkin he ever doodled on was confiscated.
A lot of people have a form of an NDA just in their 9-to-5 jobs. It's right in their original offer letters, in the fine print, and that's a form of an NDA. Non-compete clauses. Sometimes it's a year. Unable to approach any contacts or vendors that the company exposed you to. So there's a lot of this that goes on that if you're not in that world, you may not understand how much fine print there really is.
Yeah. Mine is more or less like, because I did audio engineering, I'm sitting in these company meetings and I'm just running like the audio, right? And so I'm not allowed to say anything. But they only carry for 5 to 7 years. So once they're up, I can say whatever I want.
I'm feeling left out now. I ain't got an NDA.
You want one? I'll give you an NDA. I'll
No, I
write
don't
one up
want
for
one.
you.
I've got a static form ready to go, Starks, with your name on it.
Yeah.
I'll sign it if there's a job attached with it.
Maybe. Hey, down the road, you never know. I'm hoping that this whole production expands one day and becomes global and much bigger than it is now. Obviously, we're a baby in this space. I've only been doing this for months. It hasn't even been a year yet. So, and that's one thing the IT guy was telling me. He's like, because there are times where I was like, man, this ain't worth the headache. I'm like, all I do is work on creating content and preparing for the show, and I'm spending money. I'm bleeding out like crazy. And I mean, obviously he wants to keep his job, but at the same time, he's like, dude, you're just getting started, man. Like, it takes people years to get to where you're at right now. He's like, you've already jumped leaps and bounds. He's like, just keep going with it. So here I am. Well, it's 9:00, guys. Thank you all for showing up and hanging out. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. Follow everybody here on the panel. Make sure you follow Cali Crypto 714 here on TikTok, X, and wherever else he may be. We appreciate him. Make sure you follow Revolution Starts Now. And thank you guys for showing up. And don't forget, if you missed part of the show, it's on YouTube. You can check it out there on YouTube. And I would say, like, some of these shows maybe aren't worth watching, but the ones where I have the special guests on, and I'm going to start labeling them special guest so-and-so in the title, watch those. Those are going to be worth watching because we're going to be having some really high profile people on here, and it's only going to get higher up that ladder as we go. Like, the people I'm in DMs with, you wouldn't even believe. It's pretty phenomenal. And I don't want to give out names. I don't want to be a name dropper, and I don't want to divulge who's coming on until I've got them locked in and a flyer made. But there's some big people coming for sure. 100%. So make sure you guys send me a follow and set your notifications on TikTok here. So when I go live, you know that I'm live. And I game as well. We've been doing a crypto gaming live stream on Abstract and Twitch only, where we have the Discord open. Bell's actually been on it a couple times, and we talk crypto and we game, and we're onboarding normies through gaming. So when I get a new squad with new people, we're onboarding them into the crypto space, and we're onboarding them in a way where we can educate them and help them. Because one of the number one questions I get is, what coin should I buy right now? And first thing I tell them is none of them. I tell them, watch the show, get educated, and then let's talk about investing and getting you on track. So we're helping to keep people from getting scammed and keep them going. And don't forget to join the Discord, guys. The Discord link is in my bio. If you have trouble getting in through the link, all you got to do is copy the link and put it in your browser, and then it should come right up. But if you do have that problem, it means you have like malware or spyware on your device, which means that your crypto keys could be being keystroked. So if that's the case, you should probably think about going through your apps and deleting anything that could potentially have that on there. One thing that I found out is that when you would click on it to go into Discord and it would have that, and you'd like try to click again or click back, it would take you directly to that app. So if that happens to you, make sure you delete that app, because your keys are at risk. All right, chat. I'll see y'all later. Have a good night.
Good night.
See you later, bro.
I'll tell you what, SXT barely has to move to make a lot of money. You know what I mean? It barely has to move. I'm glad that you're winning, Mother. That makes me really happy. The trick, though, is you have to learn to take profits, because even if you're just going to buy and hold, unless you're taking profits, nothing's ever going to happen from that. You know, you got to take those profits. Hey, check out what I got. It's got a mustache. Hold on, let me see here. Fix the camera so you guys can see. It's got the mustache on it, chat. It's from Bored Apes. There's like a little chip on the bottom you can scan. It's pretty cool, right? But it's got the goat's mustache on it. I had to have it. Hey, thank you for the heartbeat, Mother. I appreciate it. Don't forget to smash the like button. Don't just tap it. Don't just click it, but smash it. Yo, what's up, Mar Lopez? How you doing, bro? Hey, thank you for the heartbeat. Appreciate you. How's everybody doing today? W's in the chat if you're winning. Mother's got a W. She's winning. I feel like I need to put a W in the chat because I'm winning. You know what's great? Free money. Free money is so great, isn't it? I feel like we're going to have to do another giveaway soon. Give away some more free money. Who would want a giveaway? Obviously, you're going to have to be a super fan to get the giveaway. But we got a few super fans in the chat. Well, I accidentally sold my whole position, so now I have to get back in. Hey, that's all right. Just wait for it to dip. Let's take a look at it real quick. Let's fucking go. Let's take a look at it.
This one for all my rap and hip hop lovers. 32 originals, 9 doing covers. Trying to do something completely different from the others. Paint a picture for you now. Do you see the colors? Pink, blue, orange, and brown. Was that a zebra? All kinds of breeds around. Hanging out at Charles Ranch, a grassy pasture, a perfect man.
SXT, Space and Time. Let's take a look. Okay, where did you sell at? 2 cents or higher? You sell like 2.5? Where'd you sell at, Mother? I was in at 0168. Out at where? Where'd you get out at? I'm like a scribe, I focus in all the smallest things. We making art that's fit for kings. Like these lyrics, most details over your head. You won't catch me slipping, that's what I said, cause I wanna win. I strive to get ahead. There's room at the top, let's just break some bread. Damn, this verse is getting long. Let's hit the chorus before you click next song. We here and we chilling with the tribe. Got my grass and my hoodie and my light. Getting lit, come on, you know you wanna try. We doing good, bro, please don't kill my vibe. Said we here and we chilling with the tribe. Mother, what position did you get out at, though? Yo, what's up, Starks? How you doing, bro? You want to come chat with me? First sell at 25, then accidentally at 0.23. That's good. That's perfect. That's a perfect execution. You pulled all out of it, and then you should be able to get back in at the bottom, because it's probably going to come back down here to 0.17. Yeah, you're way winning. That's awesome. Let's look at the 1 hour on it real quick here. Yo, what up, Starks? Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. It's good to see you. So we have a bit of a descending wedge here. So this could potentially take off here at 0.195. You might want to, put a little in there. I don't think so, though. You've seen how it does this before. Look at it spikes up and then it just dips back down to the bottom. That's probably what it's going to do. It might get a little pump here and then continue on downward. So I would be looking for an entry at 0.0167. That would be sweet. I have an order set. I'll watch it. That's awesome. You made some serious money on this one. That is so great. I'm so proud of you. What's going on, Starks? How you doing, buddy?
I'm just chilling here, mate. I've just been riding the waves on SXP the last week or so.
SXP?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it. SXP, what is that one?
It's solar, I believe.
Solar. Have you heard of XPT?
No.
I think it's a meme coin, to be honest with you. I'm not too sure about it. I'm still trying to look at it. So SXP, huh? Tether.
Yeah.
Is this the chart? Ooh.
Yeah. What level are you looking at it on? Time frame?
This is on the daily.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see those spikes though.
Yeah, that's what I've been trading, them spikes.
Nice. Hey, you know what this kind of looks like?
Look at this at the 15-minute chart, bro. It's even nicer.
Let me see here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, zap that up a bit. You're getting like 15-20% moves regularly.
Nice. Let's see. How many was that? That was in all today. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 solid moves.
That's your 100% done right there, bro.
Right. If you catch
And
all
that's with
4 of
no
those. And
leverage.
there's more in between there
That's with
too.
no leverage.
Yeah. Mother says XPT is a pump fund coin. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yep. Interesting. You know what I see in here? Look at this on the daily, bro. All right. So
Yeah, this is flatline is ready to turn back up as well. It's getting to that point. That's why we're having these 20% fluctuations at the bottom.
it looks like the inverted tombstone.
Yeah.
So this thing might come up here to 46 and a half.
It's got a lot of prospects, bro. It's got a lot of prospects.
That's why you're seeing all that sell pressure. That's just people trying to get out. It's trying to make its way up.
Yeah, but it's not really going below 200. That's what I'm seeing at the moment.
And even this, look at this. Let's say that it is this inverted tombstone. Right here, right? That's still well within the trend here. It's got like a trend going on like this.
Yeah.
You know? So it's due for a turn up for sure, and then another drop back down. So I would definitely keep an eye on this one.
I mean, right now, what I'm looking at with this, right, is when Bitcoin's coming down, this is coming down as well, but when Bitcoin comes down further, this one's staying about 200.
Really?
Right? And when Bitcoin goes up a bit, you can see what it's doing. It's doing 15-20% fluctuations up and down. Right, that's indicating to me it wants to move back up now. It's just a case of waiting on Bitcoin to do a good maneuver.
Right. And it's like this descending channel right here. So that's bullish. So
Yeah.
I could see it going up to 35 cents, maybe even 40. It seems to go a little bit lower each time. So I would say probably about 39 cents. It could potentially go up to. That'd be a hell of a move, man. Yo, what up, Cooper?
Yeah, this is one I've been trading for like 4 years. I mean, you see the big ones here, yeah, where the bull market was.
This
I
is
made
crazy.
money there, bro, on this.
2020,
I made money
2021.
Yeah.
It's a bummer. These kind of moves are just gone. We're just not going to see these anymore.
I'm not. I'm not counting on it to go back to them same levels again. I'm just counting on it doing about 300%, 400% from where we are, and I'll be happy with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If that's
absolutely.
what we get this bull cycle, I'll get a minimum 400 to 700%. I'll be happy with that.
I think a lot of people are like waiting for moves like this. You know what I mean? And they're never going to take out their profits until something like this happens, like a new all-time high. And it's just, we're probably never going to see that again. Not in like these low caps. There's too many of them.
Yeah. I mean, look how old this coin is as well, and it's still sustaining, you know.
Right.
It hasn't fizzled out. It's still there. It's still moving along with Bitcoin.
Even if it went up to like 80 cents, man, that would be one hell of a move on this.
Yeah, that's what you gotta watch out with this one, because when this one does fluctuations, it does some really nice fluctuations.
Yeah, it looks volatile as hell, which is great. That's what you want to see as a trader.
Yeah, for trading.
Yeah, and seeing how it just dropped and dropped and dropped, and now it's getting like flat and curving on the bottom. I would assume that this thing's ready to break out to the upside pretty soon here. Even if like nothing crazy, even just this little move right here, that's a lot. That's 100% right there, maybe 200%.
Yeah,
That's
this is
big.
what I'm saying, and I mean, people. This is a China coin, so
Got
not
you.
a lot of people know about these coins. But I mean,
I try to stay away from the China coins, man. Personally.
Well, I'm doing the opposite to you, because any coin that Trump mentioned, I stay away from.
Facts.
Right? And these coins that are on the China thing, I mean, look at the percentages and the movements that we're getting, and then compare them to the coins that Trump mentioned. These
That's
are
true.
fluctuating in performance. And it's not a case of the price going up. Is how much can you trade it? How much money can you make on it day trading?
I mean, you can make a decent amount of money on a low cap coin like that. Do you know what the coin supply is on it?
I'm not at my computer at the moment.
Let me see here. I gotta change something. This thing is like automatically posting shit. I don't know how to change it. I don't know what happened. I changed some setting and now my live just automatically starts posting shit to my channel. I don't know how to change it back. I'm not a fan of it.
I'd love to help you, but I've got no idea.
Yeah. Let's see here. Maybe the system? No. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure it out later. But don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. XRP is not Ripple, and XRP will not go to 10K. Actually, I gotta change this to this cycle. It will not go to 10K. Maybe I should put anytime soon, because like maybe in like 1,000 years it will. You know.
To be honest, yeah. Look at it this way. If by 2030, if Bitcoin hits say 500,000, right, that's gonna be almost a ×5 from where it is now.
Right, and that's doable.
From 100K, right, where XRP was around about $3. Yeah. So if you do a 5x on XRP, what you at? You're at 15.
Brook Odyssey says, "Wait till the world needs it." I kind of agree with that, but the thing is like, what if they don't need it? That's all I'm saying is, what if they don't need it?
I think the more important question is, how's it going to be used? Because if it's going to be used like a transport service, then the value's not going to be there. If it's going to be used like a currency, then I can see the value being there.
Right.
But from what I can tell, it's just like a bus service. It transports one currency from one spot to the other spot, then returns back to where it come from.
Right, because like I could see if, you know, we were using it like money to transact and everyone needed it, but like banks with like large transfer, I mean, there's obviously something going on with Ripple. There's going to be some sort of value there. If Ripple goes public, I'm definitely going to buy that. You know what I mean? But I don't know if XRP really correlates to what Ripple is doing, because it seems like what they're going to use is RLUSD, right? That would be the coin for transacting.
But here's the thing: what are you gonna invest in? Are you gonna invest in the product or the company? That's the decision you gotta make.
Yeah, I think I'd rather invest in the company than the product.
Exactly, because right now all the assets that they've been using XRP to buy belong to Ripple. So if they've got all the assets, then that's what I'm backing. I ain't gonna back XRP.
Ripple, or I
In
mean,
that
not Ripple.
respect.
Brooke, come up here and talk to us. Come talk to us. There it is. Hey, Brooke, how are you? We're just we're just rage baiting you a little bit.
I was gonna show it kind of went away, but there is a nice little wall cloud.
I see it.
That storm had the tornado.
Oh man.
That looks lovely.
It looks so beautiful. I'm jealous. Grass doesn't grow
my little
here.
farm. Welcome to my farm. Anyway.
Love
okay,
it.
so how they're going to use it, guys, it's a whole infrastructure. Come on. It's a whole infrastructure. And each infrastructure is going to, each one's going to do its own different thing. It's going to have its own mechanics. But how it's going to be used and utilized is what's called altogether, the infrastructure that it's forming is called the Internet of Value. How the Internet of Value works is really Metcalfe's law. And so it's what is being used to transact across, and the fees that are like micropayments, all of that. Everyone's obsessed with market cap. And I'm like, the thing that drives the price up of all of these utility tokens will be the use, the burn, whatever that is for each different project. Some of them have them, some of them don't, but it creates systems within a system. And so as Australia starts to maneuver their payments, XRP is also burned on the other end. How much that needs to be used, there's an ebb and flow. And that's not just XRP. That can be that can be Wyoming building their stablecoin off of HBAR. What people don't understand about stablecoins is they have to have a base layer. They cannot operate alone and by themselves. And then everyone who says that stablecoins are going to be the end all be all of the future, one, they're wrong. Two, the entity that determines that to be right or wrong also says you're wrong. They have an entire paper out there that talks about why and how stablecoins cannot be the main mechanism of any cross-border payment. And the Bank of International Settlements is the entity that will determine that. So when the Bank of International Settlements says stablecoins have risks that pose, it's not a good mechanism for like all of these transactions, I listen.
You know, being a little hyperbolic here, I want people to sell their XRP so I can buy more.
But then also, let's look at the world setup. Okay, we are moving from a unipolar world to a multipolar world. there is a use case that is arriving or arising out of the solution of what's called um uh, what's it called? Not Tesla. Um, my goodness. It's the reason why we have to have a world reserve currency. Triffin dilemma. With the solution of the Triffin dilemma, allows for a new mechanism of money and a world reserve something to happen because there has to be Um, especially in a multipolar world, and especially whenever our old world was maneuvering off of a trust-based system, we're moving to a trustless system. So now more than ever, especially in geopolitical current events, there is a need for a neutral bridge currency with deep liquidity. I don't care what anyone says. It is hard to gain deep liquidity. It is hard to also get the infrastructure around you to also move that deep liquidity. There is not one single blockchain crypto company that has done anything close to what Ripple has done. And then you have the CEO of Ripple saying,
Brooke,
XRP is the North Star to everything we do. And if you know that on the base layer, you just and then you look at the infrastructure and how really it's looking like to me, XRP is setting up in the infrastructure as the neutral bridge currency and a bunch of other things. But we'll see.
Brooke, I would say this, okay? There's obviously something here with Ripple. Ripple's obviously making some serious moves. And I mean, like it says on the screen, XRP is not Ripple. However, there are correlated. There's a possibility, and I would say a probability that there's something here. And I do have my eye on it. That's why, you know, I mainly focus on XRP because it is speculative, but there's some real tangible, you know, stuff to grasp here that with the moves that they're making in the world right now and the way they're changing the financial system. So I do believe that something's going on, right? My main thing that I
They're
say,
a part of the banking.
right?
They're a part of the American Banking Association, which
The issue
also
I have
goes
is like you had said that like what Brad said, right? I don't trust anything he says because he has everything to gain by pumping the price of this thing and just like dumping on people. And we've
But
seen
unequivocally, that's correct. No. He said what he is saying. You can validate. Now there because people talk about their stable coins. It depends on now where you harbor that stable coin if you're running it on Ethereum or the XRPL. But how I see this happening is I think the market goes to efficiency and cost reduction. And so I think running anything, especially a stable coin on Ethereum, is impractical unless they solve their issues. So as Ripple creates these utility projects or suites for multiple institutions to adopt across platforms, you're talking about multiple use cases. And then the more it's used, the more is burned. And so, yeah, it might be fractions of a payment, but we're moving into a world where we're going to have micro payments and machine to machine payments and fractionalized real estate and fractionalize everything.
so
So
there'll be a lot
whenever
more
we talk about
transactions that are
money,
happening like all the time
yes, so that's
instantaneously.
where velocity,
Because it
yes,
won't be
so that's
like,
where
you know, like
velocity
when you sell your
takes
home
over.
to someone else, it's like a transaction between the bank and the buyer, and like that's it, the escrow. And so you're talking about like with one home sell, it could potentially be 1,000 different transactions.
Yeah, with one host, yes.
That is
Or
interesting. You
it
know,
could
I
be,
never
yeah.
really thought of it that way. That is definitely something. And you know, I'm seeing this because one thing I'm into is like the car community, and I don't know if you know about on-chain media. They're working with Labo, I believe it's what it's called, and they have like supercars, and you can own a portion of like these supercars. Like they had at ETH Denver, it was what's his name from Fast and the Furious? I forget his name.
Vin Diesel.
No, the other guy, the one that died.
Oh.
Paul Walker's Ferrari they
Yeah.
had there.
Oh my
I got to take a picture with it and stuff, but they're like, you know, tokenizing it right now. And so there's like tons of people that own keys to the car, basically, like they own a portion of it. But that's instead of just one transaction, that's like, you know, thousands of transactions. So, and it's happening right now in real time. People are buying tokenized versions of that car right now. So, you know, I think you might be onto something with more transactions. At the same time, is all that happening right now? Yes and no. I think, you know, maybe 10, 20 years down the line, we're going to see more of that. But
No,
it's just kind of
I
like
think that's what
infant
that
right
but
now.
that's the future.
Absolutely.
Right, but that's why you're so early. Like that is why like those micro payments, and that's why velocity matters so much more in the internet of value in Metcalfe's law than market cap. Because I will say it again. Dissect what it means when they talk about the internet of value. One, what is an internet but linked systems, nodes? Okay, that's Metcalfe's law. When you think of internet, Metcalfe's law, okay, use case, and then you have the internet of value, the internet of money. So then when you have fractional, like you have micro payments going across these chains, and every little payment, some of these
Brooke, you cut out. It might be the storm.
marketplace does take off when institutions or whenever we have to, we're moving. I mean, we have WW3 on our doorsteps. Last time we had WW2, we went to Bretton Woods. That the post-World War Bretton Woods regime is falling away. You think they have something ready, guys? Come on.
I mean, the World War III thing, I definitely agree with you. That's my concern right now, is that because of that, we're going to experience more volatility, more downward movement. But I think after it's said and done, we'll see quick recovery, you know? So we'll see like big drops, big recovery. And like if you look at history and how it's affected the markets in the past, that's generally what we see is we see like crashes, but then quick recoveries right after. So I think as a trader, there's going to be a lot of money to be made in trading. But I don't think that the bottom's quite in just yet. I think we're getting close. And that's all my concern is right now. Everyone chat, hear me out. And I know all last year I said, now's not the time to be buying and holding. It's time to be trading, shorting. Okay. I'm changing that sentiment. It's time to start looking for entries for long-term holds. We're moving into that section of where the cycle is. So I do
to the accumulation zone.
yeah, it's time to start accumulating. This is the time where you DCA in, right? Not financial advice, but this is where I would start, putting 1%, 3%, 9% in to different levels as it drops and just holding it, forgetting about the price, forgetting about anything, just understanding what the speculation is and what the utility could possibly be, right? And so that's where I'm at with things. So for me, last year, I was really hard on XRP, and mainly that was for the reason of I knew a lot of people were going to buy the top and get wrecked. People only hear what they want to hear, and I want to help them to get a better position, right? That's what I'm about. I want to help people. And I'll tell you what, we're coming up on the verge of time to start loading up on these coins.
even XRP, even if it's just speculation, right? Let's say, Brooke, everything you're saying right now, we're speculating that 100%. We don't know. Honestly, I believe what you're saying. We are moving into that system. It is happening. But let's just say that that's just speculation and there's no proof behind it. Even if it's just speculative, it's still going to perform at some point. Now, is it going to do 1,000x? Probably not, because this is a blue chip. But I think you could see a 3 or 4x in the next couple years. And if you start stacking, even XRP, anything, obviously I FUD XRP quite a bit. But you're going to perform very well on an asset like this because it's speculative, because we don't know what the actual use case will be, what will actually happen, but there's still potential to make money. Me personally, if I was going to do, a small amount of money invested, I would be into more of a low cap coin. But if you're going to be doing something, $10,000 or more, you want to be in a blue chip, something like XRP. So, now's the time to start really watching the charts. And it's sad to me that so many people, like, viewership's down, people are turned off to crypto, they don't care anymore, it's lost its luster. Now's the time to actually be involved and be active in this space. And 90% of the people that got wrecked because of it, and they're like, I'm never going to come back now, they're going to miss out on a great opportunity in the upcoming years to follow, because we are going to have another bull run. There is going to be another opportunity to make a lot of money. So it is kind of sad to see that so many people turned away. And that's part of why, I fudded so hard last year, because I knew that it was going to happen like this. I've seen this happen time and time again, bull run after bull run. And so I wanted people to be patient and wait. And now, if you have been watching the show and you have been being patient, and you have been waiting, the time has finally come to accumulate. Anyway, that's all.
Can I just add something here? Now,
Go ahead.
I'm not a XRP maxi or anything of the sort, right? I do hold a little bit of XRP, but here's my concerns, right? XRP Ledger operates independently of Ripple corporate business. Right, that's the first thing, because if it's operating independently of Ripple, then Ripple has just got access to the funds. It doesn't. It's not being controlled by Ripple. That's the first thing.
No, but that's the beauty of it. No, hold on. How is that not a benefit that it's separate from a company? Because Ripple, then that is what gives me. That's what makes me want to buy something like XRP and not necessarily invest in the company, because I can invest in companies anytime. But Ripple could go away, and what it does is already programmed to do what it needs to do, and it can go on trucking, and I can go on developing on it. It doesn't matter what Ripple does.
Here's the other problem that I'm seeing. All the companies that Ripple's been partnering with, right, using XRP to buy them, have got nothing to do with XRP. That's the other little problem that I have with this scenario. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad project. Maybe I'm not understanding it properly. That may be the case. But from what I can see at the moment, all these partnerships that are being paid for in XRP are with Ripple. And if Ripple is independent of XRP, then they've got no loyalties to XRP. So tomorrow they might say...
But their whole entire partnership is based on their suite of products that's built off the XRPL, the XRP, a bunch of different suites that go along with the XRPL. So so their entire basic model is based off of this independent technology that then they utilize. And then it's interesting because it's so interesting. What does escrow actually mean? It's held in reserve for. So whenever one, quote unquote, they dump onto the market, they buy that back, and that escrow is then locked for 3 years. But then the other part of escrow is lots of times you're holding escrow for people. So just because it's quote unquote in Ripple's escrow, that doesn't mean that that escrow isn't divvied up between people
Well, I'll tell
and
you
between
this:
entities.
Ripple restructured their escrow April of last year, so they can
Yeah,
dip into it however they please now. It's not like
yeah,
it
through their
was.
yeah.
Right. And what they're doing now is they're not selling. They're selling portions, obviously to keep the lights on and whatnot, but they're not dumping at the first of the month. They're moving all of it. And at one point, it was like 5 million or 5 billion in tokens was moved to private wallets. That was in May of last year. So,
Yeah,
um,
which that's fascinating because who can hold those? Your Ripple's partnerships are with major countries, institutions. So those wallets, yeah, moving that escrow, that escrow could have belonged to them in the first place. But
right,
they
but it's
could like literally like,
concerning that
you know
they're
why
moving
you
it
would
into
do
these
that?
wallets, just waiting for the opportunity to sell. And Brad Garlinghouse himself said that the reason they hold like 40% of the supply is to keep the market less volatile and to control how the price of it raises or drops, right? And basically how it raises. If it's dropping, they're
What
not
that
going to
tells
sell.
me, what that tells me is they're not going to let XRP go above like $5.
That's what I
That's
think
what
too.
that tells me,
Maybe
right?
10.
I'm not being funny, right? But if they're controlling 40%, and even if they just use 10% to control the price, they can do that for a very, very, very long time.
Exactly. Now,
You don't want to put control on it because and then once you have utilities take off, and I think, and then you can mark my words because okay, listen, my theory, I've had this World War III theory 5 years ago. So my investment thesis, so my core investment thesis is playing out, and it's one I made 5 years ago. It's one people have trolled me across this platform and made fun of me for years and said I that's not happening. That's
Yeah,
not what it's going to be used for. But guess what? We have marched for the past 5 years
here's the thing.
right up that thesis.
There's other factors at play here. For example, one of the things that I did notice is when Kamala Harris got paid out for promoting XRP, the price fluctuated to like 75 cents, 80 cents, then come back down. When we had the fake XRP news that they've won the case, the price fluctuated to over $1 and then come back down. And then when we did get the actual news that they have won the case, right, nothing happened.
well, they didn't win the
Right.
case.
But that's
The
not
SEC won.
utility.
So,
No,
The SEC always wins. It's a pay to
what
play
I meant
game.
right.
was they settled the case. The case has been now settled.
No. So, there's two cases. There was the original case, SEC versus Ripple. That is still standing. Okay. And then there's the case where it's Ripple versus the SEC. The Ripple versus the SEC case has been dropped and is settled and it's done. Ripple paid a fine and the injunction is still in place from the original the original ruling that was on Ripple.
Yeah, the
So
original ruling from
the only thing that can change that now is either Ripple refiles another lawsuit that they can't win, or we change the law. And I think that's part of why the Clarity Act is, they're trying to change that. Is what would happen is Ripple would no longer be under the SEC, under the UFTC. The UFTC would probably issue new structure. There would be new bills that come in that change. It would be basically seen as a commodity and not a security, right? So they would no longer have that jurisdiction, and then we would see the injunction no longer in play. However, the way the Clarity Act is written right now,
it would make it so that Ripple cannot hold more than 20% of the supply. So one of two things can happen. Either they dump 22% of their holdings, and which I find highly unlikely, but what would that do to the price, right? We would add a zero to this thing,
That's why
right?
Ripple's, but hold on, that's why
Hold on, let me
Ripple's
finish.
buying companies.
Let me finish. Or they will move it into private wallets like they've been doing, and they would still control the supply, but through a rat hole. So like Brad would hold a wallet, David would hold a wallet. All these different people that are, in power with Ripple would have some type of amount that they're holding, and they would probably, come together and collude on when to sell, and so we would still see the same type of manipulation we've been seeing now. That's my concern.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, if what you're saying is right, and they can only hold 20%, then transferring to wallets is one thing. But what I think they're doing right now is they're buying up partnerships with other companies, right? So they can reduce the amount of XRP they hold, at the same time have an asset that's not going to be accounted for as XRP. Because it's with Ripple. There's many ways to look at this, right? And I mean, I'm hoping XRP does blow up now. There's no reason why it shouldn't, right? But at the same time, I see it as the most publicized cryptocurrency on social media. It's the one that's most talked about, even more than Bitcoin at certain times of the year.
But that's because it has that's because it is such a powerhouse. It's not being talked about across social media because it's driven by influencer hype. It's talked about across social media because we have regulations coming in. Well, XRP is one of the very few that has already gone through a lawsuit and is already regulatory. Then we have its massive amounts of acquisition that it's made, and it's not just to offload their XRP. The acquisitions and businesses that they have bought give them direct access to certain parts and levels of the financial system. So inadvertently, it's Ripple and XRP solutions creeping in through the back doors to launch this thing.
I mean, I do agree with that. Ripple is definitely making some serious moves in the banking sector. And that's why it's on my radar, because it's like, I'm not blind to the fact that Ripple is, probably going to be something major in the whole focus of cryptocurrency on a global scale. I firmly believe that.
This and then this. Hold on. Then this. Do you remember whenever there's history here to layer on top. And we're living out our 70s, like the 70s. When Kissinger, the last time the world reserve currency was in chaos and we got the petrodollar, okay? A very interesting thing happened. I want people to bookmark it and note it. When Trump went to the UAE a few months ago, before all this stuff has happened, like this was last year, Trump made a very diplomatic public trip over to the UAE. At the exact same time, Ripple went with them and met with heads of state. Now, if you follow what is actually at stake in the war, you would know that it's actually a war against central banks. And you know that Iran is one of the only countries that is not adhered to the Rothschild central banking system. I have a feeling one of the reasons why they started launching things at the UAE is because a similar deal was meeting. Very similar to whenever Kissinger went across with the administration and hardered the petrodollar deal. So, and we're in that type of cycle. That wasn't a willy-nilly trip, because now we have the world at war like it is. There's something happening, y'all.
There's definitely something happening. I agree with you 100%. I do think we're having a global financial shift, and with that comes, hot war, and we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg right now. The concern that I had, like I stated earlier, though, is how does that affect the market? Because we're just like dipping our toes into this world war scenario. So, if it continues and it gets worse, we're going to see more volatility. We're going to see more massive drops and sell-offs.
Or do we see utility take off?
Yeah, but I think that's a little far down the
Or is it
road.
the
Okay.
opposite?
Well, Brooke, this is why I have this sentiment. So let me just explain to you. So like I'm going to a lot of these conferences and I'm talking to a lot of devs, and there's no one more bearish on crypto as far as adoption than developers, because the technology is just not ready. A lot of these, companies and blockchains, they're, promising a lot, but they're not really delivering much. And I'm seeing, the coding and things happening. And so it seems like, we just need more time. I agree with you. I think my timeline is just different. I think we need another 10
But
years.
you need the infrastructure. They're not successful because whenever you're, hi, Crypto Callie, because I
Yo.
am a developer in my own little right. When you're building out these solutions, you hit a road where you're like, I need legal clarity because what I'm building might be a security. I need the financial rails to be there and for money and transactions and all of this to be flowing. And
And I
it's
think
kind
that
of the
that takes
cart before
time. I think
developers
at
are the
least 10
cart
years,
before the
though.
horse.
I think 10 years
Oh,
until we're
no,
ready
like
for that.
we're talking 2030. This
Maybe.
tokenization of
That
an
would be the
asset,
soonest.
it doesn't. I mean, or there comes whenever how what I have witnessed is for the past however long, more longer than I've been in the space, they have been developing these rails. They have been making the infrastructure, they have been connecting it for such a time as this. My theory is that's already like they already got it. And then when the problem happens, they're going to be like, voila, here's a solution. And we're going to have what's called a Catalonian renaissance. And it's going to be 0 to light speed
I
in
agree
terms
with
of
you. That's
commerce, in
how
terms of
adoption
economy.
happens. There's a problem, and then they're like, "Hey, we have a solution," and people come running with open arms. If you just tried to drop this today, you'd have a bunch of old timers saying, "No, that's the mark of the beast. I'll never do that." Right? But
They won't have a choice.
the moment you're like, "Hey, you have no 401k now, but if you click this little button, you get all your money back, and it's going to be all digital currency," they're going to be like, "Oh, thank you, my savior."
No, let me give you this scenario, okay? AI comes, there's a big job gap and da da da. You're at home, and now we have this system. This is how UBI gets adopted. What do you do? And this is how AI, this is how the surveillance state, it's the core print. Like you need money to surveil. You need to have a program that you can incentivize, um, or incentivize your actions if you have a populace without jobs sitting at home. So what I'm saying is there's even that scenario that they're planning on. The 15-minute cities that they've already piloted and implemented in Oxford in the UK, and digital ID and digital money all flows to this very
Right, but
centralized back
Brooke, what
valley.
I'm saying is in order to build 15-minute cities all over the world, that would take 20 years minimum just to build it,
Nope.
to make
No,
it
they've
happen.
already
Nope.
started that, bro.
They've already
They've
started that.
started that from about 10, 15 years ago. They've been planning that.
I understand they've been planning
Very
it, and honestly, I think that that's where like the Palisades fires come from, because they're talking about building LA 2.0 and stuff like that. We saw Hawaii; the fires happened there as well, and
They did it for the Olympics, bro.
exactly. Well, the Olympics, but what I'm saying is like they're doing this to they're going to say, you know, whatever reason or oh, it was because of this or that. They are accumulating the land and they are planning the building. But think about this, like California's been building a high-speed rail system for the last 20 years and it's not even finished. You know, like this shit takes forever.
This is putting okay, 15-minute cities is not that hard. You can use your radio tower, you can use your stop signs, stop lights. They can mandate you have something on your car. What they're talking about, and you can look this up in Oxford, you have a certain radius that you can go, and you have so many times you can go outside of that radius for free. But as soon as you cross that radius, you're going to get charged. How are they going to charge you? How are they going to know?
Oh,
Well,
I get
they're
what
going
you're
to have a
saying.
sensor. They're
That's
going to
actually a
detect you.
thing in
Then they're
LA
going to
now.
ding.
So if you're traveling in LA and so many miles, you get like taxed for the miles you travel. So that gets implemented in like a couple years.
Yeah, we get that in the UK.
What's up, Callie?
How is it possible they made those underground tunnels for the Teslas so quickly in Vegas, and we can't get these trains done over here?
Because those underground tunnels have been there since World War II.
That makes sense. And we haven't had any train tracks over here since how long?
Exactly. And it's just a road. And you have to understand the most expensive part is not building the rail or even acquiring the land. It's the electrical infrastructure and it's the rail car itself. It's the platforms for onloading and offloading people. It's the parking lots. Those are the big money items. It costs almost nothing to lay the rails, and they can't even get that done.
Look, you don't have to lay the rails. You just have to have a camera, and then you have to have a payment system that goes, oh, and that's how digital ID.
And that's what they're doing in LA now. Is they're going to be putting camera systems, kind of like how the fast track works in LA. And
they already are.
Yeah, and so if you drive so many miles, you're taxed extra for the extra miles you drive. So that's coming out like soon. It's already been passed and it's going to happen. The question is when is it actually implemented? But yeah, we're headed.
Actually voting for the hellhole. Like who actually voted for the kill switch? Who actually whoever they are, go look at who votes for that stuff. And I don't care what party they're in.
They're uneducated voters.
Media and say don't.
You know,
either that or they're just paid off, bro.
I think a lot of times when people vote for something, they think they're opposing it, and then vice versa. They don't even know. I think there should be an aptitude test to vote, to be honest with you. Like, you should at least know who you're voting for, you know something. There needs to be like a little quiz you take.
You how many Congress people have you interviewed?
How many what? How many what people?
Us.
Congress people?
How many? Yeah.
I've interviewed 4 personally, and 1 on the show so far.
So out of the 4, how many of them 4 had any idea of crypto?
Actually, all 4 of them knew about crypto and knew about AI and the big beautiful bill. The issue was they didn't have education in it. They didn't know much about it. And so that's what we're going to try to do, is give them a little bit of education in what's going on, and so that they can understand it.
Well, this is what my point was. Yeah, you've interviewed 4 people. They have heard about crypto. They understand the functionality of crypto, but they don't understand the fundamentals of crypto and how it's supposed to operate, and how it should be a fair trade for everyone, not just the institutions. This is what I'm trying to say. It's like, out of the 4 people, all 4 have heard about crypto, but not one of them knows how it should really be adopted.
Exactly.
Right?
Let me tell you something.
People that are voting.
Of all the people in crypto, right? It's like less than 10% of the population in the entire world, right? Of all those people, less than 1% of them are educated. You being here in this live or being on this panel makes you part of the top 1% in the crypto space because you have an education in it and you understand some of the technology more than most. 90% of the people that are actually into crypto, they buy Bitcoin and they know nothing about it. They think Bitcoin and crypto are the exact same thing.
Right now, here's my problem now. Right, this is my big problem with all of this and the Clarity Act now. Right, the problem is we've got all these Congress people that are going to be voting on something that they don't know much about. On the other side, you've got all the institutions that want to introduce legislation that benefits them more than anyone else. Right, so if we haven't even got an even playing field to play on, and they're trying to weigh in their muscle and they've got no one to argue against them, that's going to leave crypto in a bad place.
I agree with you 100%. And that's why I've been, talking with people at Standing with Crypto, like Cali Crypto, and telling them like, hey, we need like education tools for the legislators through Stand with Crypto, where they can go and they can get a higher score on there, because they get scored. And if they, take a little course and learn something, they could get a higher score. There could be something, Callie, I believe we talked about this, right?
Yeah, it's funny that this is coming up again because after you and I had that conversation on Friday, Oz, I started asking some of my friends that are, a little bit more with going and talking to the government and in that circle, right? And I said, who is educating them? Because you had asked me and I was like, that was a freaking great question, Oz. Who is educating our government? And you know what, Oz? It's you and I, bro. It's us, the regular people. So what we need to do, we need to keep making education. If you guys aren't following Cali Crypto Bear on IG or X, I mean, that's a bear that we're using as a mascot to be able to bring education content to not only the masses but the government too, because they're like a first grader or a kindergartner in crypto.
Dude, they're crypto infants,
very
man.
ignorant.
We got to change their
Infants,
diapers
bro.
and get them walking here, at least. And I agree
So
with
it's
you.
up to us, Oz.
Yeah, I know it
It's
is.
up to us.
That's why I've been like working so hard with you guys. Like even at ETH Denver, first thing I did was I went to Stand with Crypto table, introduced myself, and started talking to people. Had people from different presidents come on the show and talk to them, because Stand with Crypto, I believe, is the closest thing we have in the crypto space to get that job done. So like that's why I'm trying to get involved. I know I give everyone with Stand with Crypto a little bit of a hard time, but that comes out of love and not just for you guys, but for what crypto is, because I feel like if I can get your attention, you can get someone else's attention. You guys
Absolutely,
have, people like Miss Nifty and dozens of other presidents that I've talked to. They're in these meeting rooms. They have the opportunity to give that knowledge that we have to them, and that needs to be part of the focus of what we're doing.
Right. So one of the meetings that took place today with all the presidents, the chapters of Stand with Crypto, that the banks are saying that the rewards and the yield is unethical right now. That's what they're saying about our stable coins and rewards right now, that it's unethical, and this is why we shouldn't have them. They don't want it to be fair for us.
So then they need to
people.
abolish Roth IRAs and CDs as well.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But it's also very important, Oz, and I hope you've been saying this, that there's strength in numbers, and it's signing up with standwithcrypto.org is a way to show the government numbers, because right now we got the number one leading state in California that's adopted most people here into crypto and to Stand with Crypto in the nation, in the country. So if you guys haven't signed up with standwithcrypto.org, please do so, because it's a way of just showing the government strength in numbers. And we got about 365,000 people here alone in California. Let's go.
I know, and you don't even have to sign the letter or anything to join. You can just go on and join Stand with Crypto. I've joined Stand with Crypto myself. I did it. I got a pair of socks at ETH Denver for doing it. I got my Stand with Crypto socks, but
that's more than what I got, bro.
I want to get more involved too with Stand with Crypto. That's why I'm going to all the events and trying to talk with you guys. I want to be involved. I want to, possibly be an educator or help put together something, connect the dots, anything I can do, I'm going to try to do it because we got to do
Let's
something.
collab, bro. Let's collab.
I'm
Let's
down.
make a content video together, or maybe we can be on our phones talking to each other, you know, back to back on the content education. Maybe make it something fun but educational.
Absolutely. But it needs to be, you know, something that can be given to the legislators. Like, obviously, we can make something and people are going to watch it and it's going to help people, right? But we need something that's geared and focused towards educating the legislators.
Yeah, us. You know what we need. Look, you've got a governing body for crypto, which is SEC, but you've got no one opposing the SEC. Now, in employment, you have something called a union, right?
Right.
Where's the union for crypto?
That's
There
what
isn't
Stand
one.
with Crypto is basically. Stand with Crypto
Right,
is the
so
union for crypto.
well, so what they need to do then, in that respect, is get it authorized and regulated by the government, so that what they say matters. Because at the moment, nothing matters.
I agree
You
with
see where
that.
I'm coming from? You got to have government backing to a certain degree
But in order
before
to
you
that,
can even have a say.
in order to have that, there has to be strength in numbers, like Callie said. So we have to come together as a body and say we are all one. We all stand together, and these are the things we want. Now, do I necessarily agree with the Clarity Act the way it stands now? Absolutely not. But I do believe that it can be changed, and I can get behind it. And I believe that Stand with Crypto could be that force of the people's voice in crypto to get something positive done, to be the union structure. I'm a union man. Dude, I was IATSE Local 33 in Hollywood Stagehands for years, 17 years. So like I understand how unions work, you know, and that's where I first dipped my toes into politics, you know, and what got me into where I'm at now. You know, the set that you see and all the equipment and everything, that's my background. That's what I know. And so I know that things can be done. I've seen unions come together and make massive changes in my life. And I've also seen unions sell out their own people. So it's a slippery slope as well. You know, we have to be careful that we're working together and that we don't
but you need
concede.
it in official capacity. That's what I'm trying to say. We need it in official capacity right now. We could have a people's union, but it's not our official capacity because what we say doesn't matter. It's not going to be recognized in government.
Maybe we should start a crypto union.
They have a national crypto association. You're not gonna like who heads it up.
The International Alliance of Crypto Holders. You know, something like that. But I get what you're saying though, Brooke. There are things, but like Stark said, we need something official, but we also need something that we can get behind as the people, where we can say we trust this entity, right? That's a big issue right now. Is crypto is a dirty, nasty place.
We should be about trusting the code. You don't have to trust an entity.
You're talking about like a smart contract?
The problem here's the thing now.
People
right?
don't understand
Yes, in
code,
fact,
though.
I think that that's more important question, because in this shift, in this markup, we need to start talking about a declaration of digital independence. We need to start talking about, yeah, that's what I want to
I
talk
like
about.
that.
Then we want to talk
That's
A
exactly
crypto
what I'm saying.
constitution.
We need something official.
Yes.
Because I don't want my behaviors to be dictated by, I know what this system can do. I know what it can do. And I know that they want, okay, so think about this. Our Constitution was a social contract between the people and the government. Now, that is under threat right now. You cannot convince me otherwise with the surveillance state coming. So I think if we really want to get organized, we need to start talking about how far do we want to be controlled? Do we want to be controlled? What is the social contract now between us and our government? Because it's not the Constitution anymore. I think that we should socially contract in the Constitution between us and our government, and we turn this system, this surveillance state, We know what it can do to us. Great social contract. We have law. You can subpoena it, blah, 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 blah.
Right. Not
However,
guidelines for the
you guys
people,
have
but
run amok.
guidelines for the government, because that's what the Constitution is.
Guideline for the government. Darn
Yes.
straight. And now
Yeah.
we can do a social contract with that. We can audit their butt up a pole. Like,
Yeah,
come
and you
on,
know, this
guys.
is
Like,
actually something very simple to do. Like, all they did was write a piece of paper and sign it, right? And declare that this is what it shall be, and these are the rules we shall follow, right? If we could do something like that in like a Discord or digitally, where just like Stand with Crypto is getting people to sign up for it, that could be something amazing. And I think that it's something that could be adapted to Stand with Crypto. You know,
Hey,
well, and
this is a
whenever
new
it
space and
whenever
everything
it
is evolving daily. You know what I mean?
whenever it comes to voting for this stuff, then we've already organized and we can be a voice of education. And we
Agreed.
can educate our peers instead of some talking head up there that's been paid by some blah 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 blah. No, 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 no.
Right. We need these
You're not going to fool
legislators
us.
part of this union or agreement or whatever we've decided to form, right? Have them a part of it and educated in it and use it as a way for them to gain that position of power to represent us as the people.
Yep. Improve it. And I'll know where my money goes.
Exactly.
I'm just going to say one thing in regards to what's going on with the Clarity Act, right? People are absolutely right. They're not liking the yield rates and whatnot, yeah? The banks are not liking the yield rates, but
I think that's the bullshit. I think that's the bullshit reason to, you know, whatever. You like, that's the sleight of hand move.
No, look, what I'm trying to say to you is, right, that's the angle they're pushing it, but they've got no reason to push it because the banks don't pay the yield, the coin does.
Right.
So it's got no narrative with the bank that the bank's going to cost the bank money. The only narrative the bank's got is if they're going to be paying that much yield, we're going to look like idiots and no one's going to invest with us, right? So if that's the narrative and they're scared of losing their customers, right. Then why not incorporate all these yield coins into a banking system, tax them less, and let them have their yield?
God,
And
I don't
that
want
gives them the
anything
incentive.
TradFi and DeFi, bro. You're talking about bringing TradFi to DeFi, bro. I'm not about that life.
No,
They
I'm just
will
saying.
be,
I mean,
though. It's so
that would be
infuriating.
that would be a fair deal. But the problem is the banks don't want the public to get rich off
Fuck
the
the
yields.
banks.
Well,
The
they
banks
don't
have been
want
fucking us
to take
forever.
the money out of the savings and put it into Coinbase to get yield. That's
Because
what
they'll
they
go
don't
bankrupt.
want.
Every bank will collapse if everyone starts putting all their money into stable coins.
Right. Facts.
Yeah. But that's why they don't want the yields right now. What's the incentive for you and me to invest in a
Hey,
bank?
how do you get mass adoption in crypto? You cripple the banks. And how do you cripple the banks? You make people realize that the banks are worthless and you can make more money elsewhere.
Facts.
Plot
Yeah,
twist. The banks are going to be failing. That we're coming onto a banking crisis, and the banks will have no option but to adopt the technology.
We've been in a banking
From there,
crisis
I
since
think that
2008.
banks.
I don't know. Hold on.
No,
It's
I know
inevitable,
that's
Brooke.
their death
It's
now.
inevitable.
That's why they developed.
Hold on. The banks will never fail because every time a bank fails, yeah, a big bank, the government bails them out. It's been happening for donkey's years. So you're never going to be able to compete with the banks in that respect.
Right,
So
and it's
the
just
banks are
our
always
money
gonna
paying
be
them.
there.
They're just stealing our money. So
Yes.
we're getting 2% yield if we're lucky from the bank, and then the bank goes belly up, and then they get bailed out by our money. So are we even getting 2%? No, we're getting negative 2%.
We're getting more than negative 2%.
Exactly.
But this is what I'm trying to say, innit? So the only solution in this scenario is, yeah, to stop getting that negative 2% is have the crypto yields in a bank account, pay less tax to incentivize people to use a bank account, and then you can get somewhere. But people don't think like that. You can still utilize the banking system. If the banking system went against the crypto system right now, the banking system would win. Hands down. They've got a lot more money than what we got. That's for damn sure.
Well, that's why we need more people onboarded into crypto. But the reason we're not seeing those numbers is because we have creators and people in the space that are treating noobs like prey. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
We got to stop getting greedy and start thinking long term here of what we're doing and what we're building, because we are marching in lockstep towards a dystopian future.
I agree. I
Yeah, we
agree.
are.
If we're gonna onboard people, we need to give them the orange pill and not be onboarding him to meme coins and get rich quick schemes.
Thank
that doesn't
you.
work 90% of the time.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the disease of crypto, to be honest, and that's meme coins.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, a lot of people make money from meme coins, but they're OGs that have been in for a long time. They know what they're doing. The average everyday person, they don't know. They're like, oh, I'm going to go buy some Dogecoin because it's going to be the currency that we're going to use. No, it's a freaking meme coin. It's not going to be anything. Look at what happened with the World Liberty Financial coin. People bought that. They thought that it was going to be, you know, the new digital currency for the United States. It's a freaking meme coin, and World Liberty Financial is traded on the stock market.
Do you want to know what I think it might actually be, and what a scary scenario coming out of this and utility from that project? And
governance.
he might actually use it to, rebuild what is being blown up right now. He's a real estate man.
Right, but it's just a governance
Think
coin.
about it.
It's like holding a
That's
Class
how he-
A
that's how
share
he-
of World Liberty Financial on the stock market. But right now, when you buy that, you don't own a Class A share. So what you're buying is a share in voting rights for the direction.
Yeah.
That's all you're
it's
you're
like
buying.
that. But what I'm
It's like
saying
buying
is,
a
like,
level 2. It's like buying a level 2 coin on a blockchain, which is supported by a layer 1, and the layer 1 is supported by a layer 0. You know,
I think that man's strategic. I think that he has future use case for that, and I think that those deals and his children and Kushner, they're all brokering them.
I don't know. I feel like maybe he's just draining liquidity out of the markets. Like, look at the Trump coin and the Melania coin. He rugged every single one of those projects.
Yeah, because he can.
Exactly. There's no laws against
one
it.
to stop him. There's no one to. I mean, look at it this way, yeah. I mean, now I'm not dogging on XRP. I'm just using it as an example, yeah. We know XRP has been, what's his name? Brad's been talking to Trump about cryptocurrency and that, yeah. What if he's showed him a way? Well, you can do this and not be held accountable for, because there's no law saying at the moment that you're going to be held accountable for it. You know, so what if this is like a full liquidity grab? And this is precisely why I say,
well, they were even
the Clarity Act ain't gonna come into effect until the last 3 months of the presidential year, where he's gonna be leaving office.
Even when they had proposed the bill to make it so that a U.S. standing president could not hold cryptocurrency, it was dated to be after Trump's term.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say to you. The whole purpose of this, Trump wants to be, now, don't get me wrong, Trump wants to be the president that's done the best for the country. Now, the only way he can do that is by doing large financial gains for the country. He's doing that from the crypto industry right now. The amount of liquidity,
but also for himself, man.
Crazy.
The ship is sinking and he's stealing the silverware.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. But he's going to be recognized.
Of course he is.
Right. And I mean, who wouldn't? Me personally, I'm trying to get my family to the lifeboat. You know?
Look, he's going to be recognized as the best president in the United States ever because of what he's doing now for himself.
Well, history rewards the winners, right? So as long as he wins and continues, then yes, the books will be written that way. Unless something else happens, you know, we'll see how it's written. But it is an issue that Trump is, you know, sweeping liquidity out of the market. And that, how is that helping adoption and helping new people coming into crypto? Because they're getting rugged constantly.
Like, how many times are you going to let this guy hurt you?
Do you want to know from a statistical view? People have very short memories,
Oh
and
yeah,
they want
Yeah,
they
yeah,
want a
100.
master,
they can't
so
remember.
they will let him hurt you
Yeah, people get
repeatedly,
entrenched.
and they'll stay.
No
Or
matter
whenever,
how long or what some happens to somebody, they, even if something is right in front of their face to prove them that their narrative is wrong, they become more entrenched in their worldview. That's
I
why
don't think
debates
we're
don't
ever going to
work.
get rid of meme coins either, though, Oz. I mean, now that
No.
World Liberty Financial and Melania came out, I think that was just them saying, hey, the gates are open and gates are going to stay open. So it's up to really just the education again.
Exactly.
And who's going to be championing the education? Well, it's got to be all of us. It can't be just one of
Exactly.
us. It's got to be all of us.
And it can't
Problem
just
is they
be
should
us
put,
complaining on the internet. We have to get out
well,
from
us.
behind the phone and put boots on the ground and make something happen. We need to, like you said, we need to write a constitution. We need to get people to
We have
back
to
it. We need
stop
to
fighting.
unionize.
The problem is, right, when, like, if I'm going to open a business, right, my business has to have a purpose. It has to have a way of making money, right? These meme coins have no way of making money other than taking other people's money that invest, right? That kind of trading should be banned completely. That is what should be
I
in
don't
the
think so.
Clarity Act. That
I don't think there should
any
be any
coin,
legislation. I think it should be the Wild West, and it should be buyer beware, and people should educate themselves before they come into this market. This is what I tell everyone: is educate yourself and invest into yourself before you invest in the market.
Agreed. Do you do the same thing with TradFi, or are you just throwing money in there? Or are you actually looking into Apple, Tesla, whatever
Exactly.
the stock is, right?
Exactly. There's no reason to legislate it. What we need is information tools. You know, there needs to be a course or something that's taught in college or in high school.
No, what I'm trying to say to you is, right, like, look at some of these coins. Yeah, look at Conflux, for example. It's a mineable coin. It's got a utility. It's got a purpose, right? You've got XRP. That's got a purpose. It's not being utilized now, but it may be utilized in the future. That's got a purpose, right? Now, when it comes to meme coins, they have absolutely no utility. The only utility they got is their advertisement of how many people they can attract. That is the only thing. Stuff like that should be taken off. And then what you'll find is all these genuine altcoins that have got a purpose will regain their value, but they're never going to do that because that's where they're making their money.
Look at what
Can I
Doug
just
says
say
in
that
the chat.
dollar's the ultimate?
Doug says, I'm down 7K, so to me, crypto is currently a scam. LOL. That's what I'm talking about. That's a problem, is new people coming in and feeling like this is a scam when this is really actually the future of finance. But every new person gets turned away. They lose a bunch of money and then they walk away, and they'll never create generational wealth because they're being turned away by their own people. These are our people.
You only lose if you sell, though. That's the mentality, though. Just because you're down doesn't mean you're out. It's only
Right.
when you sell. When you quit is when you're down and out.
You know, and I tell people to trade. We're so early, we should be trading. You know, buying and holding, you know, only goes so far. Eventually you have to sell because we can't transact with this stuff yet. Right? So eventually you got to sell, you got to take profits. So hodling forever, I've round tripped so many bags, so many cycles. I've lost millions round tripping bags. Okay. I told myself never again. And, you know, you can hold. And I would say right now would be a good time if you bought right now. You might want to hold on to it, you know, but when it freaking takes off, make sure you're taking profits, because we're not there yet
But you
where
have to be
this
in
is
the
the
market
money.
to take profits. You don't. For me, I will round trip it, and I got my ticket for the long way round because
And I
I ain't
understand.
got time.
Bitcoin, yeah.
So I'm just
Us,
buying
I'm a
good
big-
projects.
She's talking about
I'm gonna
XRP
tell
though.
you a
I think you're
story.
diversified though, right? You're not just
Oh,
XRP.
Brick.
No, I'm really diversified.
And I think that's
my
good.
SDC and all utility tokens, but I do try to focus on, so like there's multiple ways to accumulate wealth, and as Charlie Munger says, it's in the waiting where the big money is made, not necessarily in the trading. And in for me, my thesis, and it's played out for 5 years. That's the thing. My thesis hasn't become more wrong, and I've been a lot down, a
And
lot more down than 7,000, but it does not phase me whatsoever.
the issue with that is I agree with you. Yes, buying and holding, and eventually it will go up, but you got to take some profits at some point. And the longer you wait, maybe it goes higher. But what I'm seeing right now is the longer you wait, the lower your returns are going to be, because the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. There's more coins and more projects than there's ever been. We're not going to see
But
all-time highs like we
regulations
used to.
coming but regulation, I think, will take care of a lot of that. And so that's why you want to buy the coins that looks like that they will survive the regulation that comes in. And as those survive regulation, it's smart to, and they look like they're being adopted by the entities that
I'm
matter.
not a fan
Those
of
are my big
regulation. Every time the government gets their dirty, sticky, snotty fingers on something, they screw it up.
Oh, I know. I'm not a fan of that. I just know that it is necessary, and unfortunately, the future is regulated by man.
Yeah, can you 7
Unfortunately.
minutes?
I mean, I know that that's the direction we're going to go. Do I want it to happen? No, but that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, working with Stand with Crypto and working with politicians, is like, let's get this right. You know what I mean? Let's try to not force it and push it quickly, but take our time and make sure that the laws are written right. We can get a constitution where they can't write laws that go against it. That's what we really need. And I've been talking about a crypto constitution for like 6 months now.
We need
I've been
something
talking about a Declaration of
Citizens
Independence
Crypto
for
Act
years.
or something. That's what we need. Citizens Crypto Act, yeah, for the people.
The problem is we have multiple countries. Like, you're in the UK, we're in the US, others are in Australia. We need some sort of thing like Stand with Crypto that's international, that, like a union, that can stand for those things.
You mean like a one world order? Sorry.
I mean, maybe like our own version. The problem is stuff like
Just
this
saying,
starts out
you know
as
where
good.
this all goes. My Bible talks about it.
Hey, we talk about this, and these types of things always start out as something positive and then end up as something negative. Somebody always gets their greasy, sticky, snotty fingers on it and messes it all up.
That's right.
Same with unions.
That's
right. Unions started out great. Now the unions, they're pocketing money from management and selling out the people. So yeah, it's a slippery slope.
Too. It's a group, being a group, and then so you'll see it. There'll be groups here that will form and be powerful, and they know that. And what's really interesting, especially with the release of the Epstein files, or the files, and the whole BTC and XRP and XLM being mentioned in them and being a rivalry, in order for people, they know this, and you'll see it. Watch a disruptor. You'll see a really good grassroots, like, it'll be taking off on here. Ask any group that's formed. It's very interesting because one little problem starter, a little fire starter, will join the group, and they will divide it. And so I've seen it so many times. Good things happen. They send in operatives.
That's why it needs to be a document. It needs to be a living, breathing document, just like the Constitution. And it needs to be amendable.
All eyes are on the U.S., guys. I mean, I see Doug over here saying that it doesn't help that Australia basically banned crypto. Well, I think once the United States gets it together, a lot of other countries are going to be adopting what we do, and at least taking the blueprint and then tweaking it to their likings.
I agree with that. I think you're 100%, but at the same time, even if they pass something first, they will mold more to what we do. So we don't really need to rush it. What we need to do is make sure we get it right.
Look, they banned crypto, but then they built their central bank digital currency on the XRPL, guys. They're telling you what they're accepting and what they're not. Yeah, they banned crypto. Oh, crypto's over, crypto's no. Australia built their new central bank digital currency on crypto. Come on.
2022 bear market, China banned crypto when Bitcoin was at 43k, I believe, on the way down. Right? They then unbanned it when it hit 20k. And to me, it seemed like they were saving their citizens from the bear market blues. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, I couldn't get behind that.
But that's what happened. That's exactly what happened in China in the 2022 cycle.
I feel like that's
This
what's happening
cycle-
with the Clarity Act is we're in the bear market blues. So like everybody wants the Clarity Act to get passed so that it'll pump their bags. And I'm like, hey, why don't you pump the brakes? Let's make sure it's written properly so that way we can get our APY. We can make sure that institutions can invest into it, and also so that consumers and investors are secure. Those are the only things that we really need to fix with it, you know, and
You're right.
and it's already written that way. The Boozman Booker draft is already written and addresses those problems, but it's being swept under the rug and hidden from everyone. Every single one of these legislators that I talk to that are running for office never heard of the Boozman Booker draft. This guy, Brad Sherman, running here in California, wants forced KYC, taxes up the wazoo on crypto, and wants no Clarity Act. Like, the dude's got to go in California. Brad Sherman has got to go. And
Gotta go, Brad.
yeah, it's got to go.
What politician in California do we want to keep?
Well, honestly, I'm not done interviewing people, and I'm not ready to endorse anyone yet for a candidacy. However, if you haven't watched yesterday's episode, it will be on YouTube today. And we had Chris Ahuja on the show yesterday, and we talked about, you know, gun rights, and we talked about crypto. We talked about all the different, you know, talking points. And honestly, I don't think the guy's even a Democrat. I think he's more or less a libertarian, to be honest with you.
Well, maybe he was saying what you wanted to hear.
And that's a possibility. I agree with that. I do.
But at the same time, I was listening to that whole conversation, so I know what you're talking about and how he was talking and what context he was talking in. It seemed like he's a go with the flow kind of person, yeah? He didn't want to rock the boat too much, but at the same time, it did look more positive than negative, so I'll give him that.
Right. I think he did a good job. Like, because even Callie's been interviewed by me. He knows I don't ask easy questions. You know, you guys have seen the show, and I feel like he was very genuine in his answers. Am I ready to endorse him yet? Absolutely not. But
I'm running for California governor, Rubio, so you better vote for me. But no, in all honesty, Oz, it's a great topic. We do need a new governor, obviously, in California, and the whole nation, you know, to adopt cryptocurrency and the future of blockchain technology. It's super important that we all get behind it and also support one another, support Stand With Crypto, support the senators are actually thumbs up with cryptocurrency. On top of that, Oz, I was going to ask you, have you made any content or a YouTube video explaining what the Boozman, what you were talking about?
Boozman Booker draft? I should. You know, honestly, I do everything on a live show, right? I should. I don't really make recorded videos and dance for nickels on here. Like, you know, we're a podcast. But I should. And I think I will. Maybe I can get Jesse to work on it or something. I think that's a great idea.
Yes, sir. And then drop the link whenever you're ready.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Oz, that might be a very good point. That's a very good point, Callie. Yeah, it might be an idea. Yeah, just to go through the Booker's draft 1 page a day and go into detail on every topic that's mentioned.
That's a
on
great
that
idea.
1 page.
That's a great idea.
That would be fantastic. And then you can record it and you can put it as a record as well. That, you know, this is what everything entails, and you've got a record of it that you could refer back to and refer other people to as well.
Yeah, do like a
So,
series, like a 6-part series.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that would be a really good idea. And that way everyone has got an idea of where they can go to get an idea of what's going on with the Booker draft. And that'd be you.
Just give me the meat and potatoes, bro.
I got you, bro. I'm gonna actually start working on that this week. I think that that's a great idea. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. I think it's more or less because that's not really what I do. My show is more or less meant for YT, not TikTok. But we're on TikTok because that's where we do the live show, and then it's posted on YT. So I should do
TikTok is
more
such a
TikTok
friendly-
style stuff. What was
It's
that,
a
Brooke?
friendly platform. I feel like TikTok is such a friendly platform.
Not for me.
You know what else?
I'm the
Well, not
most
for any,
bananaed, silenced show on TikTok.
Aside from that, if it wasn't for the tyranny,
Yeah.
it would be a very good medium.
I
and
agree.
they know that.
If we could just have free speech, and it's the problem is it's the only platform where your haters can actually attack your page with and actually do something about it and can actually mess you up, you know? So like anywhere else I post, no one can do anything. They can hate all they want, but all they're doing is creating engagement. Here though, they can get you removed off the platform like that. So it's a real problem.
I've got another idea for you.
Shoot.
When you're doing the Booker's draft, yeah, right? When you're doing that, right, at the same time as you're going through it page by page, right, what you could do is have the Clarity Act on the side and show people where the Clarity Act's gone wrong and where the Booker's draft's gone right. Now you've got key points to negotiate with the Clarity Act.
You know
as
what?
Well.
I think that that's
people's
exactly what we need to do, and that would be a great educational tool for Stand With Crypto to educate the people at Stand With Crypto and to educate
Make
the
a note of that.
legislators.
That's a very good idea. Make a note of that for sure, because I think that it could be perfect, especially for the key points that you're talking about, Oz. I would love to get more in depth. If just understanding is half the battle for all of us, right?
Let's work
In
together,
anything.
because like you have reach. You can get to Wendy, and Wendy can really reach people. And like I don't care about the recognition. I care about the narrative, right? I don't need to get paid for it. I don't need to get anything out of it. I just need to get the message out there.
Let's do it. Let's make something happen.
We're going to work together. We're going to do something for sure, guys. You guys know me. I don't just stand by quietly and complain on the internet. I'm boots on the ground, and I'm trying to get shit done. So I think that this is what needs to be top priority here. I do agree with that.
Hey, I'll give you a hand with that if you want.
Anyone that wants to help.
Y'all in the UK are screwed.
Yeah, anyone that wants
Sorry.
to help with this, send me a DM. Join my Discord link in my bio and message me in Discord. If you message me here on TikTok, I'm probably not going to read it. I get 1 million spammers a day. It's going to be impossible to find. But if you join the Discord link, then you'll be able to do that. Let me drop it in the chat for you guys. That way you guys can find it.
You might be better off moving here. I've been following the UK since the get-go and looking at this. And you guys are Canada, UK, Australia. I arrived on this platform and right off the bat, I had a bunch of UK crypto bros because I'm talking about CBDC, all of this stuff coming, right? Well, I'm just this crazy, stupid American over here. I don't know what I'm talking. That's never going to happen. CBDCs are awesome. CBDCs are awesome. Do you remember those things?
Hey, Brooke, you never heard me say that. Okay.
I'm telling you, and then after that, they would have whole lives, or they would come in and a bunch of other. I was like, the UK people are gone. And then
Hey, let me take a moment to reset the room real quick. Guys, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We've got Jem and Bellstar just joined the chat. What's going on, girls?
Hey, it's
Good
good to
morning,
see
good
everybody.
morning.
Fantastic interview yesterday, Oz. Fantastic.
Thank you.
And I funneled all my questions through you, and then Chris answered them. It was an epic conversation. I don't think we scared him away.
I don't think we did either. And you know what? The first thing he did after the show, like I reached out to him and I said, "Hey, thanks for coming on, and appreciate you taking your time." And the first response that he sent me was, "We need to get that detention center shut down." And I was like blown away. Like,
Was
because
that with
That'd be
Chris?
cool.
What's that?
With this detention center? I don't know nothing about that.
Well, you guys got to go watch it. Go
Was that
watch
with
it on
Chris?
White. Yeah, that was with Chris yesterday.
Nice.
You
I'm gonna have
guys
to
can
watch
learn
that.
a little bit about me and
I caught
my
the back end of it, but
where I come from and what I went through, and it was a dark time for me. But honestly, part of the reason why I have a platform today is because of what I went through, and I wanted to bring to light what was going on so that way we could shut down that detention center. I know. I'll tell you what right now, if that detention center gets shut down because of this show, I will have accomplished my overall goal for being here on social media. So
Absolutely, bro.
I got to set the bar higher now. Got to set the bar
Are
higher now.
talking.
Yeah,
There was
now you got that one on the way. Yeah, we can concentrate on this consumer rights,
Right.
crypto act. You know,
Not to get sidetracked, but we talked about firearm things. We also talked about the California fires. We talked about water being a huge issue in the reservoirs, and the cost of water. You know,
Right. And
for our
I'm going to be
homes.
sending him more materials because, like, I was talking to him, telling him things. Callie was flagged for dangerous activities. Callie, I got to drop you. You can't drive while you're on. I got to drop you from the panel. Love you, bro. Oh, man, we lost Callie.
You should be
Dangerous
listening.
activities. Can't be doing dangerous activities, guys. Be safe out there. But a special
Just
thanks
talking
to
during a
Callie
tornado
Crypto for
dangerous.
coming on the show and talking with us. I've been working with the people at Stanwood Crypto very closely and trying to make positive changes and help as much as I can. So and I love the fact that Callie is like, yeah, let's make this happen. Let's do something positive. Like, let's make some changes. Like, he's not like, oh, you're getting people to not want to sign my petition thing. I don't like you. No, he's receptive to it. So I appreciate and commend that very much. So, hey, don't worry about it, Callie. You're good.
Kelly Crypto's a stand-up guy. I've known him
Oh yeah,
day one on here. 5 years. He's great. Great guy.
yeah. He is awesome. We've been hanging out a lot, having some good times and with good people. So it's been great. I just posted a new video too. He's in the video.
Sorry, I actually think that what crypto stood for before and what we could achieve as a community has really died off with a lot of this younger generation and Jeets that have come into the space. And I really think there has to be a big move from a lot of the KOLs and influencers to actually start bringing people back into the true meaning of what crypto is and why it started. And take it back to, I guess the wealth distribution and let them understand why crypto started in the first place.
Right. Because it was about financial freedom and freedom to bank without a bank and to have control of your money and how you use it,
Well, and wealth distribution, that not only the big guys are getting rich, that every little guy's got a shot. And I think they've lost that. I think they've lost the true meaning of...
It's a rich quick scheme now to them.
Oh, it's disgusting. There is no value in it. There's no respect for what it means anymore. And I do blame a lot of the KOLs because all they did was push the, look at me, I'm in my Ferrari and I've got this and I've got girls and I'm on luxury ships. And it's like, Yeah, you've just ended up doing the exact thing that rich guys do.
Yeah, all they're showing off is that they extracted your liquidity from them. You should hate them.
Yeah, and it's not giving back, and it's not doing anything to actually support the growth. And I'm more part of the only reason I'm still in this space, I'm not retired, is because there's still a lot of work to do for where we should be with crypto. But we're just letting the governments take over. We're letting the big boys come in and decide, well, we want a piece of this action, and all the little guys have just been scared off, and
In the name of I want my bags to pump, that we're giving it away to the institutions and to the governments in the name of I want to make money. That's why I'm here, is to make money. No, the idea was, like B Rose said, it was about peer-to-peer transactions with no middleman. That was the idea.
Yep.
Do you think it's a coincidence that Satoshi came out with Bitcoin in 2008 after the market crash, the housing market crash in the U.S.? No.
Well, it was a global recession, right? We all felt it globally, even here in Australia.
I think that was actually a part of the plan, because your biggest critics, how do you get your biggest critics onto a system that they would right out of the gate automatically hate? You put up something like Bitcoin, you create the narrative, this is going to be freedom, and then you get all the freedom people on board, and then you can kind of like shift it over. I don't think it's a coincidence that it came out of the 2008 financial crisis. And then that is why I've been looking at, because I know, unfortunately, they will never, it's sovereign nations, the rulers of this world will never allow something like peer-to-peer transactions to happen. Now, what the biggest power that we can do, what they are doing, they're going to co-opt it. Unfortunately, there's no way that they will ever allow us to send
Let me
money
push back on
peer-to-peer
you real quick on what you
knowing
said,
it.
Brooke, real quick. They're going to try. Okay? Since the beginning of time, there has always been men that have been trying to take over the world and have control of everything. And the people always overturn that ruling. We have an opportunity right now to not bend over and say, send it up there, buddy, no lube. We have an opportunity to actually stand up and make something happen. So just saying that, well, the lobbyists have all the control and there's nothing we can do and shrug our shoulders, then yeah, that's what we're going to get.
Our money system is outside of our government. No. Here's the thing. Here's where they're evil. Our Federal Reserve isn't a part of our government. They are changing the infrastructure from the base, and they will control it from there. So our real power, because I tried to look at every single option. How can we stop this from happening? How can we keep it peer-to-peer? Can we keep our sovereignty? One of the best ways is they will not allow this. They will not lose control of the system. But this is an open protocol system, and how they develop the world of our past and how it's structured is it stopped being a reciprocal system of I put in work, my boss, I'm responsible, I can have a family, I can have a house, I can have the dream. That is no longer it. We can now create ecosystems built off of these projects that do distribute, uh, that
I'll tell you
you
this.
can make self-reciprocal ecosystems. And so the biggest thing you can do is develop an ecosystem and commerce and business of multiple like aspects and make it a self-reciprocal system within your ecosystem so that you have built something parallel to the control system that they have, and you can live a freedom sovereign life. I'm building a project right now called the Wandering Footprint with a friend who, if we're going to have social credit scores, if we're not going to have jobs, why don't we set up communities around the world, around the nation, that you can like look on chain and you do have a social credit score, but it's more for like, are you going to fit into this little group? Do you like organic farming? And so you have you have a choice in the lifestyle that you make.
Well, I want to say
You have an
this.
ecosystem that
Let me say
reciprocates.
this real
Hey,
quick.
can
Well,
I
hold on,
just
hold
say
on, hold
something
on,
first,
hold
please?
on, hold on, hold on. So the sentiment seems to be, and I see in the chat, I see what you guys are saying, and it says the elites won't allow it. They will not give up control. This is the sentiment I keep hearing. But then I see this one message by Mark Carmichael, and it says House of Representatives.gov/representative, find your representative. That link right there, you can pick up the phone, you can make a phone call, you can send an email, you can have your voice be heard, especially now before the primaries. It's an opportunity to do something. I'm not going to go quietly into the night and just bend over and say, well, they're not going to let it happen, so we might as well just go with the flow. Fuck that. I am going to go
That's
kicking
not
and
what I'm
screaming and
saying.
swinging.
Yes. Yes. So
Oz,
that's our biggest thing. The base layer is going to get changed to this no matter what. That's why these social, it's like, so then between the people and your government with this new technology and what it can do, we have to educate the populace about what type of social contract and world do you want to use moving forward,
Right,
right?
but you have to
That's where
understand
the
that
real
we're
power is.
influencers. Whether you believe it or not, us being up here, we are influencing the people that watch this show and the people that watch us and the content we create and everything that we do. These people watch us. And when we just keep feeding them that there's nothing that we can do, they're going to sit by and say, hey, there's nothing we can do. But if you say, no, I'm not going to go quietly into the night and I will never acquiesce, then they're going to get that same sentiment and they're going to feel like they can do something as well. And that's how a revolution starts, with a small little spark. And we have to stop spreading that rhetoric that there's nothing we can do, because there's a lot we can do.
Hey, Oz, can I just add something here? Yeah,
Yeah.
what you're saying is well and true, right? And talking about peer-to-peer transactions and stuff, right? You're absolutely right. But the problem is, right, they can't stop that functionality, but they can stop you accessing that functionality. The same way there's certain exchanges like Binance in the United States that you can't use because you're restricted, right? So they can stop you from using them services, because ultimately you're going to do them online, and that's going to be on their networks.
you know what I'm actually bothered by? I'm sorry, but the more time that I have spent on this side of crypto on TikTok, I'm noticing that almost every single influencer and KOL, like a talking from their experience and talking about crypto based off the American laws. Now, I think everyone's missing the fact that crypto is global, and whatever's going on in the States is not overall what everybody is experiencing. So I'm really bothered by the fact that everybody is, it's almost like fear mongering because of the country that you live in. But you got to realize one thing with crypto is, if you want to make a real difference and you want real freedom, get the fuck out of the country. Go to a country that's more crypto friendly.
Honestly,
Go
I've
to a
been looking
country
at
that's got no
Switzerland.
tax, no rules.
I've been looking at Switzerland.
I don't
But the
get.
thing is this: it is a global infrastructure. But if we just stand by and do nothing, just like we were talking about earlier, is the U.S. will pave the way for the rest of the world. Other countries will march in lockstep along with it. We have to make sure that we do stand up for this and we do fight back. Otherwise, it will spread and you won't be able to run away from it.
Why would America pave the way for it? I don't understand. I mean,
Because
you've got so
other
many
countries will look to
countries.
the U.S. for guidance on what to do, and they'll kind of copy and paste. Okay, and then when
China
that
won't be
becomes,
doing that. Russia won't be doing that. The
I
Middle East
understand
won't
that,
be
but
doing that. Africa won't be doing that.
maybe
So
we go
I
to a
don't.
global structure. Maybe we're gonna be part of
It's not going to happen.
the Galactic Federation.
It's not going to happen. They can't even agree now that we're at war with other countries. You think they're going to agree to share a global financial system? It's not going to happen.
I mean, look at
And
the way
you know,
China
there's always
regulates crypto now.
Yeah, the
Look at
BIS is
But
already running
there
pilot
are
projects like Project Agora and the M Bridge. So you guys want to check that out and see what the Bank of International Settlement is actually doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, the banks across the world are already agreeing to this, like you said. Bank of International Settlements, which our New York Federal Reserve is member and part owner of. So, and the reason why people will look to America and why because right now, and yes,
Is
that is
America
changing, we're
is
going
the
from a
American dollar
unipolar
like the
world to
global
a
Hold on,
standard?
let her
multipolar
finish
world.
talking, and then you can have the floor.
We're going to a unipolar world and a multipolar world. And the entities that transact those transactions between nations are telling us they are agreeing upon rails of which to send these messages and this money in a very new and different way.
Gen
And the
X,
reason why they're going to look at American regulation is because America is the biggest in commerce. We are the biggest economy, and we are the most financially influential country in the world. If we fall, it collapses the entire, actually, really anyone, because we're
That's not
so
true.
incestuously. No, it's
That's
true.
not true.
It's true. We
No,
are
it's
so, no,
not.
in 2000, no, 2008 was a very good indication that our entire global system, our financial system is like a house of cards built on top of each other. Right now, it's going to
everything is
Japan is
interlinked.
about to fall.
However, if you
Yeah,
look at like the
yeah.
tariff issue, Australia's import exports are booming right now because of the U.S. tariffs on all the other countries. People have opted out of beef in the U.S. and they now buy it from Australia. So Australia's economy is doing quite well because of it. So I can understand why Jem has her perspective. However, we have to understand that it is a house of cards built on top of each other. And what happens in the US does affect other countries, even if there are adversaries. It is all a giant ecosystem and it's all interlocked. The issue is
Because of our petrodollar.
right, but we have to stick to the core argument here is that we can't just bend over and take it. We have to at least do something. Even if we lose, we have to try. That's all I'm saying. Is don't acquiesce, don't give up, okay? Because we have seen time and time again in history that when people rise up against tyrannical governments, against tyrannical institutions, against the fringe minority of rulers, the people always win. We can do this if we come
Or you
together and
vote with
believe
your
in
money.
ourselves.
You vote with
Hey,
your
the
money
only
and you
time
keep
evil
everything
wins is when good does
decentralized.
nothing.
Yes, Gen X, say that again. All it takes.
So
Go ahead.
The only time evil wins is when good does nothing.
Yes, all it takes for evil to win is for good men to do nothing. Absolutely. And I refuse to do nothing and add to the narrative of we're cooked. There's nothing we can do about it. Might as well go with the flow. I will not.
That as well.
I will not put that leech worm into
that.
somebody's ear. I refuse to do it. I choose to tell people that you can fight back. You can have your voice heard. We can do something about this. Do not acquiesce and push. For God's sakes, get off your freaking phone, get off your couch, pick up your, or even do it from your phone. It's so easy now than ever. You can literally do it from your phone or your computer where you can fight back. But like, we should be taking to the streets.
I can send money right now.
Yeah,
you know,
there's a lot we can do. And to just say that there's nothing and that we're going to
corny.
lose, then we will.
That's giving up
We're
before
not
you even
gonna
started.
lose. I mean, it's like our
we're
people are already
pioneers. We're
Yep.
pioneers of the blockchain. We've all
Yep.
gotten here really, really early, and we're pushing back on the fringes of the Wild West of crypto before it's all over. But we need to make rules and regulations to protect ourselves and figure what we still want to carve out.
Right, because like the Clarity
Before
Act,
it's
they're making
gone.
rules and regulations to protect their TradFi system and to protect their institutions. Like, you know, we need to make sure that we are pushing for something else. We need to let our legislators know, and I think we need to, because like we said, this is a global thing. I think it doesn't matter what country you're in. Unions are international. Stand with Crypto is international. Why can't we make an international alliance of crypto holders or whatever you want to call it, where we say these are the rules that can govern us and these are the rules that cannot?
Retail investors.
Yeah.
Retail investors.
Well, I wouldn't even say, yeah,
Then we need
retail
our own
investors.
country.
We don't have to operate in the same financial system as
Right.
like big money is.
We can
Because
literally
liquidity
create
providers aren't
an
providing liquidity.
institution that has no borders, that is global, where it
That's what I was
affect
talking about.
anyone that's a
Like
member of it.
American nationals or sovereign citizens.
Right. Well, not like that. More or less like a union. So a union is governed, by the union. So the union has its own president, has its own treasury. Yeah, it's its own sovereign entity that governs itself. Okay. And basically the government cannot make rules that infringe upon its constitution.
Build a parallel system. That's what I was talking
That's
about.
what I'm talking about.
Building.
We need to, but we
Build a
got to
parallel
not just talk about it. We got to do it. We need to find people.
Doing
I know a lot of union people. I'm going to start talking and making some connections, but we need to build this, and we need to do it now because time is running short. I feel like we have months to get something done that could take years to do. So like, it's not something that we can sit on.
Well, come join the project.
What was that, Jim?
I'm going to send you an NDA to bring you in on something that I've been working on for a while. I've got lawyers globally putting their input in it at the moment. And I am looking for representatives in different countries. And it is along the lines of what you guys are talking about. However,
Let's do it.
The one thing that I do want to go back to is vote with your money, right? And at the end of the day, you got to remember, ETH can be shut down, yeah? They can just shut it. So think about where you're investing your money and where you're holding it. And if it's in an asset that can be controlled, you got to remember at the end of the day, Bitcoin is the only decentralized. Only. Everything else, every other network can be halted.
The problem with Bitcoin is it's becoming centralized because of people like Michael Saylor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it could be manipulated, definitely. However, what we do need is potentially another decentralized platform, a proper decentralized platform, and for all the little guys to get in before the big guys again. So, but at the end of the
big
day,
guys can get in, but they got to play by the rules. You know what I mean? It's not about this hidden network front running, all this spoofing, BS liquidity grabs via over leveraged positions on currencies that doesn't even have anything to do with the market cap or the volume flow. It's just bullshit right now. So yeah, we need to create
Litecoin's very affordable.
Schmack says Monero has already built it, gang.
You are so right, Schmuck. I'm not complete. I haven't had enough coffees, but Monero is one of my favorites.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, Monero's one of the ones that they're doing a lot of that. I hate to say, you guys, but a lot of the hackers and dark pool money is running on Monero. So that's great. I don't support like the dark web. That's where Monero money comes from.
I don't support it, but I understand that the world we live in, these things are happening. There's no reason that we give away our sovereignty just because of bad apples.
Truth. And that's why we got to create our own platform for sovereignty.
It's better that 1,000 innocent men go free than 1,000 guilty men go free than one innocent man be punished. Same goes with this. It's better that 1,000 people be able to have that freedom than for one bad apple to ruin it for everyone else.
Chillwell and I went through a whole list of privacy coins. There's a big list of them.
Right, but those are privacy, like where it just hides your, what you're doing on the blockchain. And I'm a big fan of, Midnight and Canton, SXT. These are all privacy protocols, and I love the idea of it, but people don't understand what the real use case for that is. It's so that like KFC has their secret recipe so that they can order stuff on the blockchain, but it not actually be tracked what they're actually buying.
I get it.
In other words, these current liquidity providers, the architect, developers, and partners that are of the Canton Network, like B2, C2, Flow Traders, FalconX, Cumberland, DRW, these are the ones who are currently the front runners in the crypto market, who cause all this spoofing and liquidity grabs on retail. And they're the ones who are the core architect partnership developers for the Canton Network. And what they're doing is they're making all this spoofing shit that they're doing on the current market in the crypto. They're going to be doing that on the private with no eyes, no order books, no heat maps for retail to see how to possibly position themselves more safely.
And
So yeah, the
that's
Canton
the
Network is all
double-edged
about
sword.
privacy. It's
That's
all about privacy, and it's
right.
not retail privacy that they're trying to create the privacy for.
Institutions.
They're gonna see all. Yeah, it's institutional privacy, 100%.
Exactly.
I
It's
know.
KFC.
I sat in on I was sitting in on a CBDC talk with a bunch of different central banks at Consensus Austin, and this was their conversation. Like that was the topic for those central bank representatives on the platform was what privacy layers, what will be private, what will be public. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
DTCC is a really good thing to go and research too, because their compressor X technology that they're using, and then overlay the infrastructure that they release.
Mm-hmm.
You will see a few partners of people in there.
They can front run the whole. They're master front runners, and they're just really kind of, I want to say, mastering their art right now, and they're going to be able to deploy the mastery of their art on the
Yeah, and
Canton
you know what?
Network.
I've known about Canton Network because I've been butt deep in the research of the DTCC and the project, and so I was shocked whenever they made Canton a like one that you can go and
Pilot,
buy.
started
Yeah.
piloting on it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, no,
I
and
was
made
too.
it available for us because for years I'm like, oh, what? Because I would go, look, what are they building on? It would be Canton Network. Can I go buy Canton? I can't. And so whenever they released it onto exchanges, I was like, ho ho ho.
And we
And it
just had
doesn't
the
take,
New
and
York
that people
Stock.
are like, it's not XRP. Canton doesn't take care of the liquidity layer. Or in the
No,
other,
it
it
doesn't.
compresses a bunch of
It's
other layers to make the transactions.
Right.
It's really
yes.
cool.
And
And the
XRPL
thing
is
is
one of the layers
Canton,
that
it could be any network,
Yep.
that
I
you
think there's
could.
3 networks they're piloting right now, and I don't want to, okay, the XRPL, the Stellar Network, and Hedera piloting.
Yep. They're telling you.
And those are the top
They're
ones.
telling
Those are
you.
the ones that are most on my radar.
DTCC direct piloting with those ledgers.
Me
with those
personally, I think
companies.
Hedera is better than the XRPL. But
Well,
I
it's got a
think
higher TPS.
the thing is, it's an ecosystem. There's going to be a use case for each thing. Each thing is going to have its own niche. There's not going to be some end all be all.
Truly,
reach into a
focusing on
hat,
each part the most
write
right
them
now.
all on a piece of paper, reach into a hat and pull one out, and it's probably going to be used for something, and it's going to do magnificent things in the future.
Here's an interesting part
For
of
the
each
record,
ecosystem that I've found is like the XDC network, the Hedera Hashgraph, and the XRPL. They all have, like, the XDC has a built-in EVM sidechain. Hedera network has a built-in EVM side, like EVM right into their layering. The XRPL had to open up the EVM sidechain in June of 2025. So all of these, like, core infrastructure, I want to say payment railway systems that are going to be for global finance, we're talking probably like real finance is going to be ran on the EVM. There's some sort of EVM compatibility and interoperability, programmability. The usage of the Solidity smart contract language that is going to be specific, I think, for the financial sector, whereas the Stellar network operates on a Soroban smart contract protocol, and they just had to upgrade it like to Protocol 25 just recently. There's also, it runs on the Rust language, so there's a different language for different financial sectors I see.
Yes.
Just something to look into. Whereas like the XPR network, that whole Metallicus, they run on the Antelope protocol. So their smart contract and RWA tokenization infrastructure is the Antelope. So they're all different financial sectors are getting different layering, different security measures, different smart contract layering. And I believe what like the Metallicus is going to be for the U.S. Credit Bureau or credit, credit.
Yeah, Metallicus has been on my radar recently. That's going to be
Yeah,
a
they're for
big
credit
player
bureaus.
for sure.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to be operating, I believe, all the like credit bureaus in America, all of our, private
And
credit
other
banks.
things are going to be healthcare.
Schmack says Proton.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you need to look at with all of these is if any of them are a registered company and where are they registered out of. And a lot of people fail to dig deeper into protocols and projects and see whether or not there is some kind of control that, the governments can stop it, or, like they did with, what was that other one many years ago where they charged the guy that owned it? It was another privacy.
FTX.
No, FTX. What was it called? It was like a Tumblr.
B&B.
No,
CE says
it
B&B.
was similar to Monero. It was, oh my goodness. You know what? I haven't had a coffee.
Rose?
What was it called?
Chat,
Jeez,
help
they
us out.
charged the guy that built it. It was a tumbler, so you can wash your money. Damn,
I
I've
know they're
been in
doing
this
that with
industry
Pippin
for
right
far
now.
too long.
Tornado. Chat says tornado.
Tornado Cash, thank you very much. They
Yeah.
charged the owner of
Luna.
that, and yeah, no, it was Tornado Cash. So you got to be
Follow
careful
that person
because
right there. Who said that? Follow that guy.
Oh, that's Run Up. Run Up is an OG. Run Up, come up here, bro.
Yeah, I know Run Up. Damn you, Run Up. Good shit.
So again, you got to look out. People might be creating all these things, but then they live in America and they've registered their company out of America, and before you know it, the government's going to come in and take over and shut it down or charge you. So be careful with looking into projects. Dig deeper than just what's in front of your face.
Absolutely.
Whereas if they're registered out as, Seychelles or Dubai or, any of the, tax-free, government-free locations, and that's a different story.
Right. And I think, and like we were saying, like the core issue that we were talking about is are we defeated or can we fight back? And I think with a lot of these projects, it gives us that opportunity to have that sovereignty. But, I mean, look at in the US right now, there's a lot of exchanges, especially for like leverage trading, that you can't access here in the US. So how do we get around that? I think by forming like a unionized version of
Well, that's because of the
crypto.
licensing. So
Right. But what I'm saying is like the union is its own sovereign nation, basically. It's like Indian land, basically. So you would be
regardless,
able to
you won't be able
it.
to access it from. No, so regardless, but I work with exchanges and getting corporate projects registered globally for licensing.
Right, but
so
you use like an IP, what do you call it? Where you like a proxy server.
Yeah, which means you guys.
But then it's legal because
you
you're
guys
union.
will eventually get charged for it.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be. It wouldn't. You couldn't get charged for it if we had a sovereign entity that we operate underneath. That's what I'm saying is it wouldn't be illegal to do.
It wouldn't be the issue of the project if they're licensed elsewhere and under a different sovereignty. It's up to the individuals. Like for you as an individual, if you get caught using an IP and hiding and using an exchange, you're the one individually that can get in
So
trouble.
what I'm
right?
I don't think you're grasping what I'm trying to say is if we like a union, unionized internationally, and we're like our own sovereign entity, right? We would operate under our own constitution and our own laws that operate outside of the jurisdiction of these countries financially on paper. So therefore, by using that IP proxy server, right, you would not be legally liable to the repercussions of it because you fall under a different set of laws.
Let me just wrap my mind around this real quick. So, like the what is it? The Vatican City is its own sovereign entity. The Bank of
Exactly.
International Settlement in Basel, Switzerland, is its own sovereign entity, even within a sovereign nation. So you're
Exactly.
saying
The
if we
Federal
create our own
Reserve.
sovereign you're saying we're creating our own sovereign platform
Yes.
on a global scale.
Yes.
I
Where
agree.
all
I
of
think
us, no matter
that's
what
doable.
country we live in, we say that we are governed in crypto by these laws, and no government can infringe upon that.
Did you know you can
Could
kind of
they?
do that by being a postmaster? And by being a postmaster, you fall under different laws under shipping yourself around the world.
Exactly.
Just
Interesting.
And that's what I'm
I
talking about.
wonder, Oz, if then they can kick you out of the country, though.
I would say not, because technically you are that sovereign entity, and you have the right to freely travel. You're still a citizen of the United States or wherever you may be, but financially you're governed under a different jurisdiction.
Admiral law or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, when you go into court, the first thing they ask you is they say, "Can you hear me?" What their meaning is not hear like can't audibly, but as like in a hearing. Am
Anyone
I allowed
on the
to?
Indian reservation?
But hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. What they're doing is they're establishing jurisdiction with that. They're using a different language to speak to you, and they're establishing that jurisdiction where if you agree and say yes, I can hear you, then what you're basically saying is I agree to the the jurisdiction
you acknowledge
that
court.
exactly, and I
You
acknowledge it.
Mhm.
Exactly.
I
So the
think
first thing
you've
that
got the
any
issue.
court does is establish jurisdiction. So if there was something to come up legally, you could then go into court and say, I'm under different jurisdiction and I request to have a hearing based upon jurisdiction. You would then establish that we are our own sovereign entity financially, and that those laws we're not governed by, and then the case would be thrown out. Obviously, it'd be a few
And
days in
so,
court.
yeah, and that goes
Citizens
back to
United, though.
it goes to every individual states for you guys too, because every single
Right.
one's got a different law. So that's a bit of a difficult one for the United States because of different.
Well, it depends on who brings you to court. If it's federal, then you
Exactly.
go to the federal court. If it's state, you go to the state court. It's who filed against you. That's all. It just depends on what courthouse are you going to.
If it's the county, you would go to the county court.
Exactly. It's not that difficult.
Citizens United dictates that corporations are sovereign citizens. Could they not
Exactly.
incorporate?
Yes,
And then
that's what I'm talking about. Incorporating.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what
So you
I
could
was thinking
do it
about.
like that.
That's what I'm seeing. You know, make it also like, you know, these corporations run on their own sort of.
Because I grew up around a John Bircher Society people, so I grew up thinking a little different, even though I'm a little older Gen X. I've
my
seen
goodness,
people
that's technically what I'm doing.
sign out and become, not a different kind of American national.
Right, and I get what
Oh.
you're saying.
Never mind.
Yeah.
That's a whole different.
Let's not repeal Citizens United. Let's use it. That's what.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that's our breakthrough.
Yeah, I think that's
Not
our.
kidding.
I mean, I think that we should take
agreeing with you
back
both.
our sovereignty
I'm
as
agreeing.
people in the U.S., but at the same time, we can.
It's time to reclaim our agency.
Yeah, exactly. But honestly, I don't think it
Yeah.
even has to go that deep. Maybe somebody doesn't even want to. Well, Mother Dragon says sovereign citizen. That's an oxymoron. It doesn't. It would be a sovereign national. So the only people that are sovereign citizens are police officers.
I would be the living man.
Yeah, exactly. So basically,
The man on the land.
the idea of incorporating or unionizing or whatever the term is that we would be using to do this, it allows people to choose whether they want to be a foreign national or a state national or a nationalist or whatever, or a citizen, but still fall under those laws financially. So it, like you said, like incorporation, I think is the answer. I need to talk to an attorney about this a little bit
They even
more.
have
Lawyers.
they even have different kinds of trust, not your
Right.
normal
Well, the
trust.
trust is like the
There's a whole
entity that
level
holds
deeper.
the rights to like property. What we're talking about is a governing body. So, what laws and jurisdiction we fall under? Because we want to write a constitution, correct? We want to have a way that we can say we declare this, and these are the laws that the government cannot infringe upon, right?
But most law dates back to maritime law.
And that's
Well,
kind of
that
where we're going with this.
that's
And Oz,
here we go down
so
the rabbit hole. So
I
that's
would be really, really careful. I would be really careful that they will end up changing. Okay, they might not be able to get you because you're under a different sovereignty, but we can kick you out of the country, right?
not if it's
I
incorporated,
would just think
not if
that
it's a
they will
corporation.
find a way.
And you know, in
Yeah,
the
so I feel
United
like you're
States,
operating.
we are sovereign, so they can't
I'm
just
just
kick
saying
you
we
out.
have a few options. We could go down this rabbit hole a few different ways if we have to. But we can start at the top, mellow, but
Right, and do some research on it and figure out what paperwork needs to be filed and how to get people the tools and resources to join it. Even if it's just
see,
you personally by yourself,
I
you
was
can still
involved
operate
with
under
the
it.
state of Jefferson movement in Northern California and Southern Oregon too.
Exactly.
So I'm sorry if I went down the rabbit
No,
hole
it
a
can
little
be
fast.
done. It can be done.
Yeah.
And it's done all the time. Look at the way like the Indian reservations operate. It's the same idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a really good idea because I mean, and you can when you're incorporated, you're still operating underneath the law and jurisdiction, but it offers you separate jurisdictional rights within your incorporated ecosystem. And so the structure and how we build that ecosystem within it, if we
Right. So
build a
that way we can operate
self-sustaining,
outside of the system. If they create a system of control and manipulation, we don't fall under that jurisdiction. So they can't freeze our assets. They can't tell us what we can and can't buy. They can't tell us anything. We do what we want.
perfect.
Because almost
And then
everyone wants to have some kind of generational wealth, their real estate and their holdings in a trust, and everyone wants to have like a family compound so we can feed our families nutritious food.
I mean, that's what we're doing out here. I don't own anything. It's all owned by the business and the trust. Okay. Everything is owned by Ozthecryptogoat Media LLC and the revocable trust. Like I don't own anything. And we have that here. We have all the land, and everybody here like either works on the show or helps out around here, and it's its own little community. It's very small,
that's
but
what
it
we're
is.
building. That's what we're building here too. And I did it for such a time as this to feed the community whenever they, become hard up because of inflation. And there's real power in that. And so we
Exactly.
could, um, and so even so, like think about if we had a network, because what we're building through Wondering Footprint is even an ecosystem of even transportation between these these different communities. So there's a like and so there's even projects that are transportation projects that have their own tokens and utility built around those tokens that then we can adopt into that to transport our goods from these sovereign communities to sovereign communities based on their own sovereign token. There's a guy, he built something called the blue collar dollar, and he's a truck driver. And so the people who were building this like network of networks and ecosystem parallel system with, we have transportation, projects that's going to be incorporated to it. So you can build these really cool ecosystems with a bunch of different people's projects that they're passionate about. And that's what it is, like linking up networks and building your own rails because this is open protocol system. It's really exciting. Like you said, we can do really cool things if we're creative enough, if we're together enough.
Right, and we need to come together as a community here, and stop whining and complaining on the internet and actually taking action. I'm going to take
I
this.
won't do well in a 15-minute city.
Me
I'll tell you
neither.
that much.
Me neither. I'll do well on the countryside with a bunch of goats running around making cheese. I'll do great
Because
doing
I've always been a farmer and a construction person.
All right, guys, I'm going to take this moment to reset the room. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. What's up, TikTok seller? How you doing, buddy? Are you there? I don't even know if he knows he's on the panel. Anyway.
Hey, I got to drop. Thank you for having me. Got to put babies to bed. I will see
no
y'all
worries.
later.
TikTok seller said, "Oh my God, what?"
Bye. Thanks for having me up. Bye,
Hey,
guys.
absolutely.
Bye, Jen. Bye, Stars. Bye, Bella. Bye, Jen.
I think we're going to take this
Bye.
opportunity to call it a night. I think we had a great discussion, and thank you for everyone that put in your input. We wouldn't be able to build things like we're talking about without this community and us coming together to build. And I think it's amazing that everyone that came on here, I see action, not complaining, and that's what we need. Is we need action. We need to do something because we are marching in lockstep towards total control and manipulation. So these are some things I'm going to be working on. And anyone that wants to help out or is interested in getting involved with this, join my Discord. We're going to add a new section in the Discord for this project where people can leave ideas, information, things like that. You can reach out and DM me anything that you think that you can contribute or want to help on, or just have questions. How do I use it myself? How do I join? Maybe you don't have the background to build something like it, but you want to be utilizing it. We want to make sure that people have that resource. So I'm going to be doing that with the Discord. The Discord link is in my bio. I'm going to drop the Discord in the chat here as well, so you can use that link to join. Follow everyone on the panel, guys. These are great people, and thank you for this discussion. I think it went really well, and honestly, I wasn't sure about what I was going to talk about today. I knew we were going to talk a little bit about what I was doing this weekend, but this was incredible, and I think that we're paving the way towards freedom right now in this space, and I commend all of you. I salute you guys.
Yeah, as I just joined your Discord server, just having a look at it now.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll work on getting that set up on the Discord. We'll do a special section. I don't know what I'll call it just yet. Maybe it'll be #revolution, crypto revolution.
Yeah, proactive, not reactive.
Yeah, something like that.
We even had our agency here representing. Fantastic.
Yeah, Evie,
MVP.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And thank you to everyone that sent gifts today. Let's go through the list of who gave.
Thank you. Hey, thank you.
Oh,
again.
TikTok seller, thank you for the galaxy.
What?
Thank
MVP,
you.
thank you for the gifts. Schmack, Revolution, Crypto Angel, Gen X Crypto, Starks, Cali Crypto. I'm Earl Henson, Mark, Carmichael, Bellstar, Mother of Dragons, Josh TV, Brook Odyssey, JFM, Starks, Lee, Tyler, Abundantly, Miss Evie, Jfinity, Xena, Mar Lopez, thank you guys so much for your gifts. Oh, it looks like more are coming in. Thank you guys so much. Everything that you send to this show doesn't go to me. I give it to the staff here. They put in a lot of hard work. We have our IT guy. Jesse is coming back to the show as a fact checker soon, hopefully soon. It all depends on her availability, how that's going to happen. But she did reach out to me and tell me that she wants to come back on the show. So I don't have a date yet of when that will be, but hopefully soon, because I think that it's really good to have someone here to fact check things and look things up for us while we're in a discussion, so that way we're not sidetracked trying to, and we can still have that organic conversation. I think it's very important to what we do here. But the IT guy, man, he puts in work. He's running the Discord and moderating it as well. And also, you know, to our other moderators here in the chat as well, Mother Dragons, TikTok Seller, and so many others that put in a lot of work into this show. We would be nothing without you. And that's why I continue to work so hard for you guys, because of the hard work that you guys put in. And I appreciate everything that you do. And just know that everything that we get here in revenue, my goal is to give it back to you in one way or another, whether it's in, you know, giveaways and merchandise and gifts, or, you know, putting boots on the ground, putting people to work, and making things happen. So thank you. I appreciate you guys. We are the front lines of freedom. I'm going to go ahead and rug everybody, and you guys all have a good night.
Well, good night, bro.
Have a good night.
Good night.
I appreciate you guys. Oh.
Peace out.
I put Bellstar on the expanded, not the rug.
How did I get there?
I did it on accident. All right, have a good night. Thank you guys for the gifts, and don't forget to follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. If you missed an episode, don't worry about it, because it's all on YT. You can check it out there. And thank you, everyone. I'm going to leave you all with a little something before we go. Just a little something for you. Let's see here. Something that you'll enjoy. Little enjoyment to end the night, you know? That's how I like to do things here. So let's bring this over here. Where's it at? Oh, now it's gone. There it is. We're going to do this one.
What is real? How do you define real? There is no spoon.
What is real, what is human? This world got me questioning, consuming. Stuck in the matrix, feeling like I'm Truman. So upside down, disconnected from the Schumann. But Morpheus is here now, you ready to go? The red or blue pill, you already know. Down the rabbit hole, we going below. Layers they can't see, I'm going to show you what is real, what is fake, take it slow. Been doing it for years and now I'm a pro. Fiat the fake, it's a sham, it's a scam. 2.3 trillion a supply, like goddamn. They print and they steal as much as they want. But old Uncle Sam, he just runs a front for the shadiest scheme you've ever seen. Completely worthless, worse than a shit meme. Coin got us all stuck in the system. Crypto the fix, let me give you some wisdom. Bitcoin and Cardano use UTXOs. XRP and Solana for speed, I suppose. Assets that go up, not down overnight, but the system won't die without a big fight. That's why they delay, that's why they keep stalling, but nothing can stop destruction from falling. So let's quietly build and quietly stack. Let's exit the matrix, it's about to crack. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away. All I'm offering's the truth, yeah, that's what we say. No more lies, no more fake shit. Man, I really can't take it. I know what is real, so please don't mistake it for new cars and new clothes with next level flows. I try to compose this life that we chose. The matrix is everywhere, it's all around us. Even in this room, it must surround us. You can't see it, you feel it, it's in your soul. Breaking the matrix, they losing control. Politicians and judges, they have the role to keep you in line. Yeah, that's the goal. But when you wake up and then you bake up, you must shake up the matrix and break up. You see the code, not Haskell or no, but the system they built, it's gonna explode. You're faster than this, so upgrade your mode. Don't think no you are, ancient knowledge bestowed. Don't listen to media, turn turn off the TV. Don't watch that fake news, they'll have you believe lie after lie. That's all that they doing to keep you from chasing that dream you're pursuing. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away. All I'm offer is the truth, yeah, that's what we say. Only show you the door, you gotta walk through it. I'm scrolling Big D, now he got me confusing. The shape of the earth, no way that we moving. Long distance test, that's how he can prove it. Starting to be like my big homie Wiz. He thinks that his flat and handles his biz. You sound like the dumbest thing I ever heard. Read a book, check the net, just follow the herd. But Google be playing with your search results. They be gang gang, I'm sure just a cult. So no matter how many times they insult, we think for ourselves, not a stupid adult. Is it true, IDK? Yeah, I really would've data check the views on YouTube. They really ain't about it on the news. Blew a fuse, yeah, that's when the dreaded is controlled. No excuse, that's why they freaking the ladder. Break it through, no kung fu. Yeah, I see the Matrix falling. Payphone crew deja vu. With Agent Smith, I'm brawling. So don't give up. Say what's up. If you still stuck in the Matrix, the end is near. Have no fear. Just keep building and lay bricks.
Kind of get what I'm putting. Out.
Okay, decentralization concerns when you relinquish control of the consensus algorithm to few entities. Oh, that was beautifully put. So just what you were saying. So governance votes based off of how much you hold. And I believe they spoke on this at Rare Evo, that they're trying to fix that.
Yeah, I think that this comes from having safeguards, right? Installing safeguards, so it's not just the consensus mechanism. And so that can be, distributed validator sets, right? So that you are capturing the small holders. Economic, I guess it would be penalties, slashing, so a trusted POS chain punishes people that are doing things wrong.
Yeah. I think more of a republic type of governance over a democratic type of governance would be the answer.
Yeah. But there's not one answer, right? I think there are a few things that need to be implemented, safeguards, if you will, so that people can feel better about it. But I do agree with, I can't remember who asked the question.
Scotty Dog.
Okay,
He's an
Scotty.
influencer.
Nice to meet you. I wish I could hear you guys and talk to you directly.
I know. If they had come on to Discord and joined there, then
so I did it right, you guys. I did it right, you guys.
So they came up on TikTok. Everybody's stuck on TikTok. It's so addicting. They cannot leave it. That's where they want to be. And I'm like, fine, whatever. Do what you want to do.
Well, I did it. I get a bonus point.
Absolutely. Run Up, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Like, where do we stand on the Clarity Act and other crypto market structure bills, and also the Retirement Investment Choice Act? And whether...
Hold on, let's break it down. Okay, so where do we stand on the Clarity Act and...
other crypto market structure bills?
Other crypto market structure bills?
Clarity Act,
the Retirement Investment Choice Act.
And the Retirement and Investment Choice Act.
I do not know about the Retirement and Investment Choice Act. But in regards to the Clarity Act, that's actually why I'm going to DC next week to talk to more Congress members. It's stuck there right now. We are trying to get that voted on. There are 2 different bills. And I believe the agriculture and, let me make sure, we're waiting for them
the Agriculture
to 3
Committee,
different
they drafted a
arms
bill
to submit
soon
their
as
versions of the bill, if you will. And I can just...
Yeah, they
check.
did.
I think it's
They
3
submitted
different
it
arms.
soon as the
But
government reopened.
That's a big deal for us that we're pushing for, and so we're
submitted.
going out there. Huh?
It's been submitted.
From all of the houses, all of the arms?
As
I don't
far
think
as
so.
as far as this community knows, yes. I believe it happened
Well,
after the shutdown ended.
The Clarity Act has been there, but they're just not voting on it
Yeah,
because
it
they're
passed,
waiting
it passed the
on...
House.
Yeah, it passed the House, right? So we're waiting on...
Yeah, that's what I just said. It passed the House.
Right.
It's stuck in Senate. They're not voting on it. We want them to vote on it, but they're not voting on it because they're waiting for reports from the Agricultural Committee and I believe 2 other committees. And that's what I'm looking for right now is the committees that we're waiting for.
I feel like they're dragging
so the
it out
Agriculture
to
Committee
drag out
drafted-
this bull run. That's what I think.
Yeah, they drafted a proposal soon as the government reopened.
There we go.
So they had it
evidently
ready.
There was a proposal that was drafted right after
Yeah.
the government was reopened.
We've gotten through all of the Clarity Act edits, but to prevent Trump from claiming credit for making the U.S. a crypto capital, let's see, committee delays.
Yeah, but the
They're
bill is
trying
also
to
at risk
submit, and
of
I'm just
being
reading about the
filibustered in the
updates since
Senate.
I'm going out there next week.
Right. So the concern is that the bill will be filibustered in the Senate.
Yeah.
It's possible.
I know one of the concerns that we had, or that has been going on, is that big banks are not liking people being able to use crypto and tokens on their own, and they feel like that they won't be going to banks as much. But that is indirectly forcing banks to give more benefits to people for fiat, which they're not
Absolutely.
necessarily looking to do. One of the other things banks are trying to do is roll back the Genius Act, which was already passed. And the Genius Act allows for crypto rewards, but banks are saying, hey, these rewards are too big. We're not able to give these same rewards. You know, when you spend money, you get points, for example, like Amex points, and they say, okay, 1,000 points equals $100. But they can change that at any time, and they do. They can say, well, now 1,500 points equals $100. But crypto has a greater reward system.
Absolutely.
And it's very clear on what you get in your return. And that's what they're trying to fight now, even though it's already passed. Even though that's not clarity, that is Genius. I didn't want to mix the two. Yeah, I can't find it right now. But there were, I believe, 3 arms that were waiting for their versions of the bill or edits to the bill.
Awesome.
Yeah, and the deadline has been pushed back because originally, like, they were supposed to pass the Clarity Act before Thanksgiving. Then it got pushed to before Christmas, and now it's looking like Q1 2026.
Yeah, and I honestly, I think that that's a good thing, to be pushing it back and to slowing down this process. So it gives us a chance to really look at it, and gives a chance for our what is it? Our representatives, congressmen, to be more educated on it before they actually vote on it.
Here it is. It is that the Senate Banking and Senate Agriculture committees, and they're coming up with their versions and or edits. And that's what we're waiting on.
And that's what I want to see, is different versions and edits on the bill itself, because from what I read, it needs some changes for sure.
My position is we're not going to have a perfect regulation.
At least make
What
it
we need-
amendable.
Well, we need a skeleton. So here are the basics, and then we can move forward and fill in the skeleton with more details later.
My concern is if we are building the skeleton, right, and we put something hard in place that sends us down the wrong path, it could be very detrimental, because then we have to basically issue a new bill to fix that problem and get it passed and go through everything.
But we're so new, and we're in this space where it is so new, it's changing every day. We know that from the technology side of things. We know that from the consumer side of things and builder side of things, that my solution today will be different tomorrow. So the same applies to regulations. And when it comes to the Clarity Act, this is the Genius Act just saying, okay, we're safe to have stable coins. This is the Clarity Act, which says, hey, these are the rules for our digital assets. This is your safeguard to become an entrepreneur in the space and utilize this technology without the government coming after you. These are the rules that protect us from the government.
Right.
And why is it taking so long?
And I think
they were able to stable coins real quick with the Genius Act, but who's making the money off of it? Thanks.
Right. And like I said earlier when we were talking about this, is I think the framework and the skeleton needs to be more or less a framework of the people's protection from the government's overreach, and less restrictions on the people. That's the skeleton.
What do you think in the Clarity Act is restricting the people?
Well, I can't say anything. What I'm saying is I envision it more or less a constitution than a bill. That's all I'm saying, is it needs to be more or less framed around safeguards from government overreach than for regulation. You know what I mean? Like, we started with the Constitution, we had the Declaration of Independence, we had the Constitution, we had the Bill of Rights, we had the amendments to the Constitution. I believe that starting in a process like that shields us from government oversight, right?
I think that
before we legislate, that's why this country in the U.S. is so amazing, is because the forefathers, when they sat down and they wrote the Constitution, they were protecting the people. And I think that if we come at writing this legislation with that vision and building it properly, then we are going to stop dead in the tracks any type of government overreach, control, surveillance, manipulation.
I think that that's what the Clarity Act does, is protect us. Because it is simply addressing, from what I read, it's simply address, I want to be a builder, I want to do this, I want to do that, I'm safe to do these things. And here are things that protect me from other people that might be creating things that are fraudulent in this space. And we can do another day where we show up and we talk about just the Clarity Act.
I would love
you know
that.
what I mean? And go dig deeper into this, because we're in the heat of the moment with this. We're pushing for this to get passed right now.
Absolutely. And I'm not naysaying the Clarity Act, but I know that the consensus in the community, my community, most of all of TikTok is, are we pushing something through because we want our bags to pump, or are we pushing through the right legislation? And that's the main concern.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we should have that conversation.
I think clarity isn't about pushing our bags. It's about empowering ourselves. The Genius Act, even, I don't think is about pumping the bags, other than what pumps the bags is that we're getting some type of legislation versus nothing. So it's a little bit safer to be in the US as an investor and builder. But it doesn't directly pump the bags. It just says the Genius Act gives everyone safe space to launch stablecoins. And we know who they are. And then the Clarity Act is for the people, saying now the people are protected, not just by way of giving them a clear path to be a builder, but also a clear path to be protected from other people that are building things, so they're not just scammer.
I think basically what I'm trying to say is, I'd like to, as a constituent, have the opportunity to address my representatives, my congressmen, and voice that concern of, we want the environment of crypto to protect the person from, oversight, surveillance, control, manipulation, and let that be the framework of everything that we do. I think that that's the point I'm trying to get across.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, whether the government is on board with that or not is another story.
Right, but we can at least fight the good fight and try our best. I don't think we win this fight, to be honest with you.
Well,
but
listen,
I'm going to go down swinging.
There are wallets that are not custodial, and that's what they're for. But that's what somebody told me. You're not hearing from me.
Interesting. All right, let's do the next question. Black, are you there? You want to ask your question? By the way, it was great meeting you today. That was a great show we had earlier. You there, brother?
All right, here we go. Sorry, I couldn't unmute for a second.
No worries, brother. What's your question? Try to summarize it in a way that I can elocute it properly.
Yeah, so mine's actually not really a question. It's more of what I'd like to see, right?
Okay.
And it was great. By the way, we had a great conversation earlier. So saying that, main thing for me particularly, and I'm sure a lot of people that I know within my local community in Web3, the protection of DeFi investment vehicles. And when I mean DeFi
investment vehicles. So we want to protect DeFi.
Okay.
Yeah, so DeFi investment vehicles, and I'm including but not limited to.
Is that a statement?
Yeah, it's more or less a statement than a question, what he'd like to see.
Yeah. Okay, I'm writing it down.
Okay, and when I'm including but not limited to borrowing and lending protocols. Liquidity provision. Staking. And if we can go out on a limb, like perpetual futures. Yeah, so
that's a concern he has.
Yeah.
Not so much a question, but something that he'd like to be addressed and brought up and looked into.
And if needed, I could draft a document like explaining better.
And he says he's willing to draft a document to explain it better and send it to you.
Will he contact me on LinkedIn or send me an email and or DM to get my email, or you can provide him? I'm going to send you my email.
Okay, I'll send it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll link you guys up, and you guys can work together as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. All right, Tristan Kelly, how you doing, buddy? Are you there?
Hi, Oz.
Hey, what's your question, buddy?
Good to meet you. I listened to you and Black and Run Up on Waddy's live earlier on. Very good content, I have to say.
Thank you.
My question is, I live in Ireland, in Europe, and my question was, how active is Stand with Crypto in Europe, and what kind of engagement have you had with the European Union and individual countries in Europe?
Okay, so his question is, how active are you in the European Union? He lives in Ireland, and
what are you guys doing as far as the European Union goes?
So we have Stand with Crypto over in Europe, and we are separate. We're not collaboratively working together. And I can give you the connection of the people representing us in Europe so that he or she can speak to and connect with, if that's okay.
Yeah. So Tristan, send me a DM, or you can reach out to at Miss Nifty. It's on the flyer for the show. Her at, and you can reach her on Instagram, I believe.
Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, but it's MS_NFTY.
So NFT, why? Why NFTs? That's the joke. It's a joke. I thought of it earlier.
Yeah, so you know the definition of nifty, and as my Web3 play on that. I'm gonna send you from the EU. There's a link just for EU. I'm DMing you the
Perfect.
link.
I'll send it to Tristan.
Okay, great.
Can I just ask as well, Oz, please, how familiar is she with the MiCA regulations in Europe?
With the what regulations?
It's the MiCA, MICA.
How familiar are you with the MiCA regulations in Europe?
I'm not.
Yeah, this is more US based. But I'm sure that once you reach out to that the EU side of the community, they're going to have all those questions for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And when Rap, what is up, Crypto Rap? You actually met Crypto Rap with me when we met in person at the party. Yeah, in San Diego. So he's here on the live. What's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I'm chilling, bro. It's a beautiful evening. Had a long day, busy, hella meetings and shit, but saw that you were on here talking to Miss Nifty about this important stuff, and I think it's really important that we get the word out. I don't really have any questions or anything, but just excited to be here talking about what is something that we all need to mobilize for. You know, crypto is decentralized, and we as a community and as crypto enthusiasts need to decentralize our effort in order to protect our industry and make sure that we can grow and blossom and be, you know, our fullest potential.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well put. I appreciate that. He doesn't have any questions, but he says he supports what you're doing, and he digs it, basically.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else in the chat you have a question you want to
This
throw in?
motherfucker scrapped half of what I said.
Yeah, dude. I said everything you said, bro. Word for word. He had nothing but nice things to say, I promise you.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate the time everyone's taking here today to listen.
Absolutely. It's all influencers here in the chat. It's awesome. And viewership has gone up exponentially.
Come to the event. Come to the event in December. And I'm more than happy to share more information if anybody wants more information. We're always doing events every month, at least a couple of times a month, all over the United States. So tap in with me. And if you have an idea, right? You are an influencer, you are in crypto, which is why you are here. If you have an idea, come to me with that idea and say, hey, Carrie, I have this activation. Maybe that's something I can fund doing, right? I want to support the community the way that the community supports crypto.
Bellstar wants to know if you have any NorCal events.
Absolutely. We're in San Francisco. We're in Sacramento. I did not go to San Jose this year, but I do plan on San Jose this coming year. But Sacramento, San Francisco, San Diego, and LA been hosting events and get-togethers. Once you register on standwithcrypto.org, you will have access to know like these events are Stand with Crypto and it's coming up in your area if you want to be notified.
Yeah, I definitely want that for sure. Looks like we have one other guest that wants to ask a question, so I'm going to give them an invite for a second. Another influencer as well. Wow, everybody showed up for this one. As far as the influencers go, man, everybody showed up for this one. This was one I really promoted the heck out of. We're just not getting the regular viewership because of me getting hit with a banana today. Got slapped in the face with a banana. Money Talk, go ahead. What's your question?
Good evening, all. So, as my question is more in regards to the education, right? Like the education for the people, not necessarily so much on the political side, but just overall education, because clearly we have the scams, then we have the learning how to even use crypto and all these things. And that's something that I don't really see.
So her is not a question, more or less a concern about educating not just people, but also our legislators, if I'm correct, Money, in crypto, and giving them the resources and the tools to understand what they're doing, what they're voting on, and actually know about this, not just for the the policymakers, but for the people as well.
So while in Atlanta, we just announced a collaboration of creating educational courses with Coinbase, the National Cryptocurrency Association, and Operation Hope. And so in Q1, we're creating that content, the classes, and it should be live for anyone to access April 2026.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
And
it'll be a trusted
Are they in
resource of
partnership at all
education.
with?
Are you in partnership with who?
Operation
Pardon me?
Shamrock and Aaron West?
Operation Shamrock and Aaron West?
No, it is Coinbase, Operation Hope, and the National Cryptocurrency Association.
There you
Separately, we recently announced the establishment of Stand with Crypto University program, and we tomorrow, which is why I'll be in Detroit, are announcing which 50 universities across the U.S. will have chapters on campuses for university students. So that's happening as well.
That's awesome. Is there any other questions? I see Jake Claver in the chat. Jake, you got a question? I think that's it. Is there any closing thoughts you want to leave us with?
I want to remind everyone that you have a voice and we need you. We need your words. We need your wisdom. We need your experience in order to better shape our safe space in this crypto world and this Web3 world. Again, my experience is not yours and your experience is not hers or his. And so for us to create our own path in our safe space, we need all of our information to pour into this pool and deliver it to the people who are going to be and who are armed and charged with the responsibility of protecting us. So they need to be empowered with that information, and we won't have that without you.
I love it. Beautifully put. And yeah, I would encourage everyone here in the chat, everyone that's watching, whether you're on YouTube, Abstract, TikTok, X, Twitch, wherever you're watching, get involved, get engaged, let your voices be heard. Like I said, we have an opportunity to make a difference, especially now with primaries coming up. Let your voices be heard. Stand up for yourself, and let's move this crypto space in a positive direction for the people.
Wait, I think I found this little soundboard thing.
Oh, cool. I didn't even know that existed.
Why didn't I see this earlier?
Yes, that's so awesome. I gotta look into that. That is cool. I want to do that now. How do I do that? That what this is? I don't know.
It's soundboard in Discord.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm gonna break something. Dang, you can just like hit somebody with that. That is classic. I absolutely.
That's gonna
love
be the next one.
Is there a goat one?
No.
Do a goat one.
It's not. There's a cricket. And that's my dog.
Hey, thank you, chat. Miss Nifty, I don't want to take any more of your time. We kind of ran over our hour that I usually allot, and I thank you for staying a little extra time here and coming on the show. We'd love to have you anytime you're available. I know you're a very busy woman, and like I said, any way that I can help or get involved, I want to be there. So whatever you need from me, I am at your disposal.
We will recap for sure. We will definitely do this again. And thank you for doing this for the community. It's needed, and it's not going to be one person, 10 people, or 100 people. It's going to take a lot of us. It's going to take all of us to share, spread information, and make a difference. So thank you for what you're doing and for hosting.
Thank you. I try my best. All right, chat,
There,
give her a
bye.
round of applause. Everybody, send in W's for Miss Nifty.
Thank you
so
guys.
much.
Have a good
I
night.
bid you adieu.
Thank you, sir.
All right, chat. That was awesome. So here is the website right here. You can go to standwithcrypto.org and you can find their website. And I believe that there is a directory to other Stand with Cryptos as well. I'm sure that if you don't find for your area, you can Google it. If you do want the resources, she did send out to me everything. So if you do want that information, reach out to me and I will get it to you or get you connected with her and you guys can work out whatever questions or things you have. All right, I got something for you, chat. Yo, what is up? The greatest crypto rapper of all time. What's up, rap? Bro, you're out of control, man.
Yo, what the fuck is up, bro? Hey, great conversation, man. Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, man, I'll tell you what, that beat the hell out of the conversation that we had at the party because I was so lit, bro. Like, I was like, you know what, I gotta have you on the show. Dude, I had way more fun at Rare Evo, but being there with you made it so much more fun, bro. And like looking back on it now, and I'm remembering it, I'm like, dude, I was so messed up. Like, I kept like, I was a machine, bro. I was here, I was there, dude. I didn't stop moving.
Bro, yeah. I mean, it wasn't even the biggest venue, but you were in every corner, bro. You were always like, "Oh wait, I'm about to be right back," and then I look over and you'd be like, just in a whole different conversation at a whole different place.
Constantly networking, constantly moving. That's just how I am, man. Dude,
Hunger, bro. Yeah.
I network better in person. You know.
That's
online.
real, bro.
Yeah.
It's a strength. And I mean, that even just that night alone, you scored so many guests for your show. And this program was a great program and wonderful guests. And this is like one of a half dozen people that you recruited that night.
Absolutely. And you were there. You saw who these people are. These are not just some guy on TikTok with a camera. These are developers, people making huge waves in the crypto community. And we were there rubbing elbows with them and educating ourselves and getting an opportunity to spread that education to the community.
It doesn't stop, bro. We're going to keep connecting, keep networking, keep, stretching our arms out. You and I, we're ambassadors from TikTok to crypto. It's a rare niche in the industry that not a lot of people respect. But I think it's one, and you obviously agree with me that this is one that's tremendously valuable and one of our best vehicles for reaching the next generation of investors and onboarding retail. And that's ultimately going to be the key is us putting a good foot forward and wearing the banner of TikTok and representing you guys from the community and really sort of expressing your voice to the industry at large. Because right now there really is no clear sort of channel of communication from you who are ultimately retail investors that matter a lot in the industry because you make up the next 20 million, 30 million, 50 million people that we're going to onboard. But nobody's really paying attention to you guys right now.
Yeah, and I would say, how the saying goes, go out and touch grass. You can still be about crypto and everything you do while touching grass. We were literally out, at a crypto event, touching grass, rubbing some elbows and still immersed in, coming up with content. I was live for that show. We're meeting with the people, we're getting the information. So any creators that are watching, I would encourage you to, take the phone and go out into the real world, talk to random people. If there's not a crypto event near you, you can just ask people on the street what they think about crypto, and you can find, and I do this personally, there's a consensus out there that most of the people you ask this question, what's your experience with crypto? Basically, I go, the spam email you get, how's your crypto experience going or whatever? I ask people that on the street, right? And the consensus seems to be is it's a scam. So you have an opportunity to go out into the world and explain to them the truth and really reach more than just the tight community that we have here. Bro, what are you doing? Bro, what the all right, you're booted.
Chill.
I just shrunk you, bro. I fucking love you, bro. Hey, we gotta hang out more because I'm actually down the road from you, bro. We're close.
But what you're saying is right, bro. You're 110% correct. That's the way forward, bro. And we're doing our part. We're touching grass. But you know what? The other thing I'll say for the people in the chat, there always is going to be some kind of crypto community, some kind of crypto event going on near you. Even if you live in fucking Boise, Idaho, you just gotta jump on. The best apps to use would be something like Luma. this is some free game for you guys in the chat. Take the leap to IRL. Take the leap to going and connecting with people that you otherwise wouldn't connect with. You don't realize how kind of echo chamber and insular your crypto community is until you step out into the real world and see blockchains that you never even interacted with, and how rich those ecosystems are and how many people are there, and et cetera, et cetera. Take the leap to IRL. Be brave enough to go beyond the screen. If you want to take this industry seriously, it's not just about sitting behind the screen all day and hitting the trenches and all that. It's about connecting with others and building what is ultimately undiscovered, uncharted territory. You know, we are pioneering, we're trailblazing crypto. And that can't happen by yourself in your real life. I mean, you gotta go out and see some real people. So get Luma, Luma. That's the free game, and look at local events. And usually Luma events skew towards tech or crypto events in the first place. So you'll probably see them right there on the local discovery page. And just go and go take the leap. It took me a long time to take a leap to go to my local crypto meetups, but when I did, I was like, damn, like I was missing this. Like this is good. It's so much fun to hang out with these people because you obviously have so much in common.
Dude, you were like a kid in a candy store at that event, man. It was so cool to see you. Dude, your face lit up. You're like, no, this guy signed the Constitution for Cardano. Like, you were like all stepped.
Yeah, that's for me out, bro.
I was like, yeah, man. Dude, that event wasn't even on Luma, right? I mean, it was through Luma, but it wasn't public. It was a private event that we got to go to. And we got invited to that because of the Goat Tribe. So Goat Tribe got us locked in with that. So special thanks to Goat Tribe as well. You can find them at Ada Goats on X or goattribe.io. Great fam. They're fam. That's why I have the Goat Tribe up in the background because like I consider myself part of the Goat Tribe. I've actually been inducted as one of the goats because I'm a goat holder now. Dude, I wanted to ask you, we got to reach out to them. We got to work on the next album, right?
That's real, bro, for sure. And I gotta hang out with bro too. And also, I gotta get a goat, bro. I don't even have my goat yet, but I've been shopping them. I've been looking around trying to find a nice one on the floor. I'm really particular about my NFT, so
reach out to him. He'll make one of you. So like they made one of me with the twisty mustache. So that's the goat type. Yeah, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, so legit. And then we were talking about touching grass. You're going to Abu Dhabi, right, in a couple weeks?
Yeah, sir. Actually, in a couple days, in literally 1 week from today, pretty much, I'm gonna be on the plane out there to Abu Dhabi, about an hour and a half outside of Dubai, for the largest Solana conference of the year, where everyone's gonna descend and decide the future of the blockchain.
Dude, that's so lit, and I wish I was going to that. I got like family and kids, so like when I travel out of the country, I gotta take like a whole brigade with me. So I tend to stay more local, but we're gonna have to do one of those together for sure, man. We'll link up.
Holy, you know what? I was just having a conversation actually today with. I'm gonna be staying in a content house out there in Abu Dhabi. I'm gonna be staying the event's like 4 days or whatever. I'm gonna be out there 10 days. And it's gonna be me and a bunch of other A-list crypto content creators, and we're gonna be just cranking out literally 24/7, 365 live on with a full film crew and lights, camera, action, the works. And we're talking in a meeting today, and ETH Denver is coming up in February. I feel like that's when we should run, bro.
ETH Denver? Yeah, I could do
ETH
that.
Denver.
Yeah, do that.
I feel like that would be fun.
When is that?
You know, the college should be out there, a lot of big names should be out there. I know a bunch of penguins should be out there. I'm good friends with them. That's in February.
Yeah, I fixed one that. I'll let you know. Give me some information. We'll check that out.
Yeah. And I'm FOMO, bro, because Art Basel in Miami is right now, and a lot of crypto people are out there doing events. It looks like such a good time right now.
Yeah, man. And like, I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit, dude. I can't even say why my brain is. I keep losing my track of thought. Remember what you tried getting me before we left? Were you there for that?
Yeah.
And I had that today. So.
I was trying to find Flex on Go Tribe. I got it right here. You know, I got a little shame on me. Yo, that was my favorite one, honestly. That art is insane. It's so good.
Take the roller?
Yeah, I was looking for mine. It's right there next to me.
I got
Oh,
the
let me mock you real quick. Boom!
I got the pin.
You're.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yo!
Dude,
that's crazy.
And then on top of it, I got the entire secret collection. I got the poster. I got a bunch of stuff, and they hooked me up, dude. They found me for sure. And I'm excited to work on that album, man. Because like you're a rapper, I'm a lyricist. He's a dev. Together, we could pump out some serious albums, man.
I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. I like the project a lot. I'm gonna have to scoop up a couple of those. It's on my shopping list. I'm gonna carry the NFT portfolio and start stacking like as a private reserve, and those 2 are gonna be in there.
Well, plus the GOAT NFTs come with utility. So I don't know if they told you about this, but the GOATs have utility. So as a GOAT holder, you have certain things. So you can, like for me, I can play the music on the live, and I have the rights to use that music with no copyright infringement. So like when I post stuff on YouTube, I don't get hit with anything. You know, so like there's utility to holding GOATs, and there's more to it than that. That was the main utility that I saw. I was like, okay, let me get some GOATs, you know, for that. But there's a lot of utility in holding a GOAT, and I believe that is the future of NFTs. Is NFTs with utility.
Speaking of NFTs with utility, bro, you know I gotta plug my entropy, bro, my Aslar miner. It's sold out actually, literally last night. I finally got on the phone with the team. I was like, you guys are missing an opportunity. These things are sold out. You need to just restock as many as you can. And so they put 10 up in the shop. But yeah, NFTs with utility. It's a miner. You plug into a wall and it mines a meme coin. And that in order to activate it, actually claim tokens, you need the NFT from the project. So it has that culture element. That's sort of a metaverse element where you've got a DePIN, you've got NFT, and you've got the DeFi, of course, as well. So it's kind of a shout out to Jack. It's a jack of all trades of projects where you're really kind of wearing many hats at the same time. Miners eat first. Absolutely. It's sick. And so yeah, the best deal ever. It's usually like $150 for this thing, but right now it's like $90.
Yeah, and it yields what, like it's like $100 a year or something like that.
Yeah, right now yields are pretty low. I think it's averaging 36 cents a day or something like that. And so the thing costs $99. You got to figure it out a little under a year until it pays itself off.
But when the coin goes up, then your yield is going to go up from there. But if you're looking at baseline where it's at right now,
I mean, historically, the coin, I mean, there's been times where the thing is yielded up to as much as like $16, $17 a day, which is insane if you punch the numbers.
Right. So like the lowest you're looking at is it might take a year to pay the thing off at worst case scenario, which is not a big deal. And it's small. It's not using a ton of power, you know, so it's not like it's going to cost you a bunch of energy to run it.
Yeah, no, it's super sick. I can't recommend it enough. If you guys are interested at all in decentralized physical infrastructure networks, mining, passive income yield type projects, you like Solana meme coins, but want a little bit more depth to what you're investing in, this is my go-to for sure. And I'm only talking about it because it's literally like a temporary deal where it's like the best deal ever. You know, TikTok is always like, the TikTok shop, this is the last time this deal going to be here, 60% off, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty much what I'm doing.
Word. All right.
That's interesting. Where do I find it? Justentropy.lol. Justentropy.lol. Take my hat and turn it into a website.
There you go, bro. I almost ordered one the other night, and then like I was on your live and I was going to order one. I was going to order 5, but I passed out.
Well, they're in stock. There's only 10 of them on the shop right now.
And you can only buy 5, right?
The 5 is the max, but you know what? Let me give you some super duper top secret alpha that can't be said anywhere else. Very soon, we're introducing a brand new product offering
has never before existed. It's highly limited. Again, we're talking less than 10 units. It's going to allow you to have a sixth miner. It's going to be crazy.
Love it, bro. Hey, man, thank you for coming on, dude, and being here. I'm going to cut the live out now. If you guys want to send any gifts to anybody in the panel, make sure you follow everybody that was up here. Much appreciated. Always a pleasure to have you. Crypto Rap, the greatest crypto rapper of all time. This is a Crypto Rap exclusive.
This is an Ozthecryptogoat exclusive. The greatest crypto podcast of all time. Everyone go watch my live, because Oz is ending my live right now.
Black, did you have anything you want to say before we get out? I know you didn't get a chance to talk too much. I want to give you the opportunity, because we had a short conversation earlier. You want to expand on it a little bit. I don't have to get off just yet, but if you want to talk.
I definitely just really appreciate bringing up what is this, family crypto. I've been advocating using Coinbase multiple times and contacting my legislator, so you definitely need more activity like this in space. So keep these types of, I guess, whatever thing our live streams come.
Absolutely. And I took a little break, a little vacation chat. Okay, the show's back. It's in full force. We got guests lined up, Wazoo. And we're talking about these are big players in the crypto space, not just little guys. And I'm hoping that this next year I should have Wendy O and Charles Hoskinson. So those are in the works. So stay tuned, chat. I'm excited. Some big things are happening for such a small show. We are just starting. It hasn't even been 1 year that I've been doing the show, and because we are out pounding the pavement, touching grass, going to these events, rubbing elbows, and basically we're going to free parties with free food and drinks is all we're doing. But doing that, we're building this community strong. So strong, and it's been really incredible. And for those of you that have been here since day one, thank you. Special thanks to TikTok Seller. He's one of our moderators here. This show would have died a long time ago without him. He has helped support in so many ways. He's given and donated to the show so many times. I've offered to pay him for his services. He refuses, and he is with me every single day in the Discord. I mean, we're calling out bangers in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, make sure you click the link in my bio. If it's not working, send me a DM. I will help you get into the Discord and send you the link. But dude, we are calling out big movers in there. Okay. Dude, I think I hit like it was Mon. I hit 50% on that already, and it looks like it's still going up. So we're doing things. In Discord, we're trading together as a group. People are learn. We have the TA class as well. If you want to get involved and learn the TA class, Crypto Rap is actually coming on the TA class and taught us how to use Pump Fund, how to find the bangers there. Special thanks to you, Crypto Rap, for doing that as well. The TA class is lit, man, and we not only have like me teaching you how to read charts. I have hedge fund managers coming onto the TA class. I have other influencers, creators, market traders, big names in the space that are coming in and teaching you their knowledge. So I would tell you, the best thing you can do for yourself is invest into yourself before you invest in the market. Get educated. Learn about this stuff. Crypto Rap, I hear you saying this all the time. The best thing you can do is lock in and learn. And we're so ready. You have an opportunity to learn something new before everyone else gets into it. To be the top dog, like we were talking with Miss Nifty earlier, we are the top 1%. Everyone here in the chat, you are the top 1% of educated people in crypto. The fact that you're here is enough. Because most people, they don't care. They're buying lottery tickets and that's it. They don't want to learn. They want to go on. They want to ask an influencer, what should I buy? And not put in any of the work, not do anything, and have someone else do it for them. You as an individual getting involved and educating yourself, learning paper trade, guys, you can paper trade. And you have an opportunity to advance yourself light years ahead of the competition for the future. So I urge you to get involved, get in the Discord, get in the TA. Crypto Rap has an amazing Discord if you like meme coins. They're calling out crazy bangers. Dude, what was that? It was like 150 some X last night?
Yeah, it ended up being like a 215x or something at the end. But yeah, we caught a couple digit multipliers this week. They're cooking there.
Yeah, it's incredible. Actually, dude, I want you to come on the TA show again and teach us how to use Soul Pump, if you could. I would love that, man.
Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah, for sure.
Soul Pump looks cool as fuck, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I want to do it, but I know nothing about it. I'm afraid to touch it. Like, but if you want to do it, dude, because like 6-7's already yielded me a little bit, and like, dude, I'm very conservative. So I'm like, I picked up 10x, here and there. I'm good with it. And so like, yeah, dude, I'm picking up 10x's like this, bro. Like, yeah, Soul Pump, dude. You don't know what Soul Pump is, bro? Tell me what Soul Pump is.
It's a game site. It's a lot of game sites. I mean, it's a reliable, on-chain, fully transparent. I'm not gonna lie, it's like 95% RTP. It's not exactly a money printer, but it's a lot of fun. And we play Crash on there, and we've hit a couple multi-hundred X's. There's no better feeling than crunching like a big triple-digit multiplier and scaling down the progressive profit to 1%. And then literally every time you click your mouse, you're getting $1.
That's it, bro. Yeah, it looks like fun. Like you said, it's like a game, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like, and you were saying it's like you can set parameters, you can set all these different things. So like you just play, you're making money, you're getting paid in soul, right? So it's really nice.
Yeah, we can talk about it anyway.
In the DA class, absolutely. Love it. All right, chat. I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you to everyone that came up here. Thank you for all the gifts, everyone that gifted. I'm just gonna shout out the names. We got TikTok Seller, Brooke Odyssey. Let's see here. Who is this? This is Miss Evie, AB Ryder, Fred Drum, For Fun, Mr. Josh TV, Satoshi Nakamoto. And that's it. Oh wait, no, we got Scotty Dog. We got Run Up. Run Up. Revolution, Francesca, Purple Bitcoin. I think that's everybody. Thank you all. If I missed you, I do apologize. Thank you for all the gifts. It's incredible. We've been live for 2 hours and 39 minutes, and we've made a whopping $5.75. We are rich, bro. We are so rich. We're making a lot of money here. Thank you guys for your donations and everything that you do here. Everything that you said here now, I pretty much either donate to other creators or I give it to Jesse or Mike to get here. So much love and respect for all of you. And I will. Let's see here. Let's do this real quick because Rap is doing weird shit again. I love you, bro. Dude, and if you want to watch a good live stream, follow Crypto Rap and watch his live stream and just watch him roast the chat. It is the most fun. My favorite creator here on TikTok, hands down. Like, I'm just having so much fun just listening to him roast people. It is absolutely phenomenal. I wish I had that ability to do what you do, bro. It's fucking hilarious. So definitely check him out. And then follow Black XXOR. Very educated and I trust what this guy says. We had a good conversation on Why Crypto's Live the other day, or it was today actually. And he knows what he's talking about, and he's not standing for bullshit either. So I love it. Anyone that's willing to tell the truth and not lie to the community and dump their bags on them, you got my respect. All right, chat. I'll see you all next time. Have a good night.
Thanks for the liquidity, guys. Take care.
Where are you, Revolution? It's weird. It doesn't give me. Jesse, are you bananaed? It won't let me add you for some reason. I've tried every layout. There we go. Let's see here.
Yeah, you have to use like the panel.
Let's see, does that fix it? Okay,
Yeah, you just can't see you.
interesting. Maybe it's better if I'm off camera.
How do you get rid of the ones at the bottom?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's always good to learn new things.
Right? And it doesn't let me figure all this out if we're not live, and I hate it. It's so,
Right, until we go live, that's how we figure it out.
right, and then it just kills the metrics for the live because everyone's like, "Ooh, they're trying to figure it out. They don't even know
Yeah,
what
that's
they're
what
doing.
they sound like exactly.
They don't even know what they're
Exactly
doing.
how they sound. Yeah, that's the same voice too.
Cosmic, help me out. How do you guys do this?
He might have left.
He might have.
Oh, there you go.
That's a little bit better.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Works.
I don't like how it won't let me do 1-in-1.
Hi, Simon.
Let me see.